The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better.
Tried this. Ready the game.
Hei alle sammen, og velkommen til Masters of Steel her i smukke København. Vi glad for å være her i Danmark, landet med hygge, vikinger og verdens beste bro. Guys, how did we get here? We were supposed to be casual, chill, play a couple of games, maybe build an extra TC. But no, someone made a bracket, and then someone else made merch. And now, look around. We are not in Twitch chat anymore. You guys made it bigger than bugs, balance patches, and animation cancelling debates. You kept playing, watching, sharing, and believing that AoE 4 deserved its own moment. And this is that moment. We're here in Copenhagen at the GN Group headquarters with SteelSeries, World's Edge, with the best players in the world, and enough HDMI cables to wall off an entire map. So whether you're cheering for a legend or a ladder warrior, rooting for your country, or just hoping someone loses their villager to the boar, you are in the right place. This is it. This is Masters of Steel. It's messy, it's sweaty, and it's going to be beautiful. 25K, 4 days, 1 stage, 1 trophy, and 1 winner. So buckle up, grab your snacks, post those keg W's in Twitch as we welcome the contenders of Masters of Steel.
Game. You know, when you live in Belarus for a few years, you're starting to realize that you need to make money somehow. I was thinking about what can I do, and turns out it's nothing. I can only play video games. So that's why I became a video game pro gamer. My strengths that sets me apart from other AoE4 pros. It's ability to think, to be honest. Because to be honest, it looks like other pros just pressing buttons. That's it. And I'm starting to think when I'm playing the game.
My name is Alexander Beastyqt Krstic. I compete in Age of Empires 4. My preparation for the matches, I mean, they're kind of long term. You don't prepare in a day or two. You gotta figure out what your plan is. You gotta figure out what your strategy is going into it, who you're playing against it. So you just kind of have to be aware who you're playing against, what kind of style they're going to do, and just kind of be prepared for every option they might throw at you. Advice for aspiring players that want to go pro someday, I think it's really hard, and I think that people underestimate the amount of hours that you need to put in order to make it work. And some days will be extremely hard on you mentally, where even though you've been playing for many hours, it just doesn't feel like it's working out. You have to push through it, and I think that's one of the hardest parts, and you just have to keep going. But at some point you have to make a conscious decision. Am I actually good enough to make it or not?
My name is Alex Eusebio, aka Marine Lord. I'm 30 years old and I play in Age of Empires 4 since the release. And before that I was a StarCraft 2 pro. I started to want to go pro when I did very well in StarCraft 2 tournaments in like 2010 or 2011, and I won some money and I was at school at the time, and eventually I could get into a big team. So when I could get into a big team I decided to stop studying. I prepare harder than most of them. I think they practice not as much as me, and I think my drafts are better, I think, most of the time. Sometimes I make mistakes too and I don't do as well obviously, but most of the time I think I outdraft them, and I think my strategies and overall play is just better.
My name is Adam. In-game name is Puppy Paw. I play Age of Empires when I'm from there. There's a lot of important moments for me. I'd say it's either between my first big tournament win, which was against Beastyqt, or making it to Red Bull World. For AoE players who want to go pro, I would say just play the game because you enjoy it and things will come naturally.
Vortex. I compete in AoE 4 for about 4 years now. I think my biggest strength in gameplay in general, not only in AoE 4 but in every RTS that I've played, is micro. I think I have very good army control, and I'm also very organized when it comes to control groups and managing my army. And I think that sets me apart from most of the other top. My biggest inspiration in gaming in general, and especially in AoE 4 as well, is actually my brother Lucifer. I always try to copy what he did a bit, especially when I was starting. And even to this day, I still look up to what he does, pretty much. My tip for everyone that want to go pro someday is staying motivated. I think you have to like what you do, and then you have to keep your motivation up. If at some point you are not motivated, I think the best you can do is stop, take a break, and not take it too hard. I think you should always enjoy what you do, and if you don't, then you probably should search for something else.
I'm Whammer1. I play professionally in Age of Empires 4, and I first got into gaming with my dad and my brothers. We're very competitive, mostly into RTS, but we play all different kinds of games, and I really just love gaming in general. I think it's really close between William T and Marine Order right now, but I'm going to give a slight edge to, in my opinion, the GOAT, William T. He's my favorite to win.
But before a single scout hits the map or a single barracks goes up, we have got a lot to talk about. Who's coming in hot? Who's due for an upset? Who's fast castling or just building a wall around our hearts? Joining us over at the analyst desk are two people who know this game inside and out. Crackety and Myriad, good luck, have fun. Okay, switch.
All right, okay, there we go. Welcome, everybody. We're here live at the analyst booth. I'm correctly here, already introduced by Whammon. With me is Myriad, the wonderful, and we are here to bring you all the juiciest details on all the strategies that we're going to be seeing here throughout the weekend, as we're here live at the Masters of Steel LAN in Denmark, Copenhagen. And man, I am very excited to be here. How you doing, Myriad?
It's a pleasure, as always, being involved in anything Age of Empires 4 related, and what an event to be a part of indeed, Crackety, as we are here, as you mentioned, at the Masters of Steel LAN. Some of the best players in the world, the top 8 currently, are going to be duking it out for, well, all the glory, all the money as well. And the competition, I mean, it's beyond fierce at this point, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, there's been a long road to get here. These players, they've qualified. They are qualified now at this point in time in order to be here. And it's been a tough road. It's been a tough road. We've had people obviously qualifying from previous tournament, performances, but also in qualifiers online. People have been duking it out. There have already been fierce battles just to get here. And now we're here. We're finally here. And we're going to be starting off with a amazing set that's going to be coming up.
We can have a little look at the table here of what exactly is coming up. We can see our opening matches just here. We have Marine Lord up against CSO, and Wham against Vortex. I mean, Marine Lord needs no introduction at this point. Many consider him to be the best player to have touched the game at this point in time, up against a rising star, and a very scary rising star at that, China's CSO from Team Elephant. And of course, Wham, one of the Canadian brothers, a very fierce opponent, is going to be taking on a veteran of RTS, an expert of many a game and esports by now, the one and only Vortex, all the way from Spain. And straight away, I mean, these are going to be very, very competitive matches. Marino CSO, I mean, that's a matchup I don't think we've ever seen before, have we?
Marine versus CSO, I think we've seen it in the past, but that's not the only set that we're going to be looking at today, as we do have Beastyqt versus Anat, and that is definitely something that players have been looking forward to, because there's a little bit of a revenge story going on there as well, looking at the previous set where Anat actually upset against Beastyqt. So I'm quite sure it's going to be a little bit of a revenge story in the making there potentially. And then Puppy Paw versus Louis MT, and Louis MT, currently, he is the winner of the last big S-tier tournament, the EGC Masters Summer. He's going to be up against Puppy Paw, the other Canadian twin, and Puppy Paw, definitely no slouch. I'm very keen to see that set as well.
Exactly. Louis MT currently, you know, made quite the significant name for himself after defeating Marine Lord in 5-4 fashion at the last EGC summer event. And I mean, it doesn't get more cinematic than that, doesn't it? 5-4. That's certainly something to admire, and we'll see whether he can do it again this time round on LAN as well, the Masters of Steel. And I mean, there's plenty to talk about, isn't there, Crackety, with these players in terms of where we see them placing, in terms of who's likely to get upset, who's likely to go all the way to the end, right? But we're going to make some of those predictions just now, aren't we?
Gotta make some predictions here at some point in time. So of course we do have, I want to say, like our big favorites here. The players that have always been in the big finals so far in the tournaments. We can take a quick look at some statistics here actually that we've got in the back. There we go. So taking a look at that, there we go. We got our head-to-head count here between Wham and Vortex. That is going to be the set that is coming to you guys next year. And it's a very even win rate, I want to say, between these two.
It's very close. Yeah, look at that. I mean, like, you know, 56.3% win rate for Vortex in series, but the game count is way closer. Only one single game separating them from being 50-50 for that matter, with Vortex taking the slightest edge. But recently we see, although Vortex has the advantage overall, recently that has not really been the case, with Wham taking a notable lead, taking out Vortex 3-1 in the Elite Classic 3, the last major tournament that they have met in. Before that, of course, KPMM's number 16, Wham, decisively taking down Vortex 3-0. Before that, however, Vortex in the KPMM just before 3-2. So, of recent history, is anything to go by, Wham should be slightly favored, but, you know, as we mentioned time and time again, right? Day by day, the player strengths change. Day by day, a player can go from rank 5 to rank 8, right? It's all about how they feel on the day, how they perform. Are they well rested? Have they had their vitamins, right? There are so many things go into these, and predicting is just so tough. What do you think?
It is very difficult because, as you mentioned, every day, like, these players are practicing non-stop. They're talking about their strategies with each other. Like, there's a lot of like tactics involved in how they discuss things as well. Maybe they're like they go over to one of the other players that's like in their group and they're like, oh man, Mongols is really strong right now. You should probably ban those. That's the SIF to ban, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nerves are always something as well. Like, these players, they're sitting right next to each other. They can look in each other's face during the draft. They're like, okay, what are you gonna pick here? I'm trying to get into your head. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to anticipate what you're going for. We've got some players here as well that like to play some mind games every now and then. So, you know, Anaton, of course, he does like to play a B-esque playstyle every now and then, and that's a playstyle that's very much known to just try and get your opponent, give your opponents the wrong reads, trying to have them make the wrong moves to what you're actually planning in the end. And these are like the kind of situations that we're always looking forward to see. Wham versus Vortex, that is going to be a very much straightforward one, I want to say. Like, I don't think these are players that are really going to hide what they're going for. It's going to be a very much, I want to say, like, match that's all around efficiency, how clean you can play. Because the cleaner you play, the more advantages you have, the more military you have out on the field, and the more abilities you have to make a move in the game.
And by now they've really solidified their styles, I would say, haven't they? We've seen quite consistent approaches to the game from either side of them, both Vortex and Wham, throughout the history playing so far. Vortex, I mean, he has been known so tremendously for his relentless aggression ever since he even touched the game, and you know, that is something that many players really struggle to hold out, right? Vortex probably has one of the shortest average game lengths, I would say, most likely. And that's most likely what we're going to be seeing today as well. Whereas Wham, on the other side, well, he's known for something as well. Particularly the Wham walls come into mind, of course. He definitely has a slightly more defensive playstyle, right? So because of that, it really is a clash of opposing styles here, which I think is just incredibly exciting and a lot to look forward to in that regard. In terms of who's favored, do we dare say?
It's a tough one. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, of course, like Wham, he's in shape at the moment. He's been looking good. He's got a really good performance at the moment. Vortex, though, you know, you can't spell Vortex without Ram. It's silent. It's in there somewhere. But he's a very aggressive player. Wham, I know he likes to, you mentioned it, the walls, but he also likes to raid. He likes to, like, you know, make some tactical walls, but he still wants to be active on the map. He wants to, you know, keep his opponent on the back foot, get some raids in, just keep the attention span of his opponent, divide on the sides. The question is always, of course, can Vortex react to that in time? Is your opponent good enough to react these things, make the right decisions, you know, keep some units there, splitting up units, stuff like that. It's going to be very micro-intensive battles here for sure, but that's what we like. That's what we love to see. That's what we're here for at the Masters of Steel here in Denmark. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that one. Our players right now, they are currently getting ready, and we're very much looking forward to see just exactly what they have in store for us. We also got some trivia notes here as well. Right.
We do indeed have a little bit of trivia, and you know, everyone has this sort of favorite civilization that they like to play, and for a lot of pros, that's no different either, right? Vortex in particular, he mentioned that Byzantines is his favorite civ, and I don't know if Wham can hear me right now. Of course he can't, but if he could, that's something he would definitely take note of without a doubt. Whereas for Wham, this is something that I've known for a little while now. Wham's favorite civ is the Mongols in that regard, and it's a little bit surprising actually seeing that, because Byzantines typically, especially at the beginning of the game, slightly more defensive civilization. They have a little bit of a setup time with the systems, right? With the stone gathering, of course, needing that olive oil to start rolling in. So slightly, did not quite expect that from Vortex, but here we are. Whereas on the other side, Wham with the Mongols, a civ that just thrives on map control, thrives on keeping their opponent on their side of the map in most cases, and that is his favorite.
Also a civ that cannot make walls. Instead, you have to rely on your movement speed, on your units in order to, you know, anticipate what your opponent does. You put some outposts down there, but you have to play very active. And that's also a playstyle that Wham definitely, you know, loves to execute as well. Get some Keshiks out there, raid around, try and distract your opponent on the sides, and maybe go for, you know, the fast Imperial Age.
And it's so crucial, I think, to distract your opponent. Even if you are a slightly more defensive player, just having one little raid running around the side, just to divide your opponent's attention, stop them from focusing on one singular purpose in the game that they can execute without any sort of interruptions, is so important and can make a massive difference in these games. So I feel like both players will try to one-up each other in that regard, especially on LAN here. The environment is different, right? You don't, sure, they both have LAN experience, but you don't have the same comfort as you would in your home, right? In your cozy bedroom. So throwing players off, keeping them nervous, not knowing what your next step is so important.
Yeah, and you never want to be the first player that has to, you know, go home, pack up their things. You want to be able to stick in it, win the whole damn thing. That's what it's all about. You want to get that trophy, because players, when they're playing, they do have the trophy in front of them. It's right there. You can almost reach it. In fact, you can probably just try and run away with it. Let's see how far they'll make it eventually with that. But yeah, it's you always see the prize, and you're like, okay, it's achievable. We've seen it time and time again. The upsets, they can bleed the players at the top edge. You can make it, and that's always something that you have to keep in front of your eyes there.
Indeed, and as we saw there earlier on stage, right, one of the prizes is, of course, an actual sword, right? So, you know, depending on how high tensions rise, who knows what may be done with that sword. But, you know, I am joking, of course. But, you know, as you mentioned, being able to see the prize right in front of you between the two players, that must have some pretty interesting psychological effects, right? You can have a little glance at it between games, either after a loss or a win. Remind yourself what you're fighting for exactly. And that can really impact things as well, I would say.
Yeah, nerves definitely through the roof here. Yeah, LAN experience, it does matter, right? Like keeping calm, keeping to your strategies, knowing where you're good at, executing to your strengths, so to say. Players at this point in time, the players that we have here, most of them do have good LAN experience. But then, for example, we got CSO, Anatund, players that haven't been at too many LANs. And that obviously matters. It matters, but that's also where players can shine, where they can be like, okay, they can immediately adjust. If you can immediately adjust and perform well, that just speaks all the more to their skills.
It's really significant. I'm particularly curious to see how it plays out, right? There's just endless possibilities in that regard. And between these two players especially, we will have a look just at the draft soon enough. We're just waiting for players to get comfortable, get in the zone, right? And we will then see what the next approach is. But until then, we do have actually favorite units here for both players, which I think could be quite interesting to mention. And Vortex, straight off the bat, not holding back with the Mangudai being his favorite player, with his favorite unit there, which is certainly a unit that can put out a lot of aggression. Whereas on the other hand, with Wham, the Knight.
It's the raiding unit. It's I want to say like one of the signature units of Age of Empires, right? Like in the very first trailers and stuff like that, we do always have like the Knight visible, that one strong mounted unit able to take down multiple infantry units on its own. It's just such a cool unit. It really symbolizes just what Age of Empires stands for, that pure medieval force clashing with each other. Looks like we do already have a quick look here at the draft, as we can see the civilizations that have been picked here. I'm not too sure which one is on which side though, but seeing Mongols and seeing Rous, I do want to say that most likely it's Vortex on the right-hand side, but there's Byzantines in there as well. I think it's on the left-hand side, so Vortex should be on the left-hand side there, as we do have the score at the top there as well. Currently still 0-0 between them. Yeah, an interesting draft as well that we've got going on here. House of Lancaster, it's one of those civilizations at the moment where I'm not sure if it's like broken, like really good. It's certainly strong, but it's not like overly strong. Like it can fall. It's not in the stage anymore where at release it was like, oh my god, this civilization just cannot die.
Yeah, it's in a very interesting state right now. Obviously, it's coming down now from several nerfs in a row. So the exact strength can be a bit tough to gauge in these positions, and we haven't seen it too much since its latest nerfs, but the popularity has definitely fallen off, right? We have seen it being a priority ban for a lot of players previously, not so much now as before, but it is a second pick here for Vortex in this set, so we'll see how he looks to utilize them. The bans are particularly interesting to me, however, right? I mean, we have KT, we see Kawasan is in the map pool, right? So no real surprise there to see Vortex removing that straight away. But what I'm seeing there is that China has been prioritized as a ban over both HRE and Rous, for that matter, which they handshake on and swap it this time round. Is that something you expected, Krakody?
Yeah, I want to say, like, recently, people have pivoted a lot to just flat out banning China and Juji, mainly because they're still, like, one of those civilizations that benefit the most from Pro Scout. Because China and Juji's main weakness has always been the farm transition, the food transition. Eventually, you will have to move on to farms. But Pro Scout, as a mechanic in the game, it just delays that window. It pushes it so far in the back. So the main weakness of China and Juji, it comes to play so much later in the game. And until then, they still have their main strengths. And it's just a really strong synergy between them. So definitely makes sense getting rid of those civilizations, as more and more people right now, they're just speaking out about just how good these civs are in the current meta. But they're not the only really good civs in the current meta, as we do see Rous getting picked as well. And Rous, they're also like one of those civs which just, you can't play Rous, or I want to say you can't say Rous without mentioning professional scouts in the same sentence.
It's something that they've done pretty much since the release of the game at different points in time, right? They were really, really known for that, and they have so many great tools for it. The hunting cab is not only generating passive gold to make you afford it very, very easily soon after that feudal age, but they also train scouts, Krakody, of course. And having that scout advantage straight away without even needing a stable by the time Pro Scout finishes, you have 3-4 scouts on the field. Straight away, you take half a deer back home, and that faster gather rate kicks in immediately, not only to pump massive amounts of units if you so choose, but also just to race directly towards the castle age, because you don't even need to mine any gold with Rous.
Yeah, exactly. You get so much passive gold income, then you got the Golden Gate as well, able to just trade out resources. You're going to be in Castle Age before anybody even thinks about doing a Castle Age transition at that point in time. And also, just as you mentioned, like getting access to the scouts very early on, you're going to see every single move that your opponent makes, and you're going to be able to react to it in time before, you know, they even try to show what they're doing. You already know what's going on.
And I don't think it's mentioned enough, really, the importance of vision and scouting in general. Obviously it's important, and everyone knows. But the level to which it's important, I think, is understated quite often. Knowing what your opponent is doing, not only in terms of strategy, but also where they move on the map, what they decide to go for, determines and informs so many of your own decisions. As here, we have a look at a few little stats here being showcased, as the players have rated each other on all of these metrics before the event, one by one. So we see the opinions that they do have of each other. Interestingly here, Puppypaw, of course, Puppypaw has a lot of history with the game so far, so his ratings compared to CSO in this regard are a fair bit higher. But CSO, you know, he has dipped his toes in the pro scene by now, and he's getting more and more experience.
He is rapidly gaining experience, and he's really soaking it up like a sponge. Like every time you see him, it's very weird. Sometimes like very hit and miss. Like we've seen CSO taking a lot of games from top players like Marine Lord as well in tournaments, and then the next tournament suddenly he doesn't perform as well as you would expect after that previous tournament performance. But then the next tournament again, it's insane. We saw his speed dip very low because we know CSO typically APM in like the 150 range, while other players are like 250, 280 range. But he still makes it work every time. Now looking at the stat card here for Vortex and Wham, Micro, no surprise, Vortex, he is a very micro heavy player there as well. Very attack focused, defense not as much, creativity up there as well, and speed of course goes hand in hand with Micro. Wham and Puppypaw, I want to say, have some very balanced stat cards here, as you would expect from the two.
Yeah, exactly. Wham is just an incredibly well-rounded player. So seeing most of his statistics here very, very close by, only his macro being slightly ahead there, being put by the players, which I would agree with, is no real surprise. As you mentioned, for Vortex, just from even playing him myself and you as well, I'm sure the level of control and agency he has over his units is genuinely scary when you face it.
Yeah, exactly. He's also just like, when he goes for aggression, he knows what's up. He's got he's got a plan. Whenever he plays an aggressive game plan, you know, okay, every single move that he's done, it's been planned to perfection. The timing is going to be coming in perfectly. The ram drop, like whenever he drops a ram, you know, okay, he's practiced that like 3 to 5 times before. Just before this this tournament game, he knows exactly how to get the ram up the most effective at the most effective timing. It's so dangerous. Whenever you see Ram drop, like Vortex drop a Ram, you're like, okay, I'm in danger. I'm in trouble.
Oh, real danger indeed. As when it comes to aggression and killing an opponent, few people are as relentless with it as Vortex is. And I'm sure that's something we will see plenty of in today's series. And Wham will be put on the defensive most likely in a lot of this series. But it's not that simple, is it? I mean, there's so many maps, there's so many civs, so many matchups and possibilities that the game can often be completely flipped on its head in terms of expectations on a game-by-game basis. And I think that's one of the things that just keeps it so exciting. You really oftentimes can't know what to expect next.
Exactly. But we do know what is going to be coming next, as we do already see the Civ picks and the map here. It is going to be Coastal Cliffs as our game #1 here. And we'll be seeing the Byzantines coming in from Vortex up against the Rous from Wham. So we're going to be seeing some mercenary units. We're also going to be seeing, you know, probably some pro scouts, some cav archers. All of that good stuff is going to be coming to us here.
A very exciting matchup, I think. It's one that's been quite common here. I think a lot of players actually deem Biz to be a civilization, Byzantines to be a civilization that can really sort of put a hold on Rous, right? But we'll have to see how it goes indeed, as we are getting confirmation that we are about ready to go.
All right, so now we're going to be sending you guys over to our casters, and it is time, ladies and gentlemen. in the first set of the day. The first set of the tournament is about to begin. Casters, take it away.
Welcome, 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 everybody. We are here for Game 1, the first series of the day in lovely Copenhagen. I am Winston Waffles, joined by the lovely Corvinus here, and we're going to be ready to bring you this first set of the day. We got Rous versus Byzantines on Coastal Cliffs. What are you thinking, Corvinus?
Well, honestly, I'm thinking only about one thing. How he will get a stone, because maybe the player forgot. No, he did not. He will pull out something from his pocket, because if you didn't know, there is no stone at the start of the spawning area. So he has to really go far away to get a stone with his villagers. So maybe we're going to see some hippodrome play by the Byzantine.
Oh, that could be really interesting. So we got Wham versus Vortex, and we heard the analysts here talk a little bit about them. But what have you seen in recent tournaments coming up that in the past? Sorry, that makes you think anything about Wham versus Vortex? Anything really stick out to you in their recent matchups?
Honestly, if I had to answer that like really honestly, their matches were amazing. When you sat down and you just watched these two amazing players playing, you were like, oh my God, I'm watching amazing games right now. This is Age of Empires 4. This is what the game's meant to be by the developers. And it was amazing.
That's really good. That's really great to hear. Yeah, and we got an interesting draft. Anything stand out to you on this draft? Obviously, we see Lancaster for Vortex. You were earlier mentioning that might be a pretty strong pick. What else here stands out?
Honestly, with you, Vortex pick by the Mongol, which is really Vortex style of pick because his favorite unit is the Mangudai, and also the HRE. Well, don't tell those people who think HRE is weak, but they on the pro level, they are amazing. So picking HRE, letting Vortex to pick HRE, we will see a very crazy either Fast Imperials or Feudals.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned people thinking things are strong, right? If you compare to ladder, right? The ladder maps have Order of the Dragon, OTD, as like the #1 save, and yet I'd be suspicious. Do you think we'll even get an Order of the Dragon pick in this tournament?
I don't think so. I don't think at all.
And we are in. We have game #1. It is here. We have Wham in that northern side in the blue pieces with the Roose, and on the southern side, we have Vortex featuring the Byzantines. Saw him warming up with the Byzantines earlier today, so he's certainly got something cooking here.
So you can see, this is very interesting. Just as I mentioned, the stone is insanely far away, right? You can see on the minimap as well, the stone is very, very far away. So that he sent his villagers there, and actually to get to the stone, right, to build up the cisterns around his base. It will be a little bit delayed compared to a map like Dry Arabia, but eventually he will get his cisterns up. A little bit delayed, but he really needs those cisterns to achieve the faster gathering speed for the villagers. Well, look at the map as like a total. Is it good for is it good for Vortex or is it better for Wham? Right now, I can tell you that that's really good for Vortex, because you can see most of the berries are in the back. There is no berry on the front really, because all the 3 berry are in the back, which is easily protectable. You can just wall up very, very easily on the right and on the left side as well.
Yeah, and so Coastal Cliffs, it's a map that's been around the block now, but it's not really on the ranked ladder. So, and anything stand out in the meta in tournaments specifically in your eyes, where you really see something different happening here that we need to be on the lookout for as viewers of this wonderful tournament?
Yes, because this map, because you know there is like a 20% or 30% not playable because we can go down there to fish. It's only just for decorative. So this map offers you like a good amount of feudal aggression. Of course, really, really good fights in Castle Age as well. But the players on this map are aggressive, very aggressive.
Yeah, and that certainly is going to fit Vortex's style, right? And we're seeing from Wham here, the Golden Gate. You know, long gone are the days of Kremlin only, with the Golden Gate kind of making a nice little comeback in the Roose arsenal. What has really changed in your eyes to really make the Golden Gate stand out in such a way now where it's not really a surprise to even see it anymore in the recent couple tournaments even?
The reason behind that, because the Golden Gate got buffed, right? So it used to be 60 seconds to give you a ticket to buy or sell resources. Now it takes you only 50 seconds to get a ticket to buy or sell resources, which that's not the only reason. Also, the Rous bounty system got reworked as well, so you are getting the gold back into it more flowly. And I think the other land, the Kremlin, I think is still fine. It's not like horrible, but how fast is the Rus gold economy is, and you can non-stop spend your resources and reach the Castle Age much faster with this landmark. While the other landmark, it still offers a really good defensive, like a mid-shield amount of unit, but the Golden Gate and the gold.
Yeah, and so you had mentioned earlier that maybe we'd see some Hippodrome play. We're not quite seeing that from Vortex here with the Grand Winery coming in. And of course, professional scouts on the way for Wham. This has been the meta. It's really not surprising here to see anything other than that from Rous. But we'll see what he really is going to pull that into, right? What the follow-up is behind the prof scouts, because there's quite a lot of options for Rous there, right?
Also, you can see that's the Vortex type of landmark position. He does the same thing with the Arcane Chapel, that he builds buildings around it, because you meant to build farms around it, right? Mm-hmm. But you know that if it's like Vu is playing, if we don't show the name, you will know it's either Vortex or Lucifron.
Good insight for a future Hidden Cup for sure. So we just have a bit of, scout back and forth. The third cistern has come up for Vortex, so maybe we're going to see a stopping point here. I don't know if he's going to go all the way to 5 right now, but we could see that soon. We'll start to see some military and a range for Wham, so maybe FC into Horse Archers here, or do you think we'll just see some Archers and Feudal?
I think the reason behind that, because he already sees that Vortex is building up the barrack, right? So barracks are coming up, so Wham doesn't want his professional scout to be countered by the spearman. So what he's going to do is actually he's going to make, like, let's say 3 to 4 archers. He's protecting the scouts, and he's just going immediately into the Castle Age with the Hydrate House.
Yeah, I think that's the right play here for Wham, and we're seeing some defensive spears, but these could also be used, these Limitane, to maybe disrupt the prof scouts. I'm not sure if we're really going to see too much in time. It looks like, like you said, we saw on the analyst desk, Byzantines has a little bit of a setup time, right? So not really able to punish this prof scouts play from Wham really at all right now. So we might even be seeing a lot of comfort here. We're going to see a few archers being built. I guess that's the deal with these Limitane, and make sure you can secure the hunt here with these prof scouts.
But honestly, with you, like for me, it was interesting thing that Vortex picked the Byzantines on this map, because the market is not that really close to your base, and when we are playing with the Byzantines, you like those maps where the market is closer, so you can get your natural mercs out of those markets, right? Here, Wham can see it anytime when Vortex tries to build their mercenary camp, so for me, it's still trying to understand why is he picking Byzantine. I'm trying to see the patterns. Couldn't find it yet, but we will see. I'm pretty sure in 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, and we saw Western Mercs for Vortex. No surprises here, right?
No surprises. This is just the casual thing that you do for countering the Pro Scout and against the Horse Archers. Mm-hmm. Because both are good. Lombos are good against the Horse Archers and the Javelin Throwers.
Yes. Interesting stuff. A little bit of a slower early game here. I expect fireworks soon, though, as their players get their macro in order. We see some knights from Wham even, so that's going to slow down any castle time. This is showing signs of a lot of feudal aggression, potentially. Maybe it's just a single knight, but what is it really dealing with? Maybe getting on top of the longbow pack. But even one knight's not going to be quite enough. You're going to need 2 or 3 at least to deal with those longbows.
Remember when I said that this map offers more like feudal aggression or castle, and looks like Wham decided. He was like, okay, the enemy knows usually what the Rous does, right? Rous just fast castle, and after that, Horse Archer collect the relics. What if, for this time, I'm gonna be doing something different, not meta, which is insane. So he choose to rather make units now, and I think he will not even approach castle, right? But at the same time, you can see Vortex builds up his economy to go to castle. He has a lot of food in bank, and now his gold is slowly building up as well.
Yeah, but it feels like with 10 longbows and, soon to be 10 Limitani on the field, what really is going to change here? I don't think seeing a knight or 2 at this stage, I don't think is really going to scare Vortex. Obviously, professional scouts comes with this really dense upfront cost, and it takes a bit of time to pay off. I mean, it's obviously a great tech, and it secures, that mid game really, really nicely for you, but like, these Knights in Feudal, I mean, there's already a lot of, like, solid army mass out from Vortex to deal with that, right? Like, I'm curious to see how this plays. Obviously, Wham has been practicing. He has a strategy in mind here, but maybe he's even surprised by the Byzantine pick, potentially. Like, maybe he was expecting, you know, Delhi to be played here.
Yes, and you can see Wham is actually not even getting gold. He's just using the landmark to get gold and his hunting cabins. So both players has achieved +1 range damage. Ooh, that's a lot of longbow. And oh, Vortex queued up the siege
engineering. That's what I was just pointing at. That is insane. We're gonna see some Rams. So the analysts are on point here. They called this out. They were expecting Rams and aggression game 1, and oh boy, do we have it. So Vortex trying to open up Masters of Steel with some really high octane gaming, man.
Like,
Let's
honestly,
see it.
Yeah, honestly with you, I never seen them playing like this with these civilizations. Like if you tell me, let's say it's English, or if it's like HRs, like any feudal aggression, or French or Jeanne d'Arc, I would expect this. But from Byzantine, where most of the players are rather going to Castle Age with them, with a really good timing, and you can see Vortex seen the amount of knights and archers, and look what he decided. He spent all of his food, gold, wood. He was not banking up to reach the Castle Age, but he rather decided to push his soul into this push.
Yeah, there is a wooden fortress there to help defend. The Cryo will be quite good here, though. The army, wake up a little bit. That was a little funny. We had 2 sleeping drivers at the wheel, but no problem there. The early game jitters will soon be out of the way. The archers are kind of behind this situation. Wham, maybe waiting for a few more troops. He's going to take some damage. Losing that wooden fortress could really slow things down. Even the economy, there's no secondary fortress, so losing the wood bonus would be bad.
The house went down, which means he kept Wham for a little bit. He built the house back, but losing that one house just pushed the villager production, the military production, and now losing that wooden fortress. But you can see the little bit of push of the Rous player trying to snipe out the spearmen, at the same time the Byzantine player trying to snipe out the archers. Perfect, beautiful micro.
Yeah, we have that nice back and forth. 2 more knights joining the field. Is this enough for him to charge? Wham looking to take the fight under this. If this goes wrong, the game could just be over. Vortex pushing in. Wham took that trade, and now his knights are all damaged and in the back. Are they going to be in a good enough position to ever take a fight again? The second Cryo taking the field. We have more longbows on the way, more spearmen, more Limitane, on the way as well. Vortex just all-inning from this point on. Wham with 700 food in the bank, very little gold. What's he going to do? Is Knights really going to be the answer at this point when he lost a little bit of that mass?
He's still pro scouting, I can tell you that. The scouts just arrived with a couple of these. Oh no, losing a hunting cabin. Now, like, he's not getting gold, right?
Oh, this could get a little dicey here. The gold is, I think, securely on the left side. One of the Cryo getting a little low. We'll see if a villager gets pulled forward. The engagements from Wham have looked a little sloppy, but the spearman mass is getting a little low here for Vortex. We could be seeing a fight soon. Oh, just trade after trade. There's scouts in this fight as well for Wham, just taking damage. But is it going to be enough on this front line?
I think Wham will be able to push it back. Well, maybe no. I mean, there is 3 knights, only how many? 4 archer? Oh, that's not gonna be enough.
They've been getting picked off by these longbows. Vortex, his micro has been just impeccable, and Wham, sadly, some of his fights have been a little like lackluster, if you might say, like kind of like walking in with the cavalry without really charging or getting a good engagement. Just these early game jitters at the land. We have another Cryo being dropped, so 1 did go down early. We're going to see a 3rd one being built though, so this is a big investment at this point. I'm not seeing either player really prepping for a Castle Age. This is just desperate defense from Wham. Spicy gaming.
I'm really interested if Vortex builded any farms at his own base, or he's just all-inning.
He's got 600 wood per minute right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a few olive groves at that Grand Winery at this moment. If we could just pan over and check the macro behind this real quick. We have a little bit of a breather.
Oh,
that is a really solid investment for this stage of the game.
But see the
yeah, you mentioned, but he's up to 5 cistern level as well. Like this is going well.
Very nice.
This is a solid macro.
So this is not really like an all-in. Is it on all-in? But he built it farms, which is very, very interesting.
And now some of the production getting attacked here on the left. Wham just kind of sitting behind. I think even on the minimap, we're seeing a peel-off. Is that just the scouts, or is that a night raid?
I'm pretty sure that's a night raid going to Vortex base. It's a halfway on the map right now on the sector side. There's a lot of units, blue units going down towards Vortex base right now. I'm pretty sure those are knights. I'm pretty sure those are not scouts going to the Vortex base.
But he's going to need them in the fight. I think a lot of the scouts died in that previous fight. There's only 2 on the field, so it can't be scouts. But like, look at Wham's numbers.
Oh, he's intercepting reinforcement. Look.
Yeah. It's some nice pickoffs in the back. We'll see if that's going to force Vortex to send his reinforcements with enough spearmen each time, which could mean that Wham could take a fight. Vortex, though, he really he just took out 2 buildings on the front, but he's really prodding and poking here, trying to find the right opening. He knows he took incredible trades. These players, they're going to know that. Look at the destroyed value on the bottom left side of your screen. That's over 2 to 1 in terms of destroyed value. This means that Vortex has been taking incredible fights.
And the first blood, first villager, was actually by Vortex. He killed the first villager in this game.
Yeah, this is looking interesting. A new wooden fortress has been built, but there's only a few knights here to defend, and the longbows outranging these archers just means these trades are never going to feel good for Wham. Until maybe he can get Castle Age right.
But this is so crazy. Vortex puts Wham into a supply block again. Look at that, 60 to 70. He can't make anything, so he has to push in. He has to lose some unit, or he has to build houses. He has to decide something. But at the same time, Spearman is protecting from the right. Spearman is protecting him from the left. Longbowmen are focusing out the archers, and the Rams are a little bit thinking before attacking that.
Yeah, and we see that idle Vil time just adding up right now for Wham under our very eyes, and Wham even taking an ill-advised fight. Maybe thinking he could get that Kairos siphon, but yeah, every time these engagements have happened, we've just seen the longbows racking up kill after kill after kill. And that whole front woodline, we haven't really even talked about the placement of the woodline here. By standing in this position, Vortex is really like pressuring both of these woodlines. We saw Wham actually retreat from his initial woodline, and now he's playing on this north side. That basically traps his army, right? Like he has to fight in this one position. And we're seeing good use of shield wall as well from Vortex. It's this ability that these Limitani can do, which makes them take less damage. So these trades have just been so solid. Vortex is using the range, using shield wall so well right now with Byzantines. And Castle Age behind this. Yeah. Golden Horn Tower about to come in. 1,000 food in the bank. Plenty of food income. The macro is here. Byzantines are on the doorstep of Wham. What can Rous do?
Well, in this situation, he can't lose that tower. You know why? Because he just spent a lot of stone to fully upgrade the tower. It has an arrow slit and it has castle turret. So he spends so much resources on this tower, and he loses this. Like, it's already in a situation where he has to do something because Byzantine reached the castle age. The upgrades are kicking in. Boom. Here you go. The longbowmen are veteran longbowmen. Spearmen also veteran, and he has to push in.
And here we have the engagement. The vet longbows just picking off the archers. A little bit of overkill from both. I mean, the Kairos Siphon is just burning away at this wooden fortress. You said it yourself. There's been so much investment. It does get finally sniped, but at what cost? All the defenders are gone. Vortex just feeling like he can dive the woodline now. This is a big moment here. He's starting to take out some Vils. The fully garrisoned wooden fortress, though, is dealing a lot of damage. Is this enough for a hold? It looks like for the moment, but several Vils go down. The army for Wham is not there. Castle Age still at least a minute away for him. What can he do here? This is so oppressive from Vortex. This pick has worked out so well for him. He could almost go Castle Age again.
And at the same time, when Wham is reaching to the Castle Age, right, Vortex already collecting the relics, which is, why is he so strong? Because he's gonna put the relics inside his landmark, so it's much easier to hire mercenaries.
Is that even Cataphracts I'm seeing?
Oh,
yeah. Cataphracts. There's a stable on the field.
Now, let me tell you something.
Queued up.
Let me tell you something. I played against Vortex as well on the rank ladder, and he just showed me how really strong when you have the Spearman Longbow and you just get some Cataphracts. They are insane.
Yeah, we're seeing high trade house. It can't be... Oh, that's a pretty rough high trade house on that south side. You usually want it kind of in between these two wood lines that you'd start with, but he's got it on that south corner, or sorry, the left side, but the south side of his base. And this wood line, more buildings just being burnt to a crisp, all that wood investment being lost, the villagers once again relocating to that southern side of the map, which means it's really exposed now. Oh, man. I'm feeling a little lost for Wham and what his like follow-up is going to be here. The Cataphracts are going to get picked off in the middle, taking some free damage there, but is it going to be enough before they can join the army? I'm not sure.
Honestly, I am really surprised because on paper, Byzantines should be a little bit behind compared to Rous, right? Because the starting stone is so far away, your villagers have to walk a lot. But Vortex was like, no, I'm gonna show you. If you try to fast castle against me or you are not gathering gold, then this will happen.
Yeah, and GG gets called. I really wonder, Corvidus, now, tell me, how much of this do you think really stems back to that choice in early feudal age to make a few knights? Was that the right call?
Honestly, if he just made a few archers protect his pro scout, right, against those spearmen, then he would have no problem at all. I think he tried to do something unique, but he did not expect one thing. Vortex is aggressive.
Yes, indeed, as he's been for a long, long time. But now we are looking at game number 2. Which map is this? I don't think we have it on screen. We don't know just yet. We have to see the pick. Right. Who do you favor now going into the second game? We got Nerves kind of out of the way. Vortex taking game 1. Wham, going to need a lot here. What are your thoughts here at this point? What's going on in these players' heads? What are they thinking about right now?
So they have to gather up the information they receive from this game. Wham just learned that Vortex is still playing aggressive, right? So that does not change. So he has to a little bit change his plans to be more Wham, which is the Wham walls, to build up a little bit of economy, build up the walls around his base to make sure he will not get that amount of raiding in. So to be a little bit economical.
Yeah, we'll see. Interesting stuff. I'm really excited for this tournament. I just want to get that out of the way. This is so exciting. The venue here is beautiful. Everything is so exciting. Just want to invite you all to have a wonderful tournament with us. This set, I think, is going to be a banger. We've got multiple sets coming up after this. So tons of good content coming your way on this channel. Stay tuned for all what's happening. Now, this draft. Let's go back to the draft for just a moment here. What do you think Vortex could be thinking about right now? What do you think his next picks might be? We don't know the map per se, but what do you think stands out to fit his style? I'm seeing Delhi. That's popping out to me. Delhi could be no matter what map. I feel like he might just pick that. Obviously, maybe not a water map, but just any map maybe.
I'm thinking right now because the map is picked by Vam, right? Because the loser picks map. And he doesn't want to really go to a water map because the audience need to know as well. The Spanish brothers known for playing crazy on water.
Indeed.
They are the best water players in Age of Empires.
And it's been for a while,
It's been for a
long time. That's not like new news. That's been around, right? That's a fact.
Yeah, so I am pretty sure he's gonna a little bit ignore them. Okay, we can see already. It is... which is what's that?
Japanese versus HRE. Yeah, it's the tight map, right? We got a small little map here. It's really, really tough to play this one. I think we'll see. I mean, what do you think we're going to see from HRE on this?
A faster rally gaps. I'm pretty
sure.
Wait.
Relics?
I have a really, really good idea. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not, but I've seen this in practice. So they are sending the villagers to the middle as HRE, and they gather the boar because there's a boar in the middle.
Right. Sometimes there's two, right? Or no? Is it always just one?
It's one.
It's just one. Okay.
I remember mountain clearing.
Yeah, mountain clearing. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the name is tiny. It's hard to see. Hard to see the map icon, sorry. Okay, yeah, so Japanese here. What do you think from Japanese? We've seen some introduction of feudal play recently. Do you think we'll see any Dark Age aggression here? Maybe some Japanese barracks? That's been something we've seen on some maps. Do you think there's space? Do you think that's the reason for the pick? Or do you think this is kind of the older style for a while, which has been the FC plays?
There are two types of players that I can imagine right now. If HRE goes to the middle, then the Japanese can open up with the Dark Age barrack, how cheap it is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And can make the spearmen to deny the early boar play. That's a really amazing play by the Japanese and also the HREs to start with boar. Or it's going to be a little bit of siege fight, because don't forget, the gold they start with is always under the protection of TC. So it's also not really hard to tower your own gold as well to make sure if the enemy is trying to tower you. So if it's going to be either Dark Age aggression and they are going for the middle, I'm really curious if they are going for the middle.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. So what else? So following this up, we've got a couple maps left. What is your pick for what civs should go where here for both players? What is your prediction at this point?
Well, honestly, to you, if they are playing also water map, which we have Kawasan, then you can see we have Mongols. Now, Mongols is going to be the #1 pick by Vortex, 100%, then we will get an Ottoman from your side for them if they are playing that map. That's 100%. There's no doubt. Or Ayubid, because Ayubid can age up very, very fast on that map.
Yes. And then maybe if we go to Arabia, we could see, what, Delhi versus Malians, maybe?
Yeah, or House of Lancaster.
Or House of Lancaster.
Honestly, with you, House of Lancaster can be played almost
on all these maps, yeah. Yeah, indeed. They're solid on Kawasan, right?
I mean, they are not bad at Kawasan because they still have the English bonus to have cheaper ships. If they lose the water, then they can steal Manor Boom.
Yeah, they have a lot of options there.
They have a lot of options.
I feel like you still might want to save that for Arabia.
Yes,
right?
yes, I think so. I think so. If you want to beat like a stronger what if it's Malian and House of Lancaster? The two boomy civilization.
Yeah, the two boom civs. That could be an
one of them makes
game.
Manor, the other one makes kettles.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe that could be really fun. We'll see if that happens. Lots of different styles, lots of different stuff. We were kind of behind the scenes earlier, right, Corvinus, talking to some of the players, and they were really engaged in talking a lot about the strats a little bit behind, like with each other. And they were saying that between the players, that like this is the most even or the most competitive AoE4 has ever been in terms of the player skill level across the board. They were saying, like, they don't know who's going to win with Louis just taking Marine Lord out in the most recent tournament, EGC Summer. Like, there's kind of, it feels like a lot is on the table here. Do you have a favorite player? Do you have any, like, thoughts on that situation where, you know, just so many players are so competitive? It seems so hard for even the best players who used to maybe kind of have a shoe into top 4 easily. They seem like they're just not really going to be able to guarantee that level of success without working really hard and earning it. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, honestly, I have 2 favorite players.
Okay.
Like, one of them is not a secret, is Beastyqt. He's one of my favorite players to watch as well and enjoy how he plays. And the second player, people doesn't know, but it's actually Anatan. Because he was on such a long journey to get there where he is right now. And you should have seen the amount of time, the practice, everything he pushed himself into it, non-stop practicing, playing, spending his vault weeks, months to just prepare for a tournament. And he shows up, couldn't make it yet, but he shows up again, couldn't make it yet. And he shows up and beats Beastyqt? Like, that's crazy to me, because he's literally like grinding, spending the time into his practices, and it shows up that actually it worked out.
Yeah, practice has certainly been paying off for these players. Do you have any insight? Who do you think has practiced the most? I think I know who practiced the least, because they told me by their own admission. I told that after.
I think there are 4, actually.
You think 4? So that's not the most then. That's just.
I know, but it's really hard, right?
Okay, that's true.
So what I know by like information, Age of Empires World, you know, it's Louis and CSO.
I think they practice the most.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they were practicing a lot already. Even here, I think.
Practice here right now. Like,
in the practice rooms, they've been the ones practicing the most so far. They practice almost an extra day even.
Well, they have their own language as well, so it's much easier to communicate it. And when I asked them to, can you sign this? You know, can you put a little bit of CSO or Louis here and there? And they were like, just a minute, because we need to discuss this.
Yeah, I mean, it's serious stuff here. The players, they're taking this very seriously. We're talking with them, and they seem ready to go. They're a lot of, I could see there was a lot of nerves. There's different levels of confidence between all these players. There's different levels of experience at LAN events, and this is no exception. This is a very true LAN event. It's got that feel behind the scenes for sure, and that stage is just wonderful. It's so cool looking with that trophy in the middle. Did you see the sword? You see the size of that? Did you hold it yet?
Bigger than me.
Yeah, did you hold it yet, though? It's got some weight to it, and the shield, it's beautiful. It's incredible that they found someone to forge that, literally forge it in steel, the Master of Steel. It's all very thematic, you know.
I really, really liked it. And I, honestly with you, when you see something like that, that you know that I have to fight for it. Because in the future, I will hold it in I will brought it back home. I don't know how they're going to do that, but they will, they will bring it back. But just seeing that gives you the motivation to actually play the game.
Yeah, I think it's like a future generational thing. Is little kids are going to hear their grandpas telling stories about, oh, I won this esports event, you know, and that's like not something we really hear about. Yeah, back in my day, I won a sword, or you know, it's different stuff. There's some against Louis. Yeah, no, it's cool. But no, I'm really excited. This has been so cool. So Wham vs Vortex, we've got a best of 5 here. Any other thoughts on the draft? Anything stand out as like surprising in terms of the bans? You know, we saw Knights Templar banned. Not really a surprise. I think that's going to be a theme for the tournament. Do you have any thoughts on why that is? Do you think that's pretty obvious at this point?
Should we say? So the reason behind the Knights Templar ban, because before, you know, someone gonna say, well, they are insanely good on land map. No, the reason they got banned is because they are insanely strong on water maps. But at the same time, I can hear some sheep.
I hear some sheep tinging in the distance.
Yeah, a lot of villager movement, Japanese sounds. Maybe we're gonna get into the game very, very soon.
Maybe.
Oh my God.
Here it is, and we are into game number 2 after a little moment for technical difficulties. And what an introduction to mountain clearing! We have Vortex versus Wham,
and we can see that they actually, you know what happened? Vortex went for the middle.
Yeah, you called it. You called it. But do we see that? And we see Japanese with that Dark Age barracks. Yeah, indeed.
I can see the future.
Yeah, I mean, this was a good call. This was a good, intelligent decision from both. We do see
Samurai as well.
Yeah, and bringing the sheep. He just dropped his sheep there. That didn't seem intentional. No, that's sorry. The colors are hard.
That was Wham.
Yeah, Wham. He's just doing a little bit of harassment. Those could get bonked and dropped in the middle, but I think Wham is thinking that he might just be able to win this in the middle.
There's a reason why he's doing that.
Yeah, he's doing
if
it
you
to
attack
harass.
the prelate, for 2 seconds, the prelate is not able to heal. If he's doing the healing and you attack it, it's not able to heal for 2 seconds. And now he has to pull back the villagers since the samurai has arrived.
Yeah, and also I think if you attack some vills, the prelate will spend time healing instead of inspiring, which could be a little bit of like, this prelate might even go down. No, he'll make it home, but what an opening for Wham. That is so much idle time, right? Like, that is such a good opening for Wham. Great read on the situation. I'm almost surprised that Vortex did that, knowing his opponent was Japanese, and could flex into this, even if Wham didn't practice this. Ooh, almost losing the scout there. Yeah, I know, I heard you. It's okay, Corvinus, we'll be okay. No, but yeah, no, I wonder if Vortex should have even gone to the middle knowing that Wham was Japanese, right? Couldn't he, like, I feel like Japanese are just going to so easily add the barracks at any point.
There's a story as well.
Okay.
Me and Wham, we had a tournament game where he had like 15 sheep on his scout. And he accidentally clicked under my town center and he lost all the 15 sheep. And that's why that was like that's PTSD for me, seeing where you're going to lose a scout. But he did not, thanks. So that's really nice. Wham also researched Tavara, which means he will gather berries faster and his villagers will move fast. Oh, wait. Is Wham going to the middle?
I mean...
So he researched the Tavara for faster movement speed, so the villagers can go to the middle faster, which is really, really smart by him. He destroys the meal, and maybe Vortex will not see in time. I
think he just saw that Vil, right? Yeah. Like, Vortex just walked through that Vil and definitely saw it. I don't know if he'll piece it together necessarily, that the boar is now going to be taken by Wham. I wonder how many Vils are going to get committed to this, because Vortex is certainly going to be up faster, right? But it's going to take a little bit of time on Vortex's side, right? You have to build Aachen, and then you have to build some buildings. Like, there's no like immediate tempo here. You have to like gather wood, build a production building, and then have the right unit comp to actually push out and still beat the spearmen. Like, just one horseman here wouldn't cut it, right? You'd need a little bit more. We'll see if it's going to be archers, maybe. Makes sense.
He's not even rushing it because it's only 4 villager on the Aachen, so it will take time. But we don't know where. Oh, that's a lot of villager.
Yeah, it's a big investment in idle time as well, potentially, if Vortex were to push it back. I mean, obviously the walk time to this isn't too bad, but if you don't get a lot of the food, it's a problem. We got 5 Vils in the middle here. The spearmen.
Ooh, still a lot of food, guard. Look.
I mean, Vortex had just killed it, right? He was still healing his Vils after the boar incident, and this is a really interesting opening.
Yes, and I can tell you that that by macroing, seeing Vortex, it doesn't tells me that it's going to be a feudal aggression, because there's not many villager of wood, right? So he just want to build up his houses, maybe going to build a tower as well, maybe he's just going to push through, let's go, just go get Castle Age, let's pick up the relics. And at the same time, Van is the same. He doesn't have an insane wood economy, so after such a little bit of aggression in the Dark Age, but it's not gonna do really anything. He will wait. He will block out the Archon Chapel, so he can't get a wood there, because the 2 military unit.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. We see Vortex already gathering some wood, so he'll have enough for maybe an early archer here.
He just spent it for something.
He's got 75 wood and 2 vills on wood, 3 vills on wood maybe even. We'll see how this goes though. Yeah, you might be right. I wonder if even the prelate could heal and he just gathers the wood anyway and just fights with the vills at this point.
Oh my god, wait. What if that's a burger rush?
I'm trying to think if that's even enough. I mean, he's got enough sheep, right? You saw him trying to push the deer in, but Wham, the deer pushing is a lot slower than it used to be, right? On previous tournaments, really, outside of a couple games on the summer series from EGC, right? But nowadays, like, pushing the deer takes a long time, and we saw Wham have plenty of time to, even after all that early game shenanigan, come over and interrupt the deer push, so the deer aren't actually under Aachen range at all. And they're even a little far already, a lot of that food gathered. Yeah, I think you're right. It's gonna be limited though, but there's a hard limit to this. This isn't a burger rush where it's infinite. It's not like a water map burger rush or a high food map burger rush. Like, this is really like, you're gonna get like 10 units out and then you're gonna be out of food if you're making just man at arms. We'll see if that's enough. That could be, but Wham's not gonna be that far behind. And I mean, like, I feel like there are options for Japanese for dealing with the infantry, right?
Yes, Onamusha.
Yeah, I was going to say, Onamusha have that bonus there, and it just makes them really good against these men-at-arm all-ins, and the timing is going to be close. At least he'll have some time, I think, to push Wham off of that central board before it's completely depleted, but I'm sure Wham will be happy with the investment at this point, right?
And the landmark of choice is ranked. Okay, not very
So
good.
just some relics. I was actually kind of excited for it too, but I think it's almost smarter here. I think Vortex does not have the resources under his TC to support that many units after this. So I think he's going to need knights on the map, maybe to run around and just kind of avoid the infantry, because maybe he's thinking...
But what you going to raid here?
Maybe raid the back? Maybe it's just to defend the prelates? Because the prelates can heal. Well, you can take fights against the spears and then heal up.
Yeah, but the Onamusha again comes to the picture.
Once that's on the field, sure, but I think just a few. And then you have horsemen maybe for the Onamusha a little bit. I'm not sure. I think the stable makes some sense. It's not completely illogical, right? Like, I think there's a lot of value to it here.
I mean, we will see what it is.
I think it's better than a barracks, right? And probably better than a range at this point. He has enough for 2 knights right away. Wham, though. We'll see what he's going to be playing into. He's adding more spears. He did scout that stable go up, so he's going to have the spears prepared, which I don't know, Vortex maybe should rethink it now. No surprise here from the landmark choice from Japanese. Floating gate coming in. Going to be nice for boosting production on one of his buildings and maybe getting some resources from another. Usually we just see production boosts early game, right? So probably boosting that barracks to get the upgrades quickly and to get a big mass of spears
He's
out.
operating spearmen already. You can see.
Going to hardened. Yeah, he's prepping for vet, for sure.
And 2 knights in the queue, 1 relic already put inside the Regnitz Cathedral, and Vortex sent out the villagers to get her that deer. He doesn't want to get her the sheep anymore.
And we'll see, I guess the next thing for Vortex after grabbing the relics is, A, don't die, because you need the gold. The gold takes a little bit of time to trickle in, and then you also need to probably start building up around the Aachen, right? Just start getting the farms going, because the food is going to run out on this map pretty quick.
I'm really interested where Wham put the first Yorishiro. Can we check that? I'm pretty sure it's inside
the barracks, surely, right?
Right. No, stable.
Interesting. So going mounted samurai.
I mean, that's good as well, but
I feel like that's good for Vortex a little bit, right? I mean, the mounted samurai are quite good against generic knights, right? You block the first charge. They're just really solid, right? Good catch.
Good catch. So much damage.
Almost he can heal it. He does have the prelates. We have a Wololo on the field. Did it go up?
Oh, that was Vortex trying to steal the relic, but Spingo Tower in the middle.
Yeah, just zoning away these knights is going to be really nice.
Well, yoink, that's mine. And the second side, oh no. That's...
Yeah. Do you think this is a game that actually is going to matter where the sacred site's real? I mean, other than the golden come?
That would be so good.
Could you imagine right away in this series of Master of Steel, the first series, the opening set, we see a game be decided by a sacred site battle? That'd be fun.
That's a hit.
This knight is maybe just going to go down. Oh.
And here you go.
Wow, big loss there for Vortex. You know, with so little economy on this castle timing. What is this?
Okay, no villager kill, but he's taking off the crossbows. Yeah, he's killing the crossbows. That's very smart.
And if that lives, he can also use his brace to heal, right?
Yes. And I'm pretty sure he will survive. Like even if the
charge?
Yeah, but the shield,
yeah.
the shield
is up.
Yeah, it's up already, so it doesn't matter. Look, like I'm just running.
Oh, but the second one, oh, that was close.
Oh my god,
that was close. And under the safety of the Springle Tower, now even getting the stone upgrade for this. So, Wham, really thinking about fortifying the center. Do you think this is going to come into a strategy here? Gaslight, do you think we could see a keep in the middle maybe soon if he stays on stone? Or what do you think his like follow-up is to these samurais?
Not from Wham. We're not going to see him keep from Wham because Japanese doesn't have keep.
That's a really good point.
So that's why I like that he's putting actually Springle Tower.
That's a good idea. Indeed, indeed.
Or he can put there a second TC and make it as a keep.
You can tell I play a lot of Japanese.
Honestly, I've watched Beastyqt, and what he did, he put a TC on a large gold and just fully upgraded it. That's what he did. Which is a good idea, because later on you can use it for farms.
We have this crossbow composition here.
I mean, it's good because the mounted samurai, but Wham can just snap his finger, right, and just switch to other units.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we like Japanese and the Yorishiro that they can turn a little burger into some, like everything else. Like they can turn the barracks into a burgrave. They can turn the archery range into a burgrave. They can turn everything into a burgrave. So he can easily just snap his finger and decide to, like, all right, let's say we're going to make someone a Bergesha. Why not? Because that's really good against this army.
Yeah. Players are building up the center here. Just a little dancing going around in the front. Nothing too big. It's hard to dive into the TCs. The economies are really tight at this point, but the timer is technically ticking. 8 minutes left on the sacred site. Vortex has to probably plan for a push soon. We see a second tower going up in lieu of those keeps, right, for Wham. So we're going to see that being the choice for fortification. And you know, even is that Benediction coming in? We got some of these texts coming in for Vortex, which maybe showing like a slightly slower. That's Devoutness.
Oh, Devout? Oh, Devout.
Yeah. I always get those two names mixed up.
But honestly with you, there is a little bit of outdated playstyle from the HI players because they are not really used to use their Regnitz Cathedral as, oh, that's a huge...
That's a big raid. The crossbows are in position now to deal a little bit of counter damage. Taking out some units could be big.
Both sides. Look at that. Oh my god, Vortex doing so much damage. Oh, I'm curious how many villager kills is that. 2 villager kills. That's really good already. In a pro game like this, listen to me, very important. Even 1 villager kill is insanely important. And taking out 2, that's very good for him. Also, you can see Van put one of his Yorishiro inside the number camp.
Yeah, and you can even take that out to deny it for a bit, right? Like, that could be really smart. But now, maybe a bit of an interesting fight here. Japanese spears, not the best to go up against, but it does work. There weren't enough. The spears will just get wiped up, but the samurai here, Vortex just gonna have to retreat, but
look at
a bit of a cutoff here. That's a lot of units.
That's
gonna be a brutal charge. Oh,
what a micro play! I really like that.
Is he trapping himself? Was that a big brain or 2 big brain like this?
No, look at that. He can just go back to the villagers now. Because there is no more unit on the front. And snipes one more. Now 5 villager kill. 6 villager kill. That was actually smart by Vortex.
Yeah.
Pulling back the knights, and now he managed to kill 6 villagers. Of course, he will lose those knights anyway.
Yeah.
But sacrificing them to at least get some villager kill, that was actually smart. Because he got a little bit outplayed by the reason is that the spearman, he was fooling around the spearman, right? He should have just ignored the spearman, just circle back, and that's it. But because he stayed to kill the spearman, Vam had enough time to get the knights in position.
Yeah, now we see the mangonels for Japanese as well, so something to deal with the crossbows in that composition. A big investment in the crossbows as well at this point from Vortex. 22 on the field, only 2 knights remaining, so that switch is pretty substantial at this point, right? We're only going to see crossbows for a bit now, and Springolds. So Wham really looking to hunker down, right? 5 minutes left, and how's Vortex ever going to take the middle back without melee units? I mean, I guess the man-at-arms are the goal.
Not really, because then you have Springald on Vam's side, so maybe Horseman with crossbow? Because what what Vam gonna do against Horseman? Because Vortex can react with crossbow against the Knight, but Vam doesn't have anything against the Horseman. Oh, he's making rams, I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's making rams, but he's not going to win the battle, right? Like, I don't think he has the composition to win.
Like, he doesn't have the composition to hold those rams. Because what you're gonna send as a meat shield, your infantry against Springald?
Yeah, this is looking dicey for him here. Wham, though, in a prime position this game. He is down a couple vills. And like you said, that is important, but over time, right? I think he might be okay with those trades because, like, I don't know, in the next fight, would you rather have Vortex have 6 more knights or you have 5 more vills, right? If the fight is just for holding the middle, I don't know, maybe you prefer the knights to be dead on the opponent.
I mean, those HRE villagers, don't forget to mention that. They're working faster, much faster. Let's see the economy. As you can see, there is 1,000 food per minute for Vortex. At the same time, we have only 300 food per minute on Vam, which shows that he has a hard time to actually make any kind of meat type of unit, right? It is really hard to make like samurais or archers or anything like that. Well, Vortex, he is ready. When focusing on siege, look at the resource per minute, it's focusing on siege. Vortex, rather focusing on meat shield units, infantry. Well, I can tell you that I would be so happy if he had some horsemen in this composition.
This is such a big moment here. In game number 2, Vortex going for this push. He has to make this work. If it's not enough, things are going to go poorly for him. But the composition for Wham is just there. A second Mangonel out. 7 Springolds on the field. Not nearly enough infantry mass, I think, from Vortex, right?
I mean, the infantry was there, but it got deleted. Yes, in like literally 1 second, because the Springolds are doing crazy. That was what Wham was telling me, that if he gonna play a small map, he gonna do 2 things: make knights and mass Springold, and he actually did it.
Yeah, and now he's letting his knights retreat and then having the siege just hold the line against the crossbows. No melee units really there. A trebuchet from Vortex. It just seems desperate at this point. 3.5 minutes. The timer did get paused very slightly there, it seems, but you know, the timer's now ticking down and Vortex has to be shaking his head like, what went wrong? And I mean, could it have just been the draft even? I mean, that opening seemed brutal, trying to go out to the middle. Like, it didn't seem like there are any crazy options for HRE. You know, they're not really known for a great feudal all-in, the way that Japan was kind of able to even just threaten with the Dark Age play and then chill. Like,
yeah, but like, it's a known fact. If you see, let's say, English, HRE, or Rous, you will see villagers in the middle, right? Yeah. And that's why Vamp picked Japanese, because like, oh, I know that you're gonna pick one of those civilizations, so I'm gonna pick a civilization that can make Dark Age Rush, a really good Dark Age Rush. That's what he did. He picked Japanese, no Dark Age Rush for HRE. All those villagers are idle for many seconds. Late age up compared to HRE age up on this map. They aging up almost at the same time, so it just tells the tale.
Yeah, and now 5 Mangonels on the field. A few horsemen. You did say you'd wanted to see a few of those from Vortex, but is it going to be enough at this stage? The Mangonels just looking around, seeing if there's any pot shots to be taken, but not really, not at the moment.
Ooh, let the dogs out.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. I mean, Wham looking down the barrel of a win here as long as nothing goes horribly wrong in this next moment. And we could be looking at a 1-1 for the first set. That's interesting here, but Vortex is going to have one more fight in him, right?
Just make another Mangonel. Now he has 6. He just made another one. But that amount of horsemen is not going to be enough. If he had like 20, I would say like, okay, he got all the siege, he can destroy the siege. But with 4 and 1 trebuchet, yeah, we're going to have a really hard time here to see anything like a comeback. Well, let's see the final
great fight between these two amazing players. We have 1 minute and 23 seconds left.
Yeah, and it's just going to be crossbow, a few horsemen to support. I guess the Treb's going to try and do its part, but we see a 4th tower, I think, being built there. That is a lot of investment. Yeah, it's just going to get completely walled in by these outposts.
Like, I like the vision that Bam has. Like, okay, listen, I'm ready. I can see everything. Just
pulling the vills. Here we go. We got 1 minute left on the timer, and Vortex is going to be pulling everything. He just one crossbow in the fog of war is all Wham needs to see to know it's happening. We see the horsemen. We see the Treb. I'm sure the vills are getting pulled here too behind this. Oh. Yes, here they come. They're going to join the fight, but they have to get there. But it's going to be a siege massacre in game number 2 of Masters of Steel. The horsemen going for the flank. The vills trying to absorb fire in some way. The horsemen getting on top of one mangonel, but is it going to be enough? The vills trying to take out the siege in the middle, but big mango shots take out the villagers on the sacred site, and Vortex is going to have to tap out here.
That was a really, really good play by Wham, fortifying the middle, focusing out the villagers one by one. But at the same time, Vortex did a really good micro, showing that I can do like 6 different siege to be attacked with my villagers, which is really nice.
Yeah, we got a game. We got a set here, man. We got a set, Corvinus. It is now 1-1. Wham able to take one off of Vortex, and they're really living up to that match history, right? We saw by the analysts, we saw that matchup, it was, what, 27 to 26 games? Like, that is incredible. They're keeping that here. This is exciting. So now we're going into game number 3, and now Vortex gets to pick the map. What do you think?
He's going to be Kawasan.
You think Kawasan here?
It's going to be Kawasan. I'm 100%
Kawasan with Mongols.
Yeah, Kawasan with Mongols. Or, wait, is that Abbasid or just a black spot?
That is definitely Abbasid. I think Vortex has played Abbasid on Kawasan quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at the resources. So you can see that I was talking about that the food was way much higher for Vortex because he was preparing with like meat type of unit, right? He was making infantries and after switch to cavalry. But at the same time, Wham was really focusing on siege. He wanted to get a lot of wood, a lot of gold. He put the Yoroshiro inside the lumber camp as well. Mm-hmm. And he really showed up like, listen, if I just build tower, knights and springolds, there's no chance. Unless if you make horsemen, then, well, I have a hard time.
Yeah, personally, I think Wham's strategy there was very concise. It made a lot of sense, right? Like, it felt like it used every element of the Japanese, like, to the T perfectly, right? Deny the opponent's play with that early barracks, deny the middle of the map, and then even take control, like use your early techs to get out there, get there faster, then using the insane tempo of the floating gate to get everything going there. He had the Kura storehouse helping with that farm transition behind that, so like he really didn't have to place that many farms himself, right? It felt like he just used Japanese like almost perfectly, right? And then we saw kind of on Vortex's side, maybe like misreading the situation a little bit, right? Like thinking that he could just kind of go blindly out to the boar feels a little surprising to me against Japanese. I wonder if it was just kind of forgetting, but surely not, right? Surely it was maybe a risk. He was thinking maybe Wham would just try and FC himself, potentially? Like, what do you think was going on in Vortex's head, you know, as soon as that got denied?
Well, I think Vortex was surprised, first of all, by the Japanese pick, because I can tell you that Wham has practiced this. Yeah. Wham has practiced, he was, the whole book in front of him, he was like, okay, if he picks the civilization and picks Japanese, that's what I have to do. Doesn't matter, he doesn't need to scout, he already knew what Vortex will do. So Vortex planned in his head that, I'm gonna go to the middle, I'm gonna get to the boar, and I'm gonna build a tower on it. But there is a problem. HA starts with 150 wood, which means that's a mill, and a house, and 50 in the bank. So I'm pretty sure he was about to get the wood to build a tower in the middle, but Wham was actually faster. Wham built the barrack and immediately made a spearman to go to the middle. So sadly, Vortex couldn't get the wood and build a tower, and Wham was there with the Japanese.
Wow, and so we were wrong about the pick from Vortex. Ooh. So it's not it's not Mongols. It is Abbasid. You were right when you said it might be Abbasid.
It's either Mongol or Abbasid. Yeah. And you saw that Wham picked Ayubit.
Yeah.
That's really good. So we're gonna see a Berry brother
fight. The Berry brother fight on Kawasan.
Yeah, on Kawasan.
Of all maps, right?
I mean, quite a lot. You know how much berry in the minute, right?
Yeah, it's tons.
5 patch.
Yeah,
five
and
patch of
the cheaper docks also go a really long way.
Cheaper docks
as well on the two-pawn map. It's we've seen Abbasid and Ayubid quite a lot on these maps. Definitely Abbasid, I think, more, at least in my memory, but someone can check me on that.
They will ignore Dark Age. They will not go Dark Age fishing.
I'm telling you right now.
No Dark Age fishing. You think just age up,
Age up, and
dock
after
both
that.
pawns?
And after that, you choose which pawn you want to play.
choose,
and
yeah.
you know why? Because when you age up, so fishing is not going to be help you that insanely amount to get in the age, and both see age up slow, right? So let's say I'm playing Abbasid. Wow, I'm making fishing ship, amazing. I start on aging up, but enemy aged up. Okay, what can I do to fasten it up? Nothing. So you see that there is an Abbasid Desert Raider came out from the landmark, and he's already preparing a ram at my dock.
Yeah.
So you have to ignore the Dark Age fishing.
Yeah, I also think it makes sense a bit on Kawasan at times. Like to be in a position where your Civ can ignore it, I think is also a strength, because there's a bit of a blind gamble sometimes early game. Like if your scouting isn't perfect and you're doing the sheep mini game, right? You're doing other things with your scout. So just having to blindly pick, and then like you're saying, being later can put you in a really bad spot. Whereas maybe it's okay if you're in a safe pawn and you maybe docked opposite. But even here, like you can also kind of dock both with the cheaper docks a little bit. So we'll see like how that plays out on Kawasan coming up here on game number 3. And then, looking beyond this, because we're guaranteed a game 4, I mean,
yeah,
we got some interesting maps left in the tank here. Mountain clearing obviously being used. You have Arabia still on the field. I'm not sure what the question mark is on the bottom left.
Well,
is that a random map for last game? Like, is that what it is? But that's kind of odd. We'll see.
But honestly, telling you, so far, this 2 game was so exciting. Like it really shows
super good
from where Age of Empires came from. Like if I'm being honest, the first tournaments weren't that amazing to watch. They were like slow a little bit, everything. But today, these games that you can watch and you watching as well, amazing. It's amazing to watch. It's amazing to see the decisions by these great players. So I'm really glad to Age of Empires for development, how it's going through on each stages, and what we have currently. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's certainly something, isn't it? And I really loved how it almost showed how valuable prep was, right? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain Vortex got to pick the first map, right?
Yes.
And he had Byzantines picked, and it seemed from the way Wham played, he wasn't quite sure about that, right? And then we see in the very next game, it didn't look like, Vortex was really prepared for that Japanese pick at all here. Man, these intros are just so styling.
So
you
good.
can just see the berries and fork like in that beautiful central hill.
Wait, is that a dock? No.
That is a dock on both.
Docking. Both players
Different
docking.
pawns, though. We did talk about this at the start. So it's different pawns being docked here in that beautiful intro situation. I don't even know what to call it. The swoopy cam? I think it's called swoopy cam.
That's amazing. I love that.
And now we have the distinct dock pawns. So we're going to have a bit of safety here. So we'll see if players, if and when they do maybe move out to, dock the opponent's pond. I don't know if that's going to happen too soon here.
I mean, you have time for it, because both civilization ages are very, very slow. So you do have, unless, let's say, Wham pulls some extra villagers to deny it, or makes a Dark Age barrage, but I don't think so.
I'd be surprised if we saw a Dark Age barracks.
Okay, let's think. Which wing from Abbasid? Because from the Abbasid you can see military wing, right? That's 100% that's going to be military wing. But the Abbasid can go either dervish, they can go military wing as well. They can go extra villagers, or you're gonna like it, industry.
I love it. Trying to get industry to get picked for forever. It's really interesting now with the build time. I'm curious to see if that has informed any strategic development. How much industry did we even see in the most recent tournament or in the qualifiers? I'm not sure it was very often, right?
Not really, honestly. Not at all. Industry was only seen by Wham and Papipo. That's the only 2 players. I've watched all of the games, and I've seen industry only by Wham and Papipo. Nobody else used the industry, but honestly with you, just don't tell anyone else, but I think it's insanely good to age up. I like it. When you go to castle, you get the, I think, 40% faster building, and you get the stone, you get the wood, so I can build the second TC immediately when I age up. I like it. But I hope they will not realize that I can play industry and Wham and Papipo only.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I wonder what Wham's going to think here, because, generally you don't rush a second TC on Kawasan, right? There's too many other investments competing for your attention, right? You just can't really afford that. So we'll see what these different House of Wisdoms are going to be choosing. Really exciting. Battle of the Berries. Game number 3.
The Berry brothers in action.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to see industry again. I want to see industry. He ages up and he can. Oh, military wing from Vortex. That's what I mentioned.
Yeah, that's pretty much expected, right? That's in the.
We're gonna see just a little bit more food. He's a little bit behind. I think something happened with
Could
the
this
macro.
be the culture though? This could be strategic. This could be cheaper
the
age
fast
up, right?
age. Yeah, cheaper, faster.
That would fit perfectly right now, but he's going to have it in less like 30 seconds. He gets another little bit of time. He's going to be, a couple seconds behind.
Economic wing grow.
So that's we're not going to see the industry even in castle age.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, me too a little bit. You hyped it up so much, but maybe it's so secret that even Wham doesn't want to tell everyone about it yet.
Okay,
He's saving that for the semifinals,
He's like, okay, I'm going to win. I'm not going to show the industry yet, so you guys not going to learn.
I'll show you my second best strategy and my best one for later. But yeah, we have growth on the table here. So that's a couple vills in the game.
3 extra villager and more berries.
Yeah, berries are a little bit better.
Imagine if you add also faster gathering speed for the berries. No, we don't want to buff the growth.
No, I don't think we need that.
Already still good.
Let's see.
I mean, wait, do we see a dog on Wham's water? Or will be? I don't know. I see some green. I don't know if that's a villager. Or what? I don't know. Something is coming from the top corner.
Well,
Wham is sending a villager, but I don't know if Vortex. Oh,
yeah, Vortex is as well, right? We have both
20 seconds? No, 20 seconds. And he ages up, and he can make the first attacking ship.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's quite a lot of time, too. That's a 40-second lead.
Yeah.
Right? Like that. It was.
And second dock.
That was a big deal. The second dock, yeah, it's definitely going to matter here. Vortex is going to have. But that does mean.
What?
Misclick! No! Misclick! That was not intended. He did not mean to deny that. That deletes the whole thing. He's not even going to get a ship out. Oh, no. Disaster for the builder. And now Wham's dock is going to be up essentially at the same time that we're even going to get anything out. Although, okay, good play from Vortex to build the ship at home.
First.
Yeah, to build that first, which means he will be relatively safe at home. We see that first archer ship. And here comes the military wing. Will be able to save his dock and keep it up. Maybe a second dock going to get placed now. It might kind of spotted. The jink might be up a little bit, but no. Going to be placing that. The villager's right there, though.
He's pulling back. Oh, very small. Look at that micro. Wham is pulling back the
denies the dock again.
Okay, so Wham queued up 2 ships. 1 archer and 1 springer ship. The question is, where?
Definitely on the other pond, right?
Are you
He
sure?
has the attack there. He wants to deny the fish. He doesn't...
No. Hoppa.
Wow.
So he just built the dog for a decay, I think. Like,
a decoy.
I don't want anything. Just make it an archer ship. So after that, I can just protect my own
yeah, and he's going to be able to. His Springhold is out now, so we'll be able to defend. The archer ship was just arriving. So archer ship of his own, able to deny that. Being up a whole dock on his own pond would mean so much for him here. Wham, looking really clean, although so much of this feels like this is all just like a knock-on effect of that dock cancellation there, right?
Yeah.
Brutal.
Such a misclick. Happens. Even in the best players, it happens. A little bit of misclick. I wonder what happened with the misclick, right? So, like, do you have anything on the same button?
S, maybe he was trying to stop his scout
maybe
from moving around.
Wait,
You would stop a unit from moving, or maybe he wanted to only cancel the other dock and maybe double-clicked, It's still early days to land, maybe a little jittery.
Or maybe the scout, he wanted to stop at the scout.
I think he was trying to maybe stop the scout while pushing, like a deer.
Oh, look at that! That's actually a ram by Vortex and ramming down Vam's dock.
Yeah, that's actually huge. It's going to be 5. Well, there is fish on the right still, so it's going to take a while. And the archers, so that's interesting, keeping the spears in the ram and bringing the archers around to harass the gold. Man, this is just back and forth here. I kind of wonder if Vortex hadn't canceled that dock, I think this position would be dominant. And because of that cancellation, there's a lot more up in the air here.
There's another villager by Vortex. That's the second villager that tried to build a dog.
Yeah, he's trying to sneak it around, but Wham's been on top of that.
Do you remember that time when the ram was capable of destroying ships?
The good old days, some say.
Yeah, because I just saw that the ram was very close to the water. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure back in the time. And I was like, yeah, we had that. Oh. Ooh. Wham is actually investing on Vortex pond.
Yeah.
And at the same time, there's a horseman killing the 2 archer.
Yeah, big. I mean, that's a big investment into Horseman here. The Horseman's going to have to find some value elsewhere, right, to really pay off. But
I mean, kill 2 archers, that's already good.
yeah, I think he had that with like 1 or 2 more archers, and the archers can kind of support.
Ooh, the double sheep! Ooh, went in. And Vam lost his Springle ship. That was really nice by Vortex. But at the same time... Wait, what happened with the horse? Am I blind? Did the Spearman came out? Right, yeah, the Spearman came out and killed the horse.
Yeah, it was kind of at the same time. Both players really getting a little bit of value there, but we're going to have that happen again. I don't know if Wham will get caught by surprise.
Oh, yes, look at that. Look at that. So that happened.
If he's shooting,
I was really...
he's microing. The ship won't hit anything. Let's see.
Oh my god, very low HP on the dock.
Yeah, the dock is going to go down. A fishing boat comes out. But now, wait. Is there a dock still? Oh, Wham built a dock on the north side now, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
He was able to get that up.
Oof.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a lot of idle boats, but I'm sure he wouldn't have been training a fishing boat if he didn't know he could use it.
Well, that dog's just gonna chill. He made 1 Springer ship, but wasn't really successful. So, well, it's time to chill and fish, I guess. You have your pond, I have my pond. We will go to Castle Age and make some Springo to make sure.
Yeah.
Or we just go to the middle. Because I'm Ayubid, I aged up with growth.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna increase the berries in the middle even more, furthermore.
And he's also got more just units on the field right now. Like,
is it 2 horsemen, 1 archer, and 2?
Yeah, he's more investment at least right now. We'll see if that stays.
Poor horseman. He tried his best.
Wolf trying to get involved in the game. Gaia always trying to get a kill in.
Listen, you don't have your point of interest here. Okay. So now, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a, this is the phase. This is only happening between Abbasid and Ayubid. When the game is gonna be a little bit chilled down, because the players need to make critical decisions.
Yeah, they
right?
need to think.
Because, okay, we are both berry civilizations. So what should we do? Well, we can fast castle and look at Vortex.
Yeah, he's got the resources ready.
Almost okay.
Castle Age behind this could put him in a good position.
Okay. Culture or economy? Culture or economy?
Economic.
Culture. Okay, we will see.
I think economic. You think it's dervishes? It could be dervishes.
No. I mean Abbasid.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Culture. Wow, interesting. The cheaper
I mean, it kind of makes sense. You don't want to transition into farms early on. Right?
Yeah.
Because you have the amount of berries on the map, so you will achieve even faster Imperial thanks to the culture.
Yeah,
that's why
I think, you're right. I think that's...
Faster Imperial, faster upgrades, cheaper, sorry.
Yeah,
cheaper upgrades, everything
comes
cheaper.
in faster, right? That's interesting. Also, kind of on this economy is a bit, like, awkward, right? Because when you have a lot of fish, at least when I play, right, it's like sometimes getting enough gold for all the techs on water maps can be really hard. Because there's just more techs to do, and like your economy is more skewed towards food income, right?
A little bit of dancing fishy ship at the center of the screen.
Yeah.
They are happy just like us watching the tournament, right? Yeah. They are part of the game. 15 fishing ships. That's
a
good.
Little celebration.
Oh, and the tower.
Reinforcement. No huge surprise there. I think I was kind of expecting that, right?
Vem is playing the same as Japanese, right? He's building the tower into the middle, and I bet he's going to be a Springle tower very soon.
You think so?
Yeah, he's going to be
0 stone?
He will send Villager very soon.
You think he sends Vills to stone?
Yeah, he will.
Before having
or
military?
market.
Yeah, I guess a market could work too, maybe, because I feel like he just needs to invest in...
So many villagers on gold. That's crazy to see. Like, compared to this, Van had more villagers on gold.
Yeah.
Is it that's crazy?
Yeah, I think...
Now, can we check Van? Gold? Oh, look at how many villagers is there.
The whole village is out here. We got
even the extra villager from the landmark.
Yeah, the cousins from the town over were like, "Hey, you got gold here? Let's mine this with you."
Did someone mention gold? Goblin mode activated.
Yeah, right.
Oh, maybe villagers.
Nice micro from Wham, able to save the hurt vills. I mean, a lot of idle time. I mean, that is like 30 vills going idle.
Yes, but the save the villager.
Saving the vills is really important.
And 2 horsemen died, so I think that's a fair trade.
Do you like the Lancer Archer play into?
Oh yeah, I do. That's a really good play by Ayubid.
The Camel Lancer Dervish?
Yeah. That's very strong as well. And also, don't forget, now that he goes up into reinforcement, he can make siege with cavalry. Yes, if you haven't seen it, they can make siege.
Look at Wham's res. If he waited just another minute, but...
The Vam Ram.
I heard some players talking about some crazy fast imps. I don't think we're going to see it here. I don't think it really has.
Because
a ton of value.
he already
used reinforcement.
Wait.
Yeah.
What if he goes into the market wing to get
Did you see Gamba faster than Gamba?
Yes, yes.
Well, he would need to secure another gold mine, and I don't see an easy one for him to get if he loses map control, right? But we're going to see Camel Lancers. He needs gold to get.
Why does he have so much resources then?
Well, he needs gold to get dervishes on the field.
Battlefield?
I mean, I'm thinking it could be a fast imp situation, but I think we're just going to see a lot of techs. I think we could just see a lot of techs.
Okay, what else do we have? We have the market, then we have the idea of the culture, which is not sure if he's gonna age up with fast imperial culture, right? I forgot what's the name of the fast imperial wing.
Logistics?
Logistics, yes.
Or the game?
No, advancements and logistics.
Yeah.
It's so confusing. Wait, he can almost go. Oh no, he's spending the resources. He just queued up 8 camel lancer. 8 of them.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to see some dervishes behind this on the field to get some big healing in, to get some good situations going, to really make, like, taking trades in between, like, just really tough for Vortex. So Vortex is going to have to probably take really decisive fights in the future here, I think. But we'll see how that goes. I mean, Camel Lancers can be so strong in the right situation.
I mean, Vortex is an archer lancer right now. He has only 1 camel rider, right? I don't think that amount of lancer is going to be enough for him, because reverse, if you don't know,
he agrees.
The camel lancer, the longer they charge, the faster, I mean, the higher the damage output is. So in that case, we got a little bit of Benny Hill show, but that's really nice. So in that case, making the camel lancers against the lancer is very good pick. Even though they are a little bit weaker on the base stat, but their lance is lancing.
Yeah, and we have the first relic is already in for Vortex, even with the slower monk unit, right? Being just up to Castle Age that much earlier was such a big benefit for him.
1-0 relics.
And I think we're going to see the second one grabbed in the middle here soon, unless it gets sniped somehow.
I mean, Vortex decided to make camel riders. I don't like that, because the Desert Raiders actually beat them, because thanks to the higher melee armor. So I don't like that he's making. Rather Spearman and Archer, I would see that, but not. It's really hard, because I can see Camel Archer plus Camel Rider against Desert Raider and the Lancers. That's a really good comp, because the Camel Archer and the Camel Rider will win. But right now, I really want to see a fight, because I can tell you that when those Ayubid Lancers will charge in, you will see a lot of units fall in.
Was that a raid on the top too? So we're getting counter raids on both sides. That's a big raid on the gold, but there are defending units and good reaction speed from Vortex. He's able to hold. But the question here really is, you know, the army value is even. When are we going to see that next big engagement? Oh, it's a massive raid, but it becomes a trap. It becomes a trap, and those are
7 villager dead so far, 8 villager.
Who's trapping who? Yeah. I'm not trapped in here with you. You are trapped in here with me. Those Lancers from Vortex say.
10 villager dead. Oh, that's some.
There's some counter raids, some good value on both sides here as the map just kind of explodes into energy, right? We had that lull as both players
remember
were
when I said like that was a state of the game where it was like, okay, we are a little bit sleeping, that's fine, because that's a Abbasid Ayubid. But when we get into the game, the blood pressure will go up and like, whew, oh my god, there is a raid here, there's a raid there, I can focus, I need to watch this as well, I need to watch that. And if you ask me which player is better at watching out for raids, it's actually Ram.
Interesting, yeah, it's a solid, I mean, he's a very solid defensive player, right? So he definitely has that going for him, but we'll see here as the game just continues in front of us. There's lots of little pockets of activity here. A lot of this is kind of caused by the relic game, right? Like players are trying to get the relics. It's a lot of idle vills, but players are trying to get the relics. And so they have their armies kind of scattered around the map right now as this important resource is being gathered.
Put the bows.
Whoa!
Not
just one little dagger, just a little tap to say hello.
He was angry
trying to go to the middle,
to not work or not doing anything, right?
He wants berries. Is he out of food?
Wait, he is. Look at his food permit. It's very, very low. It's on 600 right now.
The fish just maybe just not being enough here. The villagers though, like, can Vortex afford this much just idle time? It's back and forth and back and forth. What can he do? As more units come in, though, the villagers just gonna get say hello to the Camel Lancer Lance.
See, that's what I mentioned. Like his lancers or the camel rider was not really an answer to this, and he has archers. He doesn't have crossbow.
Not a single crossbow on
Yeah,
screen.
crossbow would be really good against those camel lancers. 17 camel lancers on the field, and when they arrive,
Count is perfect.
it's over. When the camel lancers, they are. Oh, look at them!
Wow.
They just arrived. Oh no.
Vortex is getting pushed back to his base. The Vills just going home. They're like, we got nowhere to go. We got no resources to gather. Let me in. There's not enough room at this end. And we got another migration here. This is the story of Abbasid Vills migrating to different spots on the map, but just going to be aggressively gathering this gold. A little sneaky play from Wham here. Maybe thinking he can get away with it. And we're going to see some Manjaniques in the middle here. Do you think we'll even see the fire mode?
Like, listen, if you ask for Mongol players, Wham is doing it. He's doing the nomad style of style with his villagers. Which he's going for a little sacred capture. Relics 3 for Wham and 2 for Vortex sacred site. 1 for Wham and 1 for Vortex. But are those? Oh no, those are Manjaniques.
Yeah,
they have arrived.
Yeah, and that's going to be really solid against this archer mess. Just as Vortex agreed with you, he said, "Yeah, I think some crossbows sound right against this composition." And Wham already a step ahead, able to build those Manjaniques in the field. If Vortex backs off from a fight here, the Manjaniques just go into fire mode and level this base, but the reveal is there, and the hit comes in. Vortex, is he going to be able to hold this? I'm not sure. Definitely doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
the archers. And he taps out. Just not even. Oh, the shot lands!
Hey, make that shot.
There we go. Wow, what a game there from Wham. So dominance twice in a row, putting Vortex on the back foot. Vortex had that really strong opening in game 1. You can see Wham with just a concentration right on his face and the head in hand there for Vortex, thinking maybe what went wrong. You saw that side there, right? That is...
Yeah. And at the same time, Wham, it didn't show that like he's so proud of the game. He feels like something was wrong. Even though he won the game, you can read his face like, I should have played this better. This game should have been over if I played it a little bit. Because he's pushing himself into this to like, I can do still better. And the next game, I'm going to show them I can do better. Or Vortex will like, all right, it's time. It's Spanish time. So let's bring out some really good civilization.
Yeah, and that fight just did not go well at all at the end there. We saw some of the skirmishes seemed like they were even, but it seemed like at the end, what really led to that downfall for Vortex, it was definitely just a compositional issue, right? Maybe not really planning ahead enough on some resources versus others. Was that kind of the whole gist of it, right?
Yes. And sadly, we don't see the current game information. I was really curious, but that's still the last game, sadly. Oh, now we see
here it is.
Okay. Ooh, resources. Oh, yes. Remember where Vortex was doing the little dancey with the villagers?
Yeah.
You can see the total resource gathered are so much lower compared to when total resources.
Yeah, I mean,
And then get the stone. Remember when you asked me, is he gonna get the stone? He get the stone.
Yeah, he was starting to get a little bit. He's starting to get a little bit for that
tower in the middle.
Yeah, for the central defense. But we'll see there. Yeah, some interesting stuff so far in this series. I mean, it's definitely heating up to be a solid series. First one of the day. We've got plenty more coming throughout the day. We got at least 2 more sets. I think maybe a third if there's time. But yeah, this is looking to be good.
I think pretty sure we are going by the time, right? These games are not insanely long.
Well, we'll see. Still some more games to play. Two more games. But we'll see.
If it's going to be 2 more games.
Oh, yeah,
but
I
hope. I wish. So. If it's 2 more games, then you know what is this show.
Yeah, I mean...
The game has a really good balance.
Vortex still has Delhi. Vortex still has Mongols. And I feel like those are 2 of his better civs, right? And I don't think he was expecting to have to hold them and save them, but just the way the draft lined up here, I mean, maybe Wham prepared for this, right? I mean... What do you think his prep has been for this game 1, Series 1? He's got to get ready, right?
Yes. I'm pretty sure they learned a lot by these. But as a player, when you play it, you learn as well at the same time when you're playing. So when they're playing here, they also learn learning each other, right? The moves, how you pull the units. Because even though you are facing them on ranked ladder, it's not going to be the same thing. Like, come on, facing on ranked ladder is not the same thing. But here in the tournament, you a little bit read the moves. Oh, did we get?
And we see, instead of maybe his best, we're seeing the strongest.
No, is that serious?
Oh my gosh, wait, that map.
That's House of Lancaster and Malian.
Whoa.
And wait, is that the map that we?
I think that's the map we couldn't see.
Wait, I think that's Frisian marshes.
Oh, that's Frisian. Wham loves Frisian marshes.
I love it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. I'm really curious. I think we're going to be getting into game in just a moment here. Malians, though, from Wham, that leaves him what for Arabia potentially? I mean, do you take French or Ottomans later? I don't even know. We'll have to see. Yeah. We'll see if we even get
look at
there.
that.
Yeah, Wham might not even let us get to a 5th game, though. With the way this has been going, he's up 2-1, and here we are into Frisian marshes. So it features these ponds far away from the players, featuring lots of shorefish, so it kind of invites players to move out on the map.
I mean, yeah, but these civilizations,
Yeah, these are boom civs.
Yeah,
so we're going to have maybe a slightly slower early game, but a very dynamic mid game. And we see House of Lancaster going for this. You know, we haven't seen this too much recently because it used to be you got a lot of value out of the spear push.
That's a tower by the Malian.
He knew this was coming.
He already read it.
Is it in time? Like, is it getting denied? No. It goes up.
it goes up.
It goes up.
And look how smart it is. He makes a mill, right? So every time when he has to garrison villager inside the tower, he can just garrison because the villager is going to be very, very close. But wait, tower.
The timing is tight here. The villagers will be able to do it.
And now just garrison inside. Boom. Oh, never mind. Later.
And Wham seems prepared for this. He
Yeah,
knew what it was. And are you surprised at all by the spears here? Because
No.
I thought since players aren't really able to push as much with the spears, it lost a lot of its value, surely, right? Like this used to be kind of the go-to, right? But this is still, you think this is still kind of in the meta
see
here?
by the fact that Vortex was not really reading it well. He was still with the mindset of like, well, Vem can do anything. Well, Vem shows up,
right?
And he really does show up, and he shows that. Listen, I don't need to scout your base. I don't care about your base. Do whatever. I already read you from the last 3 games, and I can already tell what you are going to do.
Yeah, I mean, it is impressive stuff here from Wim. I think, like, this is clearly showing a level of prep that I don't know if he's brought this to a tournament yet. Right, like I think this is a very high level of prep in terms of just
this is
in terms of the outcome at least, like openings like this against Vortex, which you can see from him, it hasn't been easy for him in the past. It's a challenging matchup for him overall, especially series to series. Right, obviously the matchup head-to-head gameplay is a little bit better there, but
I can tell you one thing that I heard it from Beastyqt.
Mm-hmm.
He one of the tournaments that he won, he actually prepared so much that he learned the sheep patterns, even by RNG. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's crazy. It is indeed crazy. And I think don't be confused. Wham's up 2-1. I think the score is back.
Yeah, the score is.
Just to let you guys know, viewers at home, that's a backwards score.
Before the chat gonna chat.
Yeah.
The score are wrong.
I'm sure people have realized that by now, but
yay!
No surprises here in terms of the landmark choice. Nothing too shocking. We'll see how this the Manor Boom goes behind this. Usually when you open spears, things just feel a lot slower. But Lancaster kind of bounces back pretty fast from
Yes, that's exactly. Now, what we're gonna see, and we're gonna talk about it just like any professional, that how they're gonna boom for 15 minutes now. That's gonna be interesting. We can say, all right, 1 kettle is out, the 2nd kettle is out, and the 3rd wrench is up. So the macro was wrong. Well, you can see he put the villagers on stall. He's not just like, okay, let's gonna send 2 or 3 villagers.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what? Ooh, he even put more villager on the stone. He wants those manors. But wait.
Well, I think some of them are going to become the manor builders, I suspect.
Yes, but what does it tell us? It tells us that he's not really looking for.
He's going to stop at 3.
Yeah.
You would put more on gold right now to get the tech, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's going to stop at 3 manors into maybe
castle.
some sort of push,
No,
or you think castle?
Castle.
Okay, white tower forward. I mean, if the Malian player is still building cattle, like it could come in.
If there is no military, then you can just put the villagers, right?
Where's Wham's 2nd gold? I didn't quite see that on the minimap, right? It's just below his main, right? Okay, so
white tower between.
A white tower between them would deny a lot of things, and even the stone, so like just really pushes things out. Like that could be part of the play. We do see Vortex now moving to gold. I'm not sure how many, if it's just a few, maybe it could be either at this point. But the fact that he wasn't mining it yet kind of makes me think no tech.
I wish to see chat right now about like, oh my god, they just mentioned white tower. There is no counter for that. So I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a white tower between the two gods. Oh my god, that's why they didn't nerf the white tower yet.
Is that really what you think chat sounds like?
Yes.
Aw.
Sometimes.
I have a more favorable interpretation of them. I won't do it, but it's a little better at least.
But we love all of them.
But we love you all, chat. Thank you so much for coming. What a great event so far.
Supporting that they are here. You enjoyed the show. You are chatting, and that makes us that you love the game. Thank you so much, chat, for being here and watching the games with all us together.
Yeah, and thanks to Steel Series already. I mean, like this first set is already convincing me this is going to be, you know, a really, really solid tournament. And man, just the LAN vibes. We're in it. We're here. More spearmen. Okay, interesting choice to queue up a spear here.
I mean, why? That I'm thinking as well. Like,
what's this really for? Is it to deny this? Is it to just force another outpost, maybe?
I mean,
like, if you have 3 spears, you could just at least start torching the second.
Wait. That's 2 archer range. Wait.
Is this just a timing?
Wait. He's making archers.
Just yeoman.
He's making spearmen and archers. Is it gonna be
Rams? He's getting hardened.
No, it is.
We're going to see an attempt at a push here. And we talked about the positioning as well. Look, both golds being forward could put Wham in a really bad spot. He's going to be investing a lot of his gold in the cattle, as you can see.
He sees now that the yeoman is coming. So he tells the story.
Yeah, now he knows enough, right?
Like, oh, I might need to build some production buildings.
And we're not seeing any more. We have 1 vill on stone? Nope. The last vill was taken off of stone by Vortex.
Wait. I built a story up already. What if he just... No. I'm trying to build up a story like maybe he's faking it, like just sends a few yeomen and speedmen, but he just levies the demi-lancer.
I think Vortex ain't abiding by your story, man. I don't think he's not here to live out your truth. He's here to live out his truth.
Like, Vilbero, where is the siege engineering or anything like that?
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that. That might come later. He doesn't quite have enough units, and he's already getting value here. He doesn't need it until maybe to push the tower on the north. He can just kill this because there's no defenses yet, right? And we're seeing the javelins coming out. I mean, yeomen kind of feel okay against javelin, just not in a head-to-head matchup, but with the move speed, you can kind of avoid them a little more, and we have the range, so you can take better fights. Yeah, well, we have more range than a normal archer, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have the same range.
Yeah, it's like it's a little more comfortable playing this with Lancaster than maybe a different civ. And we did see the call of Demi-Lancers with just the...
And they just arrived.
Manners. So this is going to be nice to help push. These can maybe tank under that
They can
tower.
go under the tower because they have armor.
Yeah.
Oh, that's...
It's 2-2, right?
Idle time.
He doesn't even have undermesh yet, though.
No, it's just 2-2, but still armor.
He doesn't have undermesh, though. That would really help here. He could afford it if... Oh, he may not have a blacksmith.
Oh, Pitpine goes down.
That's a huge pickup already with just the spearmen, right?
Speed goes up right now.
So what do you think is first? Undermesh or siege engineering?
Siege. I'm calling siege.
Are you calling siege because you want siege, or do you think that is just what he will do? Because he has 300 gold.
I mean, I think that
he's enough for several times.
He would do as Vortex. I think he will... Oh, that's +1 damage.
No. Oh, it is.
So we are both wrong.
Well, it's good against the armor here.
I mean...
It's good against the natural armor.
I mean...
Of the javelins, right? I mean, the tower's going down. This is a big moment here. The Vill's getting pulled from Wham. Wham was thinking maybe he's looking at cleaning up the series, but match point might get denied here by Vortex. He might just take it to a game 5. The outpost gets healed up in a hurry with the repair bills, but that was a big investment from Wham. That's not free. That at this stage of the game, that's a lot of vills, that's a lot of time. It's just kind of annoying, and I'm almost confident you're right. We'll see siege engineering soon.
I hope so, because delaying the ram that long, like Wham is still making cattles. Like he is still investing into more and more food economy. So he didn't even make a single spearman. He immediately attacks into sofa. No spearman. Just goes into sofa, or sorry, no archer, because to counter the spearman. Okay, now he made two Donzo, and
I don't know. The armor's in for the yeoman, so he's oh no, he has the damage. So he went damage with the yeoman, and so he's actually taking decent trades here. Surprisingly good trades.
Really good trades.
But we're now seeing text come in for Wham, so he got his blacksmith up on the backside.
Ooh, White Tower, please.
Tower forward? You think White Tower forward in between the golds? Do you think he puts it in fire range of the TC even? Do we even
I want to see that, honestly. If he does, I mean, he has the unit for it to protect it.
Yeah.
So just put 20 villager, make the White Tower as crazy as possible, and we all gonna hype up.
That'd be a crazy way to pull this game.
Like, I can already see like everyone like, whoa, White Tower, crazy playstyle, Vortex. Yeah. Crazy Spanish person. Oh, he's on tier.
Yeah, he got survival techniques as well, so, I mean, those deer are really safe. I was thinking maybe he was migrating vills out, but no, not yet.
No.
We're not seeing any vills go forward. White Tower placed.
Where?
On the sacred site. No, not even that far. That's just where his army's at.
Gold.
That's so safe. Come on!
We wanted to
we want blood.
Forward, White Tower. Cancel it.
Forward.
I mean, he canceled the dog the last game, so
I think it's a smart play here because now he can just get text maybe behind this and.
I mean, yeah, also like protect the gold, protect the manners, right? Double protection.
But it's weird. He's invested in the military now. It feels like the strategy is kind of getting caught between two spaces, right? Like Wham is really fully investing here. He's going to get a decent castle age time behind it, but he's got 12 cattle. He's going to easily be able to build that one pit mine because all he lost is the pit mine, not all the houses even, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
And here on the other side, Vortex's only real advantage is the 3 manors he built. Like, is that really enough at this stage? Ooh. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess he's got the vills on deer on the right side of the base.
Vortex already doing the... I'm 2 steps ahead. He already put spearman on his deer. Wham just putting one sofa to do some raiding. Well, that one sofa is not going to be enough, sadly. That's not going to be enough.
Vortex really just preparing ahead here. So first we get the 3 free Earl's Guard that you get from the White Tower. Those have a little bit of extra damage here, and we're going to see Knights from Vortex. So Knight Yeoman seems to be the comp you might want to go for here. Trying to think what else could he really mix in to really surprise Wham.
But it's confusing, because if you go with the other landmark, you would have the best knight in the game.
Yeah.
Plus 5 damage against heavy. And those would be really useful, because when you can see Wham is attacking to
Is that
Sofa.
useful against Malians? I mean...
Oh, against Sofa, they eat them alive.
Yeah, but do you really need that here? Like, I feel like you have other options still.
I mean,
I see your point.
You can get Castle Age Henkeners for 90-90.
Against javelins?
Not javelins, of course.
The javelins are just gonna eat those for breakfast, man.
Or okay, last
thing.
Hobblars.
Okay, I mean Hobblars could be nice. I agree with that one.
Hobblar plus Henkener. How about that?
It's a really expensive composition.
I mean, listen, it's the House of Lancaster, they can afford this.
With only 3 manors? Really? You think so? Maybe.
If they go 9, of course.
Man, I thought Vortex was going to be in a much stronger position with that feudal timing, but I think building that White Tower at home really gave Wham a lot of breathing room here. I feel like he has so much time and space now to just kind of hold, and then the boom is just going to pay off for him, right? Like, I think Wham's economy, I suspect, is just going to start pulling ahead here, even against the fact that Vortex is on deer.
Well,
who knows? The military is here.
What are the best with average again? +2 range damage coming up for Vortex, and for Wham, he just stayed on feudal age blacksmith average, so he's not getting yet, which is fine. But at the same time, Vortex is growing his yeoman army. This is really interesting play. Oh, getting a castle age spearman upgrade for Vortex, so there's gonna be more and more spearmen on the field, and he's trying to collect the relics, and it's still no more manors. It's a really new style of House of Lancaster. I'm not sure if I like it, but if he shows that, okay, guys, listen, I know how to play this. Just give me the time. I mean, maybe it's fine, but we will see against the 18 Kettle Malian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's keeping 2 in rotation right now. I don't actually know if his micro is looking like that right now, but the Javelin's just taking a really good set of trades here, and Vortex came forward for the poke, is going to have to retreat. We could even see if he's got... What's coming in there? Is that Spears? Yeah, that's Spear upgrade, right?
The Spear on there.
Yeah. I mean, we could see Billman, maybe? That could help deal with the Sofa. Billman Yeoman.
Yes, Billman.
Billman Yeoman here could be a good way to deal with the Sofa.
Why does it sound so good? Like, for some reason, the developers really played with the names very well. Yeoman.
Yeah. I mean, that's just what it was called, man. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that's...
Oh, but all the spears are going to go down. The Earl's Guard going to tank a little bit there, but a lot of damage was dealt there to Wham's army while he retreated, or sorry, to Vortex's army while he retreated from Wham, but the trade is actually looking kind of spicy. The Vill's gonna have to get pulled potentially.
No, they're running, they're not running, they're falling back.
Just a bit of poking back and forth.
But like the situation is getting better for Vortex because he's collecting the relics, even though it's 3 manners. But he can go on fishing as well. Well, if you've never seen House of Lancaster fishing, it's time. It is time.
It's going to the fish now. We could see, we're starting to get to the point, I feel like, where you start to think about getting the next manor tech. Like preempting it, sending some vills to stone, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see. I don't know. Maybe he's feeling it because wood is too stressed. But he's got the res to start investing, I think, into more manors soon.
He can start the upgrade for sure. He can even build the manors for sure. But there are no villagers yet going to the stone, which is sad. But 3 manors.
Yeah.
3 manors, we all gonna see that, and that's it for now. For now, getting the Billman and the +2 range armor as well for the House of Lancaster.
Oh, but the imported armor.
Ooh.
The sofas here. And
Wait,
that's
he didn't have imported armor yet. That's like
it's really expensive. It's 700 res, right?
It is, but that's a lot of armor because you know it's imported. Yeah. It is imported.
Yeah. It's a little late, you'd think, but it's important here against the Billman tech, right? Because that'll help deal with the shred and make sure that you're always taking good trades against the yeoman.
Wait, did you just say that important that it's imported?
It's important that it's imported armor for Wham's important army and it's important set because it's an important series and an important tournament. The Masters of Steel. Sorry, I just said important way too many times, but I will continue to do so because it's important to do so.
That it's important. And the armor is in. Where is the sofa? Where is the sofa? I hope it's comfortable.
We're looking for a flank? I think there might be.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, look at the back! Look at the back!
There's only a few spears. Wait a minute.
Such a nice attack from the right. That was so good to see.
But we did see that a little poke by the spears, and the yeoman just deals so much damage. And if Vortex has the micro here to fight this, it could be enough. But we just saw Wham's population kind of explode in the last minute. He was pretty far behind on military, and now just 7 behind, 6 behind now.
I mean, most of the units for Vortex are archer, right? And Wham has 2 counter for that.
Yeah.
It has the sofa, counters it, and it has the Javelin that counters it. Ooh, that's a huge fight. I mean, listen, if Wham decides to fight this, it's going to be a really hard time for Vortex. He has to micro, he has to run, he can fight that. He has the imported armor, which is very important in this fight. He's going back. Look, all the spearmen done, all the knights done. That's it. Because he has 2 type of unit, both of them counters the yeoman, right? So if the melee army, if the meat shield is gone, well, the yeoman gone as well.
Yeah, and behind this, it looks like Wham was able to get an 8k stone mine, or gold mine, sorry, in the middle of the map, set up his 3rd pit mine. He's at 20 out of 20 cattle. I think he just ejected a cattle to eat it. So he's just doing a little bit of micro there to keep his food economy healthy. And now we're even going to see Poison Archer from Malians. So really just seeing all of these techs come in.
That's smart because he just showed like, hey, hello, I'm making a lot of sofa, right? So just push more spearmen. Vortex does that. He is pushing more spearmen out and suddenly shows like, surprise, I have archers.
Yeah, but I mean, in order to win, I feel like you only win right now if you're Wham, if Vortex is out on the middle of the map, right? Because you have the white tower to fight under. He is now, I know. You're pointing at it because right now Vortex is out on the middle of the map and maybe just feeling a little desperate in this situation, feeling like the last couple trades didn't go well and maybe just investing a little more will be enough. But we see the 2 outposts. I mean, Wham doesn't even feel the need to garrison in these.
And he just showed that it's archers on the field. So now Vortex knows. Well, question. Will he make more knight? Will he make Mangonel or Hobla?
I feel like Wham's army is to the size now where you need to really consider siege with the ranged mass. Like, I'm not convinced the yeomen are trading that well against the javelins at this point. Ooh. Oh, big counter catch. Really important maneuver there from Vortex, who was just in the middle of the map. You know what was smart about that? He recognized that the sofa were not all there. It was like, they've got to be going for a flank, so he backed up and tried to go to defend.
Wait.
He's setting up for a 4th pit mine that he can't afford.
Yeah, but that's Vortex side. He set up the Bitcoin on Vortex side.
I think he's feeling pretty confident at this
Yeah,
point,
he's
right?
feeling
and
very
I think
comfortable.
he should be because he's got an answer to the Knights now. With the Poison Archers a little bit, like just sprinkling it in. The Javelins have enough damage at this point. He's got Sofa to front line, and we're going to see that Sofa flank pretty soon, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, because the Spearman is only 12, and well, 15 so far can easily deal with it. 12 Spearmen. They do bonus damage against infantry, we should not forget. Or maybe he just want to raid the villagers, which will happen, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, you can see on the screen already. But the Spearmen were there. Okay, they got saved.
Yeah, good play here. Good player from both. Good micer from both as we get a little ring around the rosy. Oh, just fighting with the vills, going for a little bit of a trap.
What happened? Where's it idle? Where's it idle?
We're shooting. They shot both.
I mean, yeah, but 16 villager down.
Yeah.
16 villager behind.
Yeah, these raids have really added up. And now here comes the main force of Wham. He's looking for the kind of the gut punch here, trying to take Vortex out of this series.
Well,
I thought for a minute there in Feudal Age, I thought Vortex had the answer with the forward golds being pressured, but backing off to build the White Tower at home, still, it's just kind of haunting me right now. I still feel that, and we're actually seeing synchronized shot just came through even.
Well, that's why they say that you have to manner your manners, because if you don't have the manners, then this will happen. I really would like to see he is investing 3 more, at least.
But, so here's going to be the reveal of synchronized shot.
Shot! Amazing. Oh, look at that
two
micro!
split spots.
That was amazing.
Not very much went down, though.
Yeah, but it was really good to see, right? I mean, the reason behind that, if someone doesn't understand why the damage didn't really do much, like you would say like, oh my god, but the synchronized shot is OP. Well, if you didn't know, if your unit has armor and you use the synchronized shot on the unit, the armor will take effect. So the synchronized shot will not do as much of a damage. And what happened there? Most of the units that got synchronized shot were Javelin throwers.
And imported armor.
And imported armor.
Sofas.
Yeah, very important.
A very important detail to remember, indeed. Oh boy. And now just looking at the military numbers, you know, it feels like in the last couple minutes it's completely switched. Like, Wham now has military advantage. He's got raids going on another Vill. Okay, there's a 16th Vill has died. It's going to be 2-2 relics for now. I think Wham just had to drop the 3rd relic, so he's even potentially looking at an advantage there. And with the armor kicking in. And what do we have in the middle of the field here? Right on the central sacred site.
That's a keep.
Another.
Another keep.
Another one. Another keep.
Oh, he tried to build a tower. Wham tried to build a tower to see what's happening there. Oh, well, it was really unsuccessful. And at the same time,
it's so tough to push in here without
resources. Look at the resource per minute. That's crazy compared to Vortex.
I mean, the 20 out of 20 cattle. He even got the 2nd food upgrade. We already saw that come in as well. So he's doing well in terms of economy right now. He's got a lot of upgrades. Yeah, kind of a weak hit there against all the archers.
3 archer died, but it was very fast reaction by Wham. I really like that, how fast he reacted. But this is a really good showcase, and now a lot of viewers can learn about this. If you see a white tower, just ignore it. Like, you don't need to stop there and try to siege down. Just go around. And that's what Wham is doing. He's not like, okay, I'm gonna make like 3 siege engineers or 3 trebuchet to take it down. No, I'm gonna find the villagers, and that's how I will push my enemy to focus on those key areas. And he is doing that. Now, where do you synchronize shot here? Where do you synchronize? Okay, a little bit, but that's not enough. So far.
Yeah, and Wham is just diving in, and wow, even just tapping GG. Wow, Vortex just losing the set already. Wham just looking so dominant in this first series of the day. You could see that prep, except for maybe in the Byzantine Rous set game, right? Like, where it looked maybe a little bit shaky, not really having a great strategy for that opening, at least against what Vortex had prepared. But it felt like every single game after that, Wham looked so clean. But right, every game he had a build order, 2, 3, and 4. All 3 of those games, he just looked so good.
Honestly with you, even though it was a 3-1, right? This 3-1 was amazing to see the micro, the ideas that the player is reading the other player, the choices, the civilization picks, right? Abbasid, Ayyubid, Japanese, HRE. Then we had House of Lancaster, Malian. So the sieve peaks, the ideas, how they played this out, what they did was amazing to see. That how they played it.
No, absolutely incredible stuff. And honestly, it just looks really good there. I mean, like I felt like Wham just had such good, solid intentions with all of his drafts. Like like everything felt so clean. And there's a couple question marks in there from Vortex with their nerves. Maybe in game 3, it looked a little odd with the cancellation of the dock. That felt like it lost him all the time in tempo. And on Kawasan, that timing is so important. And wow, impressive stuff here.
I think he could have won that if he doesn't.
I think the game would have been at least it would have been in favor more early game for sure. Very interesting.
If he doesn't cancel those docks, I think that map is for him. Yeah. Honestly, that's what I think. I think he could have won that map. But, well, sadly, we don't know what happened there. We will find out for sure. Hello.
Yes, hello indeed. Oh, man.
But I like these games. These games were amazing. Like, as I'm standing there watching these games, I can tell you that I felt something about Age of Empires 4 that most of the people feel when they are playing it or watching it. We have such a beautiful game, such an amazing game.
Yeah, and what a great set to start off the series, to start off the day, to start off the event. We have multiple days coming ahead for all of you guys at home watching. Thank you so much. We've got more games coming. We got some stuff coming up as well. Should we talk about the post game a little more here? Do we have the graph to show?
Maybe. Maybe we do.
Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't.
Maybe we don't. Also, there's going to be amazing other.
Okay. All right. So yeah, let's just see. How do you feel about the fact that we didn't even see Delhi or Mongols from Vortex's series?
I'm kind of.
I feel like I know him very well for those.
Yeah, he should have tried, like, let's say on Frisian Marsh is Mongol. Because they are really good at Dark Age rushing. And let's say if he picks Mongol, right, then he can easily use his Dark Age rush to deny the pit mines. And which is really good for Mongol, because if you destroy those houses, you get your resources. 25 gold, 25 food. It's not bad.
And now we're looking at
the sheep.
That's nice.
That's
and we're back.
Hey.
We're just all sheep in here. Yeah. Anyway, that was. Yeah, I'm just trying to think a little bit more about that set and what really stood out to me. A couple things, right? I just really keep coming back to the fact that Wham strats seem so good. And I'm kind of curious, how did you feel now looking at it in hindsight? You know, we didn't see Arabia in this draft. Do you think that was a very intentional choice?
I think so, because Dry Arabia is the map that we've seen all the time, so they were like, we don't like to play that one. Put it on the end. Now let's see the resources and everything. This tells the story about the total resources, about the like Vortex, like you can see the Malian cow boom, how good it was compared to just having 3 manners.
Yeah. Yep, and so I think we're going to head over to the analysts here. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for watching us and listening to us. Now, let's bring it to
the analyst team.
Ooh. And welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm here with the one and only Wham. First of all, massive congratulations up against Vortex. Not an easy set.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I have a few little interesting points here about the game that I really want to ask. In that game number 1, right, you're playing as Byzantines up against Rous on coastal cliffs. And Vortex, as Vortex often does, right, he goes supremely aggressive. But I feel like, I'm curious about your thoughts on this as well. Byzantines, do you think that can be quite a viable pick in terms of going really aggressive that way up against Rous in particular?
Oh yeah, and Vortex shows that, right? But I think Byzantines can really do it all. They can definitely be aggressive, they can be defensive. Yeah, Byzantines is a strong pick.
And, it was looking pretty scary there, right? Because, I've witnessed it myself that Biz can do this, right? And they can get quite worrying there for Rous. And, at what point in the game did you feel like, okay, this is getting really, really difficult at this point?
It's hard to tell. I think I took extremely bad fights. Other than that, I don't think I played too poorly. One of the things I should have done in hindsight, I think, was target the longbows with my ultras. I I've seen Vortex do this build quite a lot. His aggressive Byzantines, he does a lot. But usually when I see javelins. And I was extremely surprised to see longbows. And I think I overwent knights, horsemen. I went two stables instead of probably 3 ultra ranges. And it's tough to pinpoint an exact moment, but maybe even just the first fight I thought was not a good fight.
In that game number 2, Japanese up against HRE on mountain clearing. Japanese is not a pick that you see very, very often on that map, but you know, the opening of Dark Age up against the boar. I'm guessing the boar is something you probably expected. It's something we see very often on mountain clearing, right? HRE is one of the ones that really often do it. That was the plan from the start to go for that Dark Age, or did you do it in response to seeing the boar?
It was always the plan for me because obviously the bow axe for Japan is extremely cheap, half the cost. And getting that boar is really important on that map. Not only do you secure the boar, you also secure the middle of the map with the 1 contested relic. So getting those units out to secure the boar was really important for my strategy overall.
Yeah, for sure. The boar is just so much food, right? Like, it's not really something that can be ignored. But then this is something that I've also seen quite often. I'm curious your opinion. The mounted samurai plus springboard combination with a couple mangonels up against the crossbows to hold that sacred site. Is that something you think on mountain clearing specifically is just really, really strong in that sort of static fight? Or is it also potentially quite viable on other maps and situations as well?
I think it is viable on other maps, but obviously on mountain clearing it is extremely difficult to deal with. And I'm not a big siege enjoyer, but you know, when you gotta win, you gotta win. So, you know, I kind of abused them in that situation, and you know, I'll do it next time as well.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do to win, right? I'm sure no one is blaming you for that one. There's a lot on the line here at Masters of Steel, right? And that game number 3, right? Abbasid up against Abbasid, a matchup that seems, yeah, we can see the whole day. As you mentioned, it's so tough to deal with, but it's just extremely effective, right? It's just a very tough position to break with the siege. You know, if he doesn't have his own siege, then it's very difficult to push through. And getting siege at the same time as a lot of units, it's tough to afford, even for a civ like HRE, right? And game number 3, Abbasid up against Abbasid, a matchup that seems quite even. I think a lot of players would agree on Chaos, and some prefer one over the other, right? But both civs have a big strength. What I was very surprised by is your choice to go just mass camel lancers up against Abbasid, because you know I'm under the impression, and I'm sure I'm wondering what your opinion is on this, that you know Abbasid could theoretically just go camel riders, and they'll deal very effectively with the lancers as long as they can sort of pin them down in a fight. Is that something you were worried about at all, or do you just think that, oh, I can just outmaneuver them, maybe go for raiding instead of fighting?
I'm not sure, to be honest. That's a good question. I should probably know that, how well they do up against each other, but obviously the camel lancers have the charge, whereas the other camels don't. So if that was the scenario, and I kind of expected that, to be honest, that he would go for more camels, but if he did, I probably would have just tried to abuse the charge as much as possible. I mean, I wasn't planning to only mass camo lancers, but he just continued making archers, so I'm like, well, this is working.
Exactly, because he opened with the knights as well initially, right? And obviously camels will deal very well against knights, and yeah, as you mentioned, if he keeps making archers, then it will work out in the end. So well played there to recognize that. And that game number 4, right? Malians up against House of Lancaster, which I think is a very interesting matchup, particularly because both civs have this sort of passive income availability, right? We have the cow boom for the Malians up against the manors from House of Lancaster. What I was surprised by is that Vortex, and we've seen this before, he decided to go very aggressive initially, right? He stayed on those 3 manors and then went tried to put as much pressure on you as possible, which is common for Vortex, but this is something other players did as well with Lancaster. But do you think is it not really an option to just sort of ignore the cow boom and go 9 manas as Lancaster? Is that a position that you think favors Malians when it comes to that sort of boom off? And yeah, were you quite worried at all that he might just try to boom instead, and then you have to sort of be the one who pressurizes him instead of you, or?
A lot of good questions there, actually. But initially, that's what I was sort of expecting him to do, more of a 6-mana boom into a fast castle. But I really didn't expect him to go aggressive at all. I think this is a matchup I was quite happy to get. I think Malian is better than Lancaster in a straight-up 1v1. So I was quite happy to get the matchup. I think no matter what Lancaster does, it's probably a slightly favored Mali matchup. But obviously, both civs can win. But I did expect a more defensive strategy. I was quite surprised by his aggression, to be honest. And I was not even quite prepared for it. I had to drop down like 4, maybe 6 production buildings as quick as possible because I think he hit all of his production buildings in the back. I was trying to scout for them, but I didn't catch any of them, to be honest. Yeah.
Absolutely, it can get quite tricky for sure in those situations. But once again, massive congratulations, Wham. Not an easy set, and you certainly proved it here today that you're in good shape, taking through Vortex down 3-1. Not an easy feat at all. So once again, very well done. Looking forward to seeing you play again.
Yeah, thanks so much.
And here we go. We will be taking you back soon. I think we're going to go back to the casters, or maybe for a short little break. So yeah, grab your snacks, grab your refreshments. We're going to have a little break here at Masters of Steel, and we will be back shortly again with our next set of the day. Get your refreshments and don't go too far, because there's plenty more action to come.
Mike, be heard.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
I gotta find my clip and edit. Click share, Discord, share.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear what? That's a giant leap for earbuds. And a new way to play.
Ready to game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to get 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. And that's one part of 13,335, the weight of GTA 6. That's right, we did the math.
Hi, I'm Cole wearing an Arctis Nova 3 wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity. What'd you say? I can't hear him at all. And that's the power of a Clearcast mic. Be heard.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
I gotta find my clip and edit. Click share, Discord, share.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear whatever.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and I hope so are you, because we are bringing you guys the next set live from Masters of Steel Invitational here in Denmark, Copenhagen. I'm Crackety, joined today by the wonderful Whammon. Whammon, how are you doing today?
Today has been glorious. I'm so excited to see all these players here in one spot to show us kind of what they're made of. And you guys have seen, I would say that our last match definitely set the pace for what we kind of foreshadow. There might be a lot of upsets. This is a live event. It is not something that most players have a lot of experience in. So it's not that constant performance that you see online. So definitely already showing its head. We see Vortex as usually a very aggressive player. I think if a lot of people might have said he was the favorite to take that, but wham, he showed up and he showed us what he was made of.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant performance there from Wham. No easy feat taking down Vortex 3-1. Next set. That is also a very, very promising one, because we have the twin, the brother from Wham, now showing up here. It is going to be one Puppy Paw up against Louis MT here live at the Masters of Steel. And Whammon, I'm very much looking forward to that one. Louis MT, of course, this is the guy at the moment, the guy at this LAN to continue proving himself, showing that the last time was not just a one-off. This is continuous peak performance from him. Puppy Paw, though, he's also just, at this time, a well-established player, having so many top performances in the previous tournaments. And yeah, he's going to be facing off against the winner of the last S-tier tournament.
Now, that is a very tough position to be in as Puppy Paw, but after seeing what his brother could do to Vortex, I know these guys play together all the time, so of course, this is not going to be, it would be an uphill battle, but I would not say that Louis is going to have an easy time. We know that Louis is a player that knows how to pace himself, but at the same time, he knows how to be aggressive, when to be aggressive. And Puppy Paw, he's a all-rounder, but he's in for a pretty tough one, because looking at that draft, it does look like some of the spicy ones did make it through. Now, this draft does work a little bit different from the last S-tier tournament. You do ban 2 of those civilizations out pretty early on, the OP ones especially. So we can see what those priorities were, and we see a very loud and resounding Zushi and KT still being banned out after even that patch that dropped, but definitely did not give KT enough of a pat to stop that. But we do see Lancaster and French for our first map here. And Crackety, that feels like a pretty spicy one, because with French, you have a civilization that loves to punish. Lancaster loves to, you know, either Dark Age aggression against something like French, or they love to sit back, relax, and just let the eco do the talking.
That's right. I mean, it's always so difficult trying to punish the House of Lancaster. They're a very defensive civilization. It's kind of like their theme, of course. They're very in civilization of the English already defensive, but Lancaster, they take that concept. They're like, I can be even more defensive, right? The French, they're the opposite. They're like, okay, you can be defensive, I can be very aggressive. Getting access to those early knights can really set you up so well, because not only are you making very expensive units that retain their value as you age up, but also the resources that you need in order to make those units are the same resource that you need in order to age up. So it's very natural massing up knights and eventually going for that age up transition. And that could be like one of those situations where you're able to put a lot of pressure on your opponent, the House of Lancaster in the situation, and then follow it up with your own age-up play and go for the final dive. And I gotta say, I think that might just be the theme of the game that we're gonna see here in this one.
Now, I do feel a little bit scared when I look at the map, because, guys, this gameplay is very much dependent on how big the map is and where the gold decides to spawn here, especially for the French player. So usually with Lancaster, you can shut down their gold if you decide to build a little barracks and head on over there. But if you do need to take the long way around, it's not going to give that space that that French they capitalize on quite well. If they see it's coming, they can pull the villagers, get what they need, get enough to get that first knight out, and start putting the pressure back once the age up does come through. Now, Lancaster, on the other hand, they don't mind the spawn. I would say as long as there is a resource next to a tree line, there is a defensive landmark to put right on top. So it doesn't make it too difficult to actually stay constant and strong when you are up against those knights. The thing is just, the question is he going to overinvest in eco when the knights do come? Or is he going to be able to make some units and defend against those very, very chunky knights that will be coming his way? We've actually been seeing that knights, they are quite hard to handle for the Lancaster because there's just absolutely so arrows. The arrows just don't do enough damage against those boys once they get on under. No.
Exactly, but we do also have like a semi-knight potentially coming in from the House of Lancaster, of course, with those demi-lancers. Gives you that nice little timing when you're trying to go for like an age up. You try and build up your manners. Obviously, you invest into the manners. You're a little bit weak on the defensive, but then getting those demi-lancers in, suddenly you get like let's say, depending on how many manners you get like 5 to 8 demi-lances out in time to defend yourself. That can be crucial. Just getting that meat shield in front of your base. You get all the arrow fire from your landmark, the Castle of Lancaster, Lancaster Castle, and the arrows from the manners as well. Something to definitely look out here, as soon as we go into the game, is going to be where that gold and the stone is from the House of Lancaster. You want to have them close to each other, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to defend both with just your single landmark.
Yeah, especially because you do like to be a little bit greedy with that landmark. If that landmark gives you the opportunity to secure as many resources as possible, you're a very happy Lancaster. On the other hand, French is sitting there waiting to see exactly where those raids will land every single time. But before we get into this game, I wanted to point out to you guys, down here, we do have a map that is coming in for the second series in a row. They do get 4 bans, as we can see, but mountain clearing is there too. So I feel like today we are going to be getting a lot of action.
Mountain clearing is such a fun map. It's one of these like very off-meta maps, but it's not crazy off-meta. Like the start is still normal. It's not like you're having like Enlightened Horizon where you're out on the map immediately in Dark Age. The build up to Feudal Age is still normal, but you got additional options, right? Like you get that one sacred site in the middle, that one precise win condition right in front of you. There's a ball right there as well, so taking map control is very rewarding. That's always what you would like to see with a map, where taking map control is actually rewarding. So I'm very happy that we're actually getting that map into the map pool here.
Oh, the usual pick we would see on a map like that. I know, it's not in all ranks, but a lot of people would have said, oh yes, English is doing so well in that. Neither of these players have that thought, but with HRE on the cards, we've been seeing Japan on that draft as well. We have a lot of civilizations that have an answer, even a Rous. Oh, we've all faced the Rous on mountain clearing. Oh my goodness. But I feel like with HRE's presence, they do pretty well as well, just because your Arcane can get so many very heavily areaed resources. So you can get, the influence is quite large. There's a big gold that you're inspiring. A wood line, very close to it always. So with the draft though, Crackety, looking at these civilizations, who do you think won the draft?
Looking at the draft, I want to say Puppy Paw. He's got a very solid draft. Obviously, he's got Roose, he's got the HRE, House of Lancaster, Ottomans there as well, being very strong. And then on the other hand side, though, Louis, he's got China, he's got Byzantines, some very strong civs for him there as well. But Whammon, I believe it is time for us to jump into our second set of the day. It is time, Puppy Paw versus Louis MT, coming to you live right now.
Now, I said it earlier, Crackety. House of Lancaster with their barracks. Now the question is, where will that spearman land? What spawn is he going to be looking at? But that boy, he's looking aggressive and he's looking straight at their base. And with that forward gold, Louis is going to be in for a surprise, especially with that Dark Age wheelbarrow opening.
Yeah, but look at how many villagers Louis pulled here. He did see this one coming. So pulling a lot of villagers over to the gold here means that he's going to be able to tank a lot of these spearmen hits up here very early on. The TC is also able to fire onto the side there. Louis, he's going to be able to just get enough gold here for his own age up. I don't think he can reasonably stay out here much longer. Shivs are being pulled though. Spearman has to be so careful here. Louis is doing a good job, but Puppy Paw, he is getting some resource denial in. And when those villagers are very, very low HP, it is going to be a very nice target later on for, let's say, these demi-lancers to find them during raids. But yeah, looks like Louis MT is going to get just enough gold here in order to be able to afford his age up now, together with an early wheelbarrow. So he's got to be happy here. Puppy Paw, he is at the very least going to be able to deny, or rather delay, an immediate pro scout follow-up from Louis.
Now, you do see that one of the spearmen went down, so Papipo not investing more. This is going to be something that's easily shut downable, but at the same time, Papipo has gotten the timing or the damage he needs to ensure that there are no knights going towards him, which means he gets to be a little bit greedier economically. So this is now usually the age-old question of how many manors does he go for, especially when there are no French knights that will be heading your way anytime soon. But getting that Dark Age wheelbarrow from Louis, it's great, right? Your villagers, they're faster, they're not going to be as susceptible to any raids that may be coming your way because your opponent gets to set the pace of the game. But now the Lancaster castle is being dropped. Let's go see that position to understand exactly where, but look at all that sheep crackety. Papipo has the food that he needs to keep this game going for a while.
There is an issue, though, with Papipo's spawn here for him. We see that the stone is on the other side of the gold, so the Lancaster castle isn't able to secure both resources there that are going to be needed for the manors. So this does kind of expose him to some aggression here from Louis. Now he does already have the barracks. This is why barracks as House of Lancaster opening here is so nice, because you want to get the barracks in eventually anyways. You're going to need it against knights, you're going to need it against cavalry. Also what he's done, of course, shutting down the gold here, means that Louis isn't able to immediately go for pro scouts. Louis is going to first have to invest into army, with which he might not be able to really achieve that much, just courtesy of the Lancaster castle being a very defensive landmark, if Papipo is able to get enough stone in time on his side. So Louis, he is going to have to go for his pro scout, but it's going to be on a little bit of a delay. And in the meantime, Papipo, he's going to be able to get a good chunk of manors on his side.
With this opening, he's just allowing himself to have choices, and I love that, because with Lancaster Castle, you want that 6-manor build at least to just ensure that when you press that button and get the demi-lances out, you can actually do damage to your opponent. Louis now, as you guys can see, he hasn't touched gold ever since, because that one spearman is still alive and still causing trouble. But Louis is already making a second scout there from School of Cavalry, and I would assume an archer follow-up or a barracks follow-up, but with this, yes, you always want to go for the archer range, because with the archery range, you're already going into your natural transition of the archers that you usually get. But he needs that archer to get rid of the spear, and I feel like as French at this point, you probably don't want to invest in archers this early, just because, of course, you want to have enough gold, but Papipo just did not make it possible to get that pro scout going, which means that you're going to invest in some archers, you're going to get to be a little annoying, but you can't really do anything with them, especially against the House of Lancaster. Now, Papipo's stone, as we said, it is in quite a vulnerable position, so yes, he's not going to be able to be out there for too long, but he has enough villagers on there to actually make it worth it. We see a lot of villagers there over there on gold already, and more scouts on the way. Louis' pro scouting is going to be starting pretty soon here. Now, Papipo, on the other hand, he is still chopping his life away there with 4 villagers on the stone, making sure that he gets as much as he needs. He pulls off right now, and that looks to be only 3 manors, Crackety.
Yeah, 3 manors is going to be the play here now from Papipo, because of course he now has caused enough delay on the UMT where he's only able to click pro scouts right about now. Should be the moment in time where Louis starts clicking pro scouts. There we go, pro scout now in queue for him, meaning that Papipo now has his own economy scaling. He's got his 3rd manor up right now, so that's being built right now. Now he has the time to get another production build again. Maybe some Hobelas, we haven't seen any knights yet, and Papipo is still actively scouting, or some yeomen, and with that he could think about denying the pro scouts from Louis, but it looks like, just judging from the amount of villagers and gold, like Papipo is maybe only gonna go for demi-lances into Fast Castle now to try and deny the pro scouts from Louis.
He does get the mining upgrade as well. You know, when you're getting this in Feudal Age, it's very specific to civilizations, because as you guys know, you usually do not have that many villagers on gold, but when you are the House of Lancaster, you get to do so. Now, the Demi-Lancers, choosing the Demi-Lancers here is going to be critical if you want to slow down your opponent even more and get him to react and make units, but at the same time, you also want to save this for when you do have more manors. But with that amount of gold, he has choices, and that choice could just be a straight-up castle from here on out. And honestly, where would you put that white tower? Rackety. Is there even a good spot for that white tower that will keep him safe?
I think, depending on what you want to do, of course, if you want to continue with the manor spam after, you can put the white tower to protect your stone and the wood line next to it, of course. Forward is very difficult when you're up against French because they're obviously going to be spamming out units in the feudal age, so you can't really get the White Tower out in the middle of the map. That's not really going to be happening. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where exactly he's going to be putting that one. We are seeing stables coming up. Actually,
that's not a White Tower.
It could be a King's College coming in as well. That's definitely the option here. With the color of S's, it means that your horsemen, or not your horsemen, your knights are going to be doing an additional +6 damage against armored units. Meaning that they're going to be excellent up against knights, but nope, it is going to be a White Tower gets cancelled, gets put up somewhere else. Yeah, he's going to be putting it up in the back of his base. It's going to be protecting the wood lines. It's going to be protecting the gold there as well. And there we go. Look at the confetti. We've got some Steel Series themed confetti coming in there as the White Tower is being celebrated here by our production team.
Now, the White Tower is the safe move here. If you went for the King's College, of course, it's a wonderful landmark with getting those unique upgrades, especially against a civilization that's so reliant on knights. But it's in a way the greedy answer, because the White Tower, it keeps you safe, especially when those heavy knight raids are about to come on in. Because with Louis here, we see him still investing in these units. He's getting more knights, he's getting more archers. It doesn't look like he's looking at slowing down. At the same time, he is... Every now and then you see him getting a little bit of extra resources in the bag, but as I said that, he clicks it up, makes another knight. This man is out for blood. He's even getting forestry right now, horticulture on the way. So with him getting all of these upgrades, it's most likely not going to be a situation where he's looking at slowing down. And at the same time, this is Louis. We've seen him on knights. This man knows where to find damage, but you can see his units moving back now a little bit, thinking about where they do want to land, because that's a lot of units in his bank right now. 3 knights from Papipor also coming on out, but the French knights, they deal pretty well with those guys anyway, especially when there are so many more of them.
Wall being put up here by Louis in the middle of the map. This is going to give him a lot more maneuverability with his own units. Means also that the archers are going to be able to run away from the knights in a straight-up engagement. We're on 3 stables right now from Papipor. He is pumping out knights like there's no tomorrow. And for the time being, his knights in a head-to-head engagement are going to be stronger than even the French royal knights, just courtesy of being in the castle age. We also spawned 3 free men-at-arms, the Earl's Guards, here from the House of Lancaster. And they're actually really strong as well, because unlike normal men-at-arms, they move at a faster pace, and they also throw daggers. Papipor moving into the shadow, into the fog of war there though, from the stealth forest. Has to be very careful. You don't want to overexpose your units yet when you don't have a big mass of them. Is able to pull away in time.
Now with those pro scouts there at the front, oh, we see some villagers being pulled as well at the front here. They might need to pull back instead of finishing that tower, but the pro scouts realized they were not going to be snacking on those too easily. Now he did pick up a few of these already, and the knights, they are looking for a little bit of an engagement. Earl's Guards barely taking any damage, but they need to be careful of those knight charges, because those things are still going to do a chunk of damage to them. Now, Louis does respect the amount of knights on Papipor's side, and it does look like those scouts are going to be needing to look for another source of food. Papipor now being out on the map with a lot of villagers. He's hungry.
I think he still has food underneath his TC because he gathered up a lot of sheep. Yeah, there's a lot of carcasses underneath the TC, but just being able to very quickly gather up those deer right now, that is going to supply him with enough food to match up the army from Louis. And Louis behind this, he is still not going for the age up, still pumping out more knights. But this is where it starts becoming more and more difficult for him to match up against the army that Papipor has, because the quality, it's just higher, and as soon as the military count is getting similar, it starts getting rougher and rougher for Louis. Now he is on a good amount of income, so he could still flirt with the amount of following up in Castle Age, but he needs to be very careful about the timing here, because if he finds himself in a fight before his own upgrades come in, that's when it starts getting really, really scary.
Now, the problem for Louis is his food is also very limited, right? So when the deer does come out, we do see a big group of knights here just wandering around the base with the front knights coming in for a little raid on that scout, but they do pull back here. Now, when you are in a position like Louis, you can see now he's still making knights, but at the same time he's ready for that age up. And with 15 knights, you're probably pretty happy with that. But there's still a little bit of time you need to get those upgrades in. And we do see him going for the Guildhall. No Royal Institute today, but this is a very classic Louis move. I would say he's very comfortable taking fights responsibly. and then making sure that he can fight it in imp as well, especially on a small map like this, where you know that the French is going to do pretty well with their red palace anywhere they want, taking control a big chunk of this map. Papipo now, once he hears that age up, he's most likely going to try and look for a fight, because he knows there's only a little while before the French palace comes on in with all those chonky knights. Now, they won't be royal bloodline knights, but they will also pack a punch, especially when you don't have your mana boom all sorted yet. And now with those villagers out on stone, it does look like he's thinking about doing it himself. He's getting a little bit of a stone emplacement there on a tower, ensuring that he gets that a little bit bulkier than before. So it does feel to me like he is not as aggressive as I would have expected him to be.
Looks like there is a raid. Louis MT a little bit distracted. The army has been pulled over to the other side of his base by Papipo here. Looks like he's able to make it back in time though. Villager does go down on the board pool here. Both players have lost a villager now so far in this game. Papipo also taking the resources that are out on the map here. So he is still very active in the resource gathering on the map, not needing to go for farm transition or anything like that yet. Louis still on the deer. There are some additional deer that have just been brought back from Papipo's side. He did have some sneaky scouts out earlier, taking some of those deer away. And we're now getting to the point in time where the initial gold mines are starting to run out for these players. So villagers are going to have to move out onto the map a little bit deeper, a little bit further away from their main bases in order to get the gold in. And that's when it starts just becoming a lot more dangerous for these villagers, and they're going to have to really be careful. It looks like there's a knight. He's going to be finding the villagers here from Louis, but a knight from Louis also being there in order to defend up against that. Might be able to at least get one villager kill. Nope, looks like the knight is going to fall before that.
Now, against French, you do feel they are a ticking time bomb, because, of course, they do get the villagers produced a little bit faster. So we do see that villager lead. And I know Twitch chat is always asking, hey, why is French ahead in villagers when he hasn't killed any? And that is just because their production is a little bit faster, ensuring that those vill counts do matter. But unfortunately, House of Lancaster is pretty good at staying up to date with that, especially with the manor income that they do get passively. But at the same time, Papipo knows he needs to even up that villager count anyway, because he's playing against French. You don't want to just let them sit back, relax, and get a huge amount of knights.
It could be a huge raid, but there is a scout over there from Louis. Does spot this one out in time. Papipo only sending a single knight out right now. He's trying to bamboozle Louis. He's trying to run around with the rest of the knights, making it seem like there's only one knight out there. But Louis, he's not falling for it. We can see on the minimap that the rest of his army is moving towards the gold vein on his side. Now he's trying to get a keep up. Lots of villagers there on the stone, and the French, they do have that special interest there with the keep. Once they get a keep up, it is going to discount any stables or archery ranges in the influence of that keep.
And you can see he had 30 villagers on that stone, possibly just trying to pull them back and get as much work out of them as they need to go back onto the gold. He was careful about not leaving those villagers out there on the very, very open gold. Some of those knights are getting off, but now it looks like he's looking for a little bit of an engagement right into the crossbows, but he does pull back, seeing that huge mass running right at him.
Knights charging, but not able to gap close there onto the units. Louis got a good army mass at the moment. Papipo, he's relying solely on knights at the moment up against the French Royal Knights, which are, of course, just a little bit better into head-to-head engagements. Some raids coming in here, though. A little bit of idle time being caused. Potentially able to take down one of the villagers here or there. But the main mass from Louis still charging after the main army from Papipo. He's able to deny one of the relics here, though.
Now, we do see the knights under the TC as well, and I did see that villager kill counter go up. It does look like Papipo is being a very aggressive man right now, trying to do as much damage as he can in small little groups. But the problem is, when Louis is standing right there around your base and looking for a counterattack, he needs to be very, very careful. But the knights, again, coming on in, doing more damage. Now 6 total villagers already going down, possibly going to be losing more. The knights are being sacrificed, but for a very, very worthy cause.
Yeah, at this point in time, just being able to cause idle time and being able to kill a couple of villagers here and there is very, very worthwhile. I would even say that in mass, like with just a couple of knights, you do more damage by just causing idle time rather than killing villagers.
With these amount of knights, Louis knows that there are going to be big opportunities for small raid groups that he so much loves to do himself. But now it's on the House of Lancaster, and Papipo is playing like he is the one on French. Like he's the one with those very chunky knights. He feels confident, he's calm, he's collected, he's in a base, and you can see Louis realizes, I need more stone for protection.
And now we're in a situation where French economy, at least villager-wise, it's equal to what Puppy Paw here with the House of Lancaster has. And there are 6 manors up for him at the moment. And we still haven't seen the levy mechanic being used yet from the Lancaster castle, so there haven't been any demi-lancers yet. Puppy Paw, he could pull the trigger and get 8 very, very tanky cavalry units in with that levy ability.
And getting a levy ability is just going to add to that huge number of cavalry that he already is pretty confident on here. We do see Louis is investing in a lot of orbs, though. He realizes, I need to do something about these huge... Oh, and fire, and finally Crackety. The levy has been clicked.
It's not the demi-lancer, though. No Master of Nobles. Instead, we're going to be seeing some yeomen hitting the field.
Now, Yeoman is quite an interesting choice against all these knights, but against the other ranged units in the mass of Louis, he is going to have a pretty good answer here. It does not look like Puppy Paw wants to take that fight just yet. The relics have been shut down in most sides.
Going for it now, though. The range units are out of position. Puppy Paw, he's diving onto it. He's diving past the knights now. He wants to get on top of those crossbows. They're defenseless. He's got so many more knights, and he is taking the engagement, splitting off the army. Knights now diving onto the crossbows, and he's killing all of them. They're getting wiped out right now, Whammon. He just cleaned up Louis' entire main mass. Now, Louis, he does have to keep inside of his base, so Puppy Paw can't just immediately dive after. But this was massive damage caused right there, and we can see the dip in the army value. Puppy Paw and Louis, they were neck and neck, even in the army value. But now Puppy Paw's 3,000 value ahead.
This is such a tough spot here for the French, because once you get to this spot, your food has run out. You cannot keep making those very expensive units that you've been leaning on. We do see the guild hall is already on 1,400, so he should be able to click up moreknights.com very soon. But at the same time, you don't want to use that guild hall to be able to get knights or survive. You want to use it to get your Imperial Age. And it looks like that is still what he has in mind, but at the same time, if he doesn't make a plan to get more units, he is going to be in a tough spot. He's making more knights, but the amount is just going to be, oh, it's so hard here, Crackety. To be fair, this fight, he could probably win, but there are a lot more knights that are roaming around his base. And we do see another blue dot there coming around, taking on a much better fight. And Puppy Paw, he's looking for damage. He knows Louis is out here on the map.
Oh my god, so much idle time.
They're running for their lives, Crackety. But how many will make it home safely? It does look like the knights have a different target. They realize that the food is out. Those knights are not replaceable, and they're trying to do as much damage as possible. Puppy Paw now on 1,300 food a minute to Louis' very much dwindling 500, soon to be 400, soon to be 300 food per minute. Oh, never mind, he did get a drop off. Very nice.
Behind all of this, Puppy Paw, he is now also switching into infantry on his own side. 14 yeomen already out thanks to the levy ability. We also have the upgrade in, so he will be able to drop more manors soon as he gets a little bit more stone in as well. There's lots of food in the bank, so definitely going to be able to spend it on resources. Looks like the relic battle is still going on between them. 2-2 relics at the moment. There's still 1 relic at the top right side. I'm not sure if the players have scouted this at this point in time. It is very close to the edge of the map, so could be that neither of the players knows that it's there. Actually, it looks like it has been scouted out, and we do see a monk actually getting sniped out here from Louis. As Puppy Paw is wary of that. Behind this, I mean, it's still difficult to go for the dive, but at least Puppy Paw now has the correct army composition in theory to deal with the arballetria here as well from Louis' army.
The thing is, Puppy Paw is questioning himself as well. Okay, I need to shut down food. I need to deny more. Did I do enough damage to actually dive? How many units do I get to sacrifice to do a killing blow? And we'll see if that is something he's able to do, because he's spending every bit of resource he has. While Louis, on the other hand, he is banking up a little bit of gold here and there. He's got the food in the guild hall. So if he decided to age up, that is definitely a choice for him. And Louis now, he is getting burnt. And this is a weird position, because you're up against all these knights. You don't really have the army to run into them and stop them from doing so. We do see some Louis farms there on the other side, though, opposite side of the army, so those will be safe for now. But it does look like he's going to try to catch up with this, but that's such a nice army.
In the middle of the map, he wants to secure the gold there, and once that red palace comes up, the keep and the TC, they're going to gain those red palace emplacements, meaning that Louis, he's going to have an easier time defending inside of his base once that landmark does come up. But That was his goal. That was his guild hall pull. That is all the resource that he has available to him. If Puppypaw just pulls back for a little, maybe get like 2-3 trebuchets in, get that red palace down, start sieging the infrastructure, Louis, if he's able to deny the resource still in the meantime, as he's doing right now, is going to be in a really rough spot.
Now, Louis getting control of that massive portion of the map feels good for him. The problem is the army behind you ignoring the fact that the Red Palace is all the way there at the front. That does not feel too good. And I think that's usually the tough position we put ourselves in. We now know there's a Red Palace, and now what? But Poppy knows exactly what to do. He is going to find some damage. We see Louis knocking at the front of the base, but at the same time, Puppypaw is here at the back, taking a little bit of damage with the Yeoman here, trying to get those armies together, but he has shut down the food, and Louis is not producing anything, because with those farms idle, he doesn't really have anything to make units with.
Yeah, no food at the moment. He did get enough resources in order to at least queue the elite upgrade on his own knights. But right now, he's not in the best of positions. We do now also have the first trebuchet that came in for Puppypaw. Army value still roughly 3,000 apart between the two. But elite upgrade on the knights is going to make them a lot more formidable in head-to-head engagements. Though Puppypaw now with 24 crossbows, I think he's just about to reach critical mass in order to start one-shotting those knights.
Now, Puppypaw probably feels like he needs to still find a way to delay this, do a little bit of damage. Some villagers are now being taken down. Oh, as those elite knights are just collapsing on everything. And the problem is Louis has very chunky knights now going straight to Puppypaw's base. And the problem is as well, they can get caught out with this army mass. Villagers desperately trying to wall.
They're going past though. Reinforcements coming in. Infantry there to support them. These knights, they're very, very chunky. Oh my god, that was one attack move there, killing like 5 villagers in a split second. Puppypaw, he's now been pulled off of gold for at least a little bit. Trebuchet still knocking on that red palace though behind this, and Louis, his food income for the last 2 minutes has been below 300 food per minute.
The difference is he's got access to most of the gold on the map, and Puppypaw is in a little bit of danger when it comes to that. We do see 250 gold per minute from Puppypaw, with relics being the majority of that, as he is sitting on 2 of those. So for him, this is also still a pretty tough position to be in. He's got 2 trebuchets, so he's slowly going to be making some progress. But at the same time, he needs to keep the pressure up to ensure that Louis doesn't remake those knights by allowing him to get the food. And again, he cannot leave these trebuchets unprotected. So it feels like he is the one who needs to make sure that he does damage and at the same time protect his units that can shut down this red palace. And he's doing so. Now going straight from the front, ignoring the fact that the farms are there at the back, he says, I can probably do a little bit more from out over here. Now the yeomen are going to provide a little bit of that ranged prowess when you do want to deal with all these arbs just coming towards your knights. But at the same time,
They're going for the gold mine again.
Those knights.
As Puppypaw see this, the knights are roaming around. He is moving towards that. Villagers are going to need to be pulled. He does have a wall there, able to get the gate up in time. Able to get his villagers to safety over there.
And it doesn't look like Louis knows that the villagers have gone way down to try and shut down a few of these bills. Those trebuchets though, 3 of them hammering at the Red Palace, they are doing some work. One villager desperately trying to defend and repair, but the White Tower here in the base as well, the Knights are struggling to find damage. And again, those things are very difficult to replace, Crackety. They are not just something you can throw away. This is Louis' lifeline.
Louis, though, he has managed to at least regain control over the farms in the back of space. Food income is looking a little bit more stable. I wonder actually if he reused the guild hall yet again in between, as his food income does look very solid at the moment. I think he also moved out towards his own boar, so he's getting a lot of food in through that now. He's mixed in a lot of archers now, which is a reasonable call considering Puppypaw has over 40 spearmen out on the field at the moment. And now, with the Red Palace going down, this is the moment now to strike for Puppypaw.
Now Puppypaw, he wants to strike. He does have some units at the back to defend though, because he respects this. But they are
a good fight. The tank advantage being too strong there. Those knights able to deal with the knights from Puppypaw that he used there to defend. But at the same time, Louis now in trouble in the backside of his own base, as Puppypaw is starting to break in.
without getting that red palace here, you are in trouble. But at the same time, he's got a very scary army there at the back. But the problem is, I don't think this is going to be enough. He does have his arbs here in the base, trying to shut down anything that does come close to the villagers. But the army mass from Papipo is just too scary. Now with those knight groups completely just going off into different directions, he's going to need to split his very thin army already. Trebuchet is now moving forward, going to be trying to find more damage here. We do see some pings all around the map, on the top, on the bottom, left, right, absolutely everywhere. These guys are attacking. Louis knows he needs to do damage, or he needs to find a way to lure that army back into his opponent's base.
Louis, he's trying to micro his way back into this game, but there's just such a large army here from Papipo doing damage now. These 4 trebuchets are going to be able to take down the keep inside of Louis' base very, very quickly. And even though he does have the better knights, he is now also trying to get even more upgrades, and we see a lead on the archer, incendiary arrows in queue. These archers are going to be very strong, and they're pretty much going to be the only military unit that he can afford. Is it going to be enough though? Because Papipo, he's trying to add Hobelas to the army mix as well. Hobelas having very good pierce armor here as well. And it looks like we've got ourselves a fight coming in here now, Whammon, as the armies are starting to clash here in the middle of the map. The elite upgrades are in for Louis, and he is trying to hold.
The problem is those elite upgrades are great, but are they great enough against this mass? The trebuchets still very much focused on the base. He is feeling confident with all these yeomen here, trying to do as much damage to the backline as we can see.
There it is. Ooh, these abilities.
The synchronized
so damage there. The synchronized shot just there it goes again, hitting a couple of the archers. And the army count from Louis, it's falling. 4,000 military value to 12,000.
And Louis just does not have the bank to bring this back. We can see the food per minute is looking quite tough for him here. The yeomen now picking off a lot of those orbs that were left. Archers as well that are just falling. But we do have some university upgrades here from Mr. Louis. The thing is, they do not shoot rockets. They shoot just enough to try and slow this down. But Louis does not have an answer for any type of military remake, and that red palace is still pretty much stuck, burned to the ground. Nobody is going to be able to get out here and repair it. Now these units moving straight on. As we can see, he's feeling confident. He's dropping a keep. Crackety! Another keep!
Another keep is coming in as he says, this is my game to take. Get out of my game. That's a get out of my game keep right there. Coming in for Papipo. Now with 17 Hobelas in there as well. Making sure that these ranged units right now, the only unit that Louis can really do is getting counted out. There we go. Hobelas diving in deeper, doing bonus damage to these ranged units, taking them down very, very quickly. And Whammon, this is it. This is the moment now where Papipo is should be able to close out this game as he's finally able to dive deeper into the economy. Louis, without any military force remaining, all he can do is send these villagers running, but running is just not going to be enough. There's probably no more food left inside of the guild hall as well, if it's even still on food now. So no lifeline really left for him. It's 500 gold that he can get out of it, but gold is the one thing that he does have at the moment. 19 to 17 military units to keep, now being finished. Louis, though, going for a sneak around, able to take down 2 of the 3 remaining trebuchets. But now, the archers, finally, and they found the villagers on the food. They're pecking their things, they're running. Louis, he's a fighter, he's still trying to stay in this one. But now, the riding, it's on the wall, and Papipo looking to be able to take game number 1 here.
Now, Louis is still making units all the way here until this point. He has given it his all, but those villagers getting pulled, Louis has had enough. Papipo taking down the EGC champion in the first game of this best of 5.
Yeah, GG, well played Papipo here, able to get the first score point on the board. And yeah, I mean, that's always something that you got to be feeling very happy about. When you're in a LAN, of course, like nerves are a thing after all, like even for veteran and seasoned players. And once you get that first win in, you got to feel a little bit more relaxed. You got to feel a little bit more like you're in your element in that situation. So yeah, Louis right now, he's going to have to start thinking, okay, now it's his turn to choose a map. He's got to be making his game plan for game number 2.
Can we just take a moment to look at that beautiful view with the flags?
It's so
It's
amazing.
gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Guys, that screen, just look at those flags. Perfectly animated there by Cal there in production. And just making sure to make the best highlightable quality content for you guys at home to feel like you are all here with us. Papipo taking Cliffside, a pretty aggressive map. And I don't know if this is already gonna put the tempo of this series, because this was aggressive, so aggressive, and I love that. That's why a lot of these maps in this pool are maps that people can be aggressive on, and Papipo has shown us he knows exactly when to hit and he knows exactly when to defend.
Yeah, it was a very timing-based aggression here from him going for that fast castle age, but he didn't just run units immediately into Louis' base. Instead, he kept massing up his own knights, kept looking for harassable areas, but not with the entire army. You don't want to be caught out of position in these situations. You just want to, you know, harass a little bit, buy yourself time, get more units out. You do have the tech advantage at that moment in time, and you want to make the most out of it. So that one, very well played by Papipo. Also, just knowing how to react to that fast Imperial Age, not being like, oh my god, my opponent went Imperial Age, I gotta follow up, I need Imperial right now I need it as well. But just calmly analyzing, okay, he's out of food. I just take down the Red Palace, and after that I can flood him with mass military, working out really well there for him. And now it is time for Louis to pick map number 2, and we'll be seeing the draft for that one very, very shortly. What do you think is like the options here for him?
Well, the thing is, I feel like Papipo has a lot of options here for most maps, because the civilizations on his side, they are deemed as pretty good. I would say especially, oh, hello there. We do have a draft though. I was about to say he's got earbuds, because he can use that on, I believe, Kawasan. He has a lot of options there. But anyway, it seems he doesn't need to wait for all of that. He just gets to use it right here on mountain clearing. And honestly, I did not think earbuds was going to be the choice on mountain clearing. I have never seen an earbuds on mountain clearing. Crackety, talk me through it.
It's a weird one. Now we've seen the Gamba wing, right? The Bazaar wing come in every now and then. And especially on a map like this, I want to say, like, if you get lucky, of course, if you get lucky, you might have some very interesting choices there. Now, neither of these civilizations can take the boar in the middle of the map. So I don't think that that's anything that we're going to be seeing. Nobody's going to be fighting around the boar here in this one between these two civilizations. Malians, they're the civilization that you just can't leave alone. And I believe it is time for us to just jump right in. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 coming at you immediately. No breaks here. We're just jumping straight into this one. There we go. We're here on Mountain Clearing. It is the Ayyubids against the Malians. And as the Malians set the game pace, it is, of course, with the pit mine immediately.
Now, the pit mines provide you that very unique situation on this map where, the gold runs out eventually if we do get to the late game, if they bless us with the late game. But the pit mines, they do not. They get to gather gold for all of the days, although on Papipo's side, you also have the earbuds, where when you go for the military wing, you get those free units, and they pay off pretty well as well. Now, the question now would be, what is Papipo going to go for, especially this early on? The sheep count usually pretty even between these two, especially on the map where they've spawned pretty consistently.
It is very difficult for the Ayyubids to really put up a lot of pressure up against the Malians here, mainly because like there's also no real angle to attack onto the gold here for the Ayyubids. It's all safely underneath the TC. So instead, you're just gonna have to go for the faster age up. Look at that, Louis. He's trying to lame the deer a little bit and just making sure that these deer aren't going to be shoved underneath the TC. Now, you can't really shove them quickly anymore, as was previously the case. You got to take your time. Yeah, this is definitely a matchup where I feel like the Ayyubids are going to have to be the aggressor in this matchup.
Now, I absolutely love the fact that deer cannot be pushed under the TC, though. And I think a lot of people might have some conflicting opinions on that. But especially on a map like this, where it was so easy to push them under. But Papipo, at the same time, he is trying to shut that down the same way. Look at that sheep counter, Crackety.
Very even.
Very nice.
Look at that. We're getting the economic ring growth here in from Papipo. We already saw that from the way he positioned his villagers onto the berries, that he was just making sure not to exhaust any of these berry bushes very early on. And as you start with a large gold vein inside of your base. Means that Louis was able to get an additional couple of houses in around that one, so gonna be generating a lot of gold here passively.
Yeah, this is usually not the amount of houses you get to see on any map, but it's also one of those that you just cannot punish. Byzantines recognizes this and he realizes, hey, I should probably just try to get ahead economically as well. Now, I want to talk a little bit about how this map used to be played, and that was all around the middle. So most civilizations, you wanted to get a white tower there in the middle. You want to get a reinforced tower right there in the middle. You want to do something to secure that middle because it was always play around the bore, around the sacred site, around that extra relic, and getting to a faster castle in that scenario too. But with these two civilizations, you have a different pace of the game. Now, Byzantines is the civilization that can potentially still consider that faster castle and go from there. But they're not a civilization that we would have seen a few months ago on here trying to get that castle age prowess here. But they do have something very unique, and those are the dervishes. So trying to get out on the map and getting the relics pretty quickly could pose a very interesting timing here as well, especially because he can start capping that sacred site. And Malians, they do like to be left alone, like you said. So is Byzantines going to be able to punish the Malians for just sitting back and being Malians?
Now this is a very, very fast age up here from Louis. Considering just how much he invested into those houses around the pit mine, he aged up with 8 villagers there, so definitely rushing that one up. He's got a lot of gold in the bank as well. Now the question is he going to Kalboom here? It makes a lot of sense to Kalboom just because this map is relatively small. And getting food on the map is incredibly difficult. There aren't that many deer here. You can't really pro scout. There's like one deer pack right next to your base, and then all the other deer on the map, they're just like these small deer camps. So both players most likely are going to try and go for a fast castle age, but Malians, it makes sense to try and go for, like, I want to say, a little bit of a Kalboom there as well, just so that your age up feels a little bit more, I want to say, sustainable when it comes to military production. You mentioned the dervishes earlier. These relics on this map, there's always 2 relics very close to UTC. Even for dervishes, it's going to be rather tough, I want to say, to take control over the relics on your opponent's side. We actually had the villagers. Oh, these must have been the villagers here that got spawned from the House of Wisdom for Byzantines. Looks like he accidentally sent them out to the middle of the map, is now sending them back towards the berries on his side. Stable also coming in. And yeah, looks like his choice here is going to be that fast age up. And Louis, with this many villagers on wood, I believe he wants to use it for cattle ranches. And we do already have a good amount of cows in there for him. And yeah, behind that, gonna start seeing some javelin throws as well. This is going to be a tough defense for him, as Byzantines is very soon about to hit the age up. And I think, at least sense-wise, I would say reinforcement wing probably makes the most sense here for him. I just don't think you need the very early dervish window here. I just don't think that's reasonable for you to snipe the relics away from your opponent.
Yeah, especially an opponent that has those javelin throwers. They have pretty good base damage. If you get enough of them, they're just going to take care of the dervishes. That they're a step that close into your range. But that's the thing. Abbasid is in a very unique position to go either or. But like you said, military wing would make it all, and that's exactly what he goes for. So this man, he is going to have some camels that Louis needs to find a way to deal with. Now, javelin throwers, they're a pretty good answer to that, but Byzantines knows this, and he knows that those are things that I need to find a way to handle. So getting that stable, he clicked up a horseman, but he did cancel it. So that usually spells one thing and one thing only, and those are lancers. And I think a lancer here could change the game significantly, because this is going to mean that Louis needs to invest. He needs to invest in a lot of donzos, because those javelin throwers are going to absolutely melt once 1 or 2 lancers get on top of them, especially paired with those very annoying desert raiders.
It's a very interesting army composition, because the desert raiders, they can always switch between melee and range. So you're pretty much going to be using the range variant of your desert raiders to try and snipe down the donzos here. And you're going to try and use your camel lances to deal with the javelin throws. Micro-wise, it should be easier for the Malians, but you just have to make sure, like all the time, never to be out of position. If you're out of position, you're going to lose your entire military force here, just due to the big lack of mobility compared to the cavalry units here from the Ayyubids. Now, it's still going to be a little bit longer until that Castle Age comes in. As the Ayyubids, of course, you can't really rush that up. At the same time, though, you don't need to idle out any villagers during the Age up in order to build a landmark. It's a little bit of a trade-off there for him. So Puppypaw able to just accrue some resources, get some production buildings up early. So the moment that he's able to get the Age up in, he's going to be ready to immediately hit the ground running with military production.
Now, Louis, on the other hand, has spent every bit of extra resource that he has into military units. We do see those resources just tanking down every single time he gets the opening. Those military buildings are active, the most active you can find out there, and at the same time now he's got 6 cows. It feels like he wants to get that cow eco booming, but then he also doesn't overinvest. He's smart about this, and I think that's a mistake that a lot of players make. They are like, hey, I need to just get as many cows as possible, see how this goes, but he knows he needs the amount of units to handle this, because Puppypaw, he was floating a lot of resources the moment he aged up, because he knew I needed to get upgrades, I needed to keep those camel lances, he needs to get them out as quickly as possible so that he can try and get that timing where Louis' army might not be big enough to handle it, but this is a pretty big one. The problem is just camels, they run around on 4 legs, and if I'm counting these legs correctly, it does look like these guys only have 2 legs. Now, Crackety, 4 legs in this game, they mean one thing and one thing only. You're going to run pretty fast. So he's got the mobility, and he will potentially be able to be a lot more active on this map and force something to happen.
We are getting an Aristotle's placement in on the outpost here from Puppypaw, so he will want to protect his gold over there. We do have the mosque also in, and Louis, he's on that side where the relics is. He's waiting for that initial dervish to come out so he can snipe him out immediately. Puppypaw doesn't have that one in queue yet, though. He is biding his time. Looks like there's going to be a little dive here. Louis is able to get a villager snipe there. Donzos, in the meantime, are trying their best to take down that outpost, and they are going to be able to find the kill on it as well. Now, the outpost is in the influence of the Golden Age, so it does have some bonus fire armor. At the same time, some Camel Lancers, or Desert Raiders rather, are able to interrupt the wood line from Louis. There's a ton of idle time at the moment, though, from Puppypaw. He is getting harassed inside of his own base. Villagers now getting pulled in order to try and heal that outpost. Means, though, that they are going to get taken down by the javelin throws here. That's a ton of villagers now being killed on both sides, but Louis, he is still sitting underneath the outpost the entire time, and the outpost does have that bonus fire armor thanks to the Golden Age aura here. Puppypaw, he just doesn't have the military mass at the moment to deal with this. He barely has any food income, so he's not able to constantly produce any Camel Lancers.
It does feel like he invested quite a bit here after getting a little bit of a kill here, but the Camel Lances, they're going straight for them. They do get impaled, and those Donzos are doing a world of damage. We can see the Desert Raiders trying their best to snipe these down, but the Javelins make them look like they're made of paper. The tower, though, this thing has survived through the ages. It has been alive for millennia, but it will eventually go down. Some of the villagers now getting pulled out. A few might get sniped out. One going down, second on the way, and hitting the ground yet again. Now, with Louis, though, he didn't lose much. Sure, we lost a few military units, but this is Malians. They'll just remake them and come back stronger. This was the fight that Puppypaw needed to win, or he needed to do a lot of damage economically to Louis. Because now there are 12 cows in the ranches, and ladies and gentlemen, if you take a look over there at the food per minute, I have some bad news for Mr. Puppypaw, and he is very far behind, and he's nowhere near any transition of sorts either. He does have 2 relics though, or 3? Oh no, 2 relics only.
2 relics for the time being, but most importantly does have a dervish now. He did escape with a couple of very low HP Camel Lances, which he can now heal up at the very least, so retains a lot of value on those units. Issue is for him, he still doesn't have a unit that can really deal with the army that Louis has. Donzos and Javelin Throwers. Ideally, we would see some Ghoulems now, but they also lack the mobility, and against all the high base damage here that the Javelin Throwers have, it is very difficult to justify going into mass Ghoulems here because you will need a lot of them. Louis still just running around with the military here, trying to find opportunities to do damage. And he might actually find those villagers there from Puppy Paw that he sent all the way around there in the wood line if Puppy Paw's not careful and pulls them deeper towards the side there. Puppy Paw, he's getting outmassed right now, 3-1 with military units that counter his as well. This is a very dicey situation at the moment, and we do see the Donzos trying to charge through the wall over there. Does he suspect that maybe that's where the wood gathering operation is at the moment? Might just be, and yeah, he is actually moving towards that. We see another layer of walls coming in now for Puppy Paw. Wants to make sure that these villagers are going to stay safe, and behind us, the Grand Fulani Corral is now on its way for Louis with 15 cattle already inside the ranches. That is going to be the main goal here for him. Puppy Paw, he is not looking to defend though. He is looking to punish his opponent. Wait, is that open? There's no way. Yeah, there's no way.
That was pretty close though. Just knowing that there are villagers there, you realize I need to find a way to get in. And at the same time, Puppy Paw knows I need to find a way to do damage. And that's exactly what he's trying to do here. The Dervishes coming forward as well to ensure the healing. The camel losses will be minimized. But this is his only hope of actually beating this army that has been at the front of his base. He needs to try and get them off into tiny packs to try and stop this. But now we do see those villagers on wood also being attacked, but the big army is moving backwards. And this feels so tough because yes, you've got the camels, you've got the mobility, but you don't have a place to do any damage. And your opponent, he's on 17 cows and a Fulani Corral, so he is just drowning in the resources. Now, it does look like Puppy Paw is going to be starting to make a play for his relics on his side of the map, but 3 secured by Puppy Paw here. It just doesn't give him an answer to his very dire food situation. He is getting a mangonel now though, and mangonels, they are pretty good at handling this big mass we see here at the front. Villagers now from Puppy Paw all the way forward. We do have those javelins picking off a few villagers there at the back, and yet again, food getting shut down and more villagers paying the price.
Yeah, Puppy Paw, army value-wise, it's not looking bad for him right now. It's 5,000 to 3,000, so he's actually got a very, very solid army value lead. The issue is just that, once again, his army, it's effectively getting countered out completely here by the army composition of Louis MT. Let's see if the siege is going to be enough here to make a difference. A lot of Springles are being invested into right now behind this. That could, in theory, be the solution, but Javelin Throw is also a good unit up against Springles, able to snipe them. Oh, Monk, Imam is getting sniped out. Camel Lancers causing some idle time there in the wood line from Louis MT. And villagers in the wood line. Oh, they gotta be so careful.
Oh,
before he realizes though, what's he gonna do? What's the reaction going to be? He's trying to rush up the Manjanique. It's not up yet. He's not able to spring the siege trap on him quite yet. A couple of Camel Lancers are being nosed though. Are gonna run away, and with the Cambulance, all the damage that has been done to them is able to at the very least be healed up.
Now, those Camel Lancers, they are difficult to handle, but at the same time, in that mass, you feel pretty confident just poking out and hitting a few. Now, those villagers on the wood lines, though, those things have been very, very easy to break through. Now, he doesn't overcommit here, because Louis understands if I lose this mass, it's going to be quite hard for me to actually mass up to the amount I need to handle this army. Because Puppy Paw is now slowly starting to get into the composition that Malians struggles against. Now, if add 2 more mangonels to that, and that is a very true statement. Now, the Spriggles, though, they do okay, but the problem with the Javelin Throws is they are going to be able to almost one-shot those. So getting that mass of an army is great, but you need to find a way to deal with these units that are just going to be firing from a range that you just cannot hit. Now, the Sofas are called in, and Sofas, they're usually a pretty good answer, but...
Already have the camels for that, though. So it's not the best answer that you can make in theory. The best answer would probably be more Javelin Throws and trying to get into range. Javelin Throws, though, they're also going to struggle with the Camel Lancers or with the Mangonel in there. This is a rough situation at the moment for Louis. This is a very off-meta army composition that he's up against right now with the Springles and the just mass of camels here. The army value, it's kind of crazy how it's almost 2-1 at the moment. Puppy Paw leading crazily here in the army value, but just military count is where Louis has him very much matched.
Now, Papipo, he does lose, I mean, his hospital, his running hospital is just trying to keep all those units healthy. The thing is, he's got a lot of chunky camels here, and those guys don't look like they need much healing up, but a few more dervishes are going to be on the way. We see Papipo remaking that, and now another Manjanique and another one queued up. He knows how to deal with these masses, and Louis says, no, Crackety. I do not need more javelins. I need more sofas. The furniture is the choice of military here. And at the same time, he's going to the back here again because he knows this is where I spotted a bunch of very vulnerable villagers. Let me try and make quick work of them. But no, does not overcommit yet again. The problem is now that army of 62 or 63 is not all together. So this is Papipo's opportunity to actually try and again do something. Louis is trying to spend every bit of resource he can, but it feels like the Malian cow boom timing just hasn't hit the way we're used to.
I'm not sure about that one, because behind this, Louis, he's been consistently at over 1,000 food per minute now for a while, and this means that he was able to mass up so many sofa that army value suddenly has become very, very similar. No longer is it that 2-to-1 army count. It is now starting to become very, very comparable here. And Papipo has to be so careful not to lose too many of his camel lancers and desert raiders here before the fight even really begins. He is very much reliant on his large siege mass. He barely has any food income, at least nothing that's really comparable to what Louis has. So he is reliant on his siege units in the army count. In this next fight, it's going to be so, so important. We are seeing some flaming fire shots here coming in from the Manjaniques, but Sofa raids coming in behind this. Papipo, he's losing a lot more villagers behind this in a situation where economically he is already crazy far behind, as Louis has the full 20 cattle inside of the ranches.
Wow, that is a lot of dead villagers. And now that we see the picture disappearing, we see the carnage in the villager killed. Graphic there, it is an absolute destruction. And for Malians, this feels good. I was saying those sofas are made to deal with siege. But actually, no, they're doing what sofas do best, and that is raiding. Now, the siege not able to fire in one place, they do not do that well when they are surrounded by units. Donzo's coming from every single side, and it does look like this Ayyubid mass is going to be obliterated. Malian Cowboom. It's a little hard.
GG comes in as Louis MT is able to even out the series after the second game. 1-1 now on the scoreboard. Very even set straight away here between the two. And it just turns out that Malian Cowboom on a map that has very, very little food out on the map is very nice. Like going for sustainable income. Obviously, long term, it does carry you very, very far. There were some moments, though, I want to say, where Papipo's army composition, it looked really good. Having so many units out on the field and getting those Springles in. The Springles did a great job. The issue is just, after this fight, Papipo, he would not have been able to remass after that one. We're going to be taking a look at the end game stats here now, and we can see the military value lead. Papipo, he had a very, very solid lead there after he started adding in that siege, but that last fight, once those sofas came in, suddenly it all flipped around. And just looking at that food difference there as Louis MT outgathers him 2-1 in the food department.
Oh, that is such a tough spot to be in. But we can see with that economy count dotted line graph, we see the real economy out there from Malians. And when you just cannot shut them down, it feels so tough, especially in that mid to late game. The later the game goes, usually Ayyubids, they have good answers to what Malians has on offer when they do have their food transition done as well. But Louis, he knew how to count his units, he knew when to attack, and the military value lead tells it all. He did overcommit a little bit there for a second, but Papipo was just not able to close that out. Now, looking at the rest of the civilizations, though, I feel like Papipo has some pretty neat tricks up his sleeve for this. Because you still have HRE, you still have Japanese, and Ottomans being in the bank too, it's a civilization that has been a lot more popular recently. And it hasn't gotten a lot of airtime, so a lot of people haven't seen the real capabilities of it. So Rous, though, I don't think anyone needs to say anything about that. We know exactly what Rous can do. So now Papipo gets to choose the map. And honestly, I don't really know what Papipo will go for here.
We do have Kawasan in the draft on his side, so could be seeing Kawasan. That synergizes very well with the Japanese here. You get the cheaper fishing ships. There's tons of berries in the middle of the map, and berries, that is something that the Japanese very much enjoy. Get those unique upgrades in. You're able to get up those berries at lightning speed there. And yeah, you mentioned it, Ottomans. They're also a very interesting civilization, very much undervalued. They aren't the strongest civ when it comes to their economy, but they are probably, I want to say, one of, if not the strongest civilization when it comes to the units that they have available to them, having the Sipahi, the strongest horseman by far in the game. But I'm wrong. We are seeing Japanese, but it's not going to be on Kawasan. Instead, we're seeing them come in on coastal cliffs here, up against the Byzantines. And this isn't the first time that we see Byzantines today on coastal cliffs, which is interesting if you consider that Byzantines, they like making cisterns. Cisterns need stone, and the stone spawns very far away from you on the coastal cliff map here.
Now, that's quite an interesting position, because I think Coastal Cliffs is a map that obviously we see it in S-tier tournaments, but this is not something that you and I will see on our ladder experience. So Byzantines being quite a spicy pick here, because I feel like they're a civilization that we've recently been seeing a little bit of Hippodrome play as well, which is kind of wild, but it always turns into a pretty aggressive play, denying your opponent from actually sitting back. But at the same time, you're up against Japanese, and Japanese also, again, a civilization. They just pull card after card after card, and they can set the pace of the game pretty quickly here. Now, with that stone shortage that Byzantines has, if a Japanese decides he is going to make a unit, you are going to be denied off of that pretty quickly, and the story of the cisterns will be non-existent.
Yeah, and especially in this matchup, like Byzantines, they are that civilization where you just can't leave them alone. You leave them to their own device, they're just going to fast castle, and suddenly Golden Horn Tower starts printing out mercenary units like there's no tomorrow. So it's definitely something that you do want to interrupt as early as possible. And recently, we have seen the emergence of the mass Yumi archers coming in more and more often. Just having that very, very cheap archer, very quick archer unit as well, that is able to outmaneuver the longbow mercenaries from your opponent. You never know, like catch them off guard, take a fight that the Byzantines aren't really too happy with. But Whammon, I do believe that once again, it is time. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for our game number 3 now between Papipo and Luyomti here on Coastal Cliffs.
Opening with a barracks, just as expected. That is going to mean that no stone access will be granted, but we can see that Louis, he was not planning to go for stone anyway, just going to be going with a normal lumber cap opening here for Byzantines, ensuring he gets the amount of stone needed to get that first cistern up. Now the question is, where does Papipo strike, and why is it going to be the gold? With a villager as well, Crackety.
Yeah, he's a man with a plan, but this villager isn't going out to be making an outpost immediately. He was carrying a little bit of food as well. No, this is a move out onto the deer here instead, so he's going to start off immediately with some deer gathering. And having these villagers a little bit forward also opens up the option of just pulling one in between and maybe, you know, dropping a cheeky outpost there on your opponent's side. It's very difficult though. Looking at Louis MT spawn here, he has struck gold when it comes to the berry positioning here in his spawn. The berries far in the back here for him. So with that, he is going to have a lot of options, or at least he's going to have very good potential when it comes to just making sure that he's going to be able to get those mercenaries out onto the field.
Now, in a position like this, we can now see that Louis, he's got the 2 villagers out here trying to get the gold he needs, but all of a sudden, there's a spearman appearing, and he might need to invest a little bit more to actually get that done. Now, Papipo, he's making more spears. It doesn't look like he is slowing down at all, and we do see him getting a little bit of an upgrade as well, which will delay that age up even a bit more, but he's willing to work with this.
Yeah, Tawara is a very solid upgrade very early on. It's like getting wheelbarrow, like half of wheelbarrow. It doesn't delay you as much, but it means that your villagers are going to get a lot more movement speed. Not quite as much as the full wheelbarrow. You'll be able to upgrade that one in the feudal age. All right, now Louis, he's had enough. He's pulling every single villager over here now to make sure that he's getting enough gold for what he wants in feudal age. He already has the food actually behind it. He just needs the gold now. He's going to have to send the villagers all the way back, though, in order to get that Grand Winery up. He's like, no, it's not going to be the Grand Winery. Wham, and you alluded to it earlier. It is going to be that Imperial Hippodrome coming in now. And that is actually such an interesting play when you consider the strengths here that the Japanese have going for themselves. So if they go into mass horsemen, you're able to not only get an additional melee damage upgrade on them as the Japanese, as you do get one in the Dark Age as well, but with the Umabenemen boosting up the horsemen, it means that your horsemen are going to be very, very strong. So just making sure that you have something similar here, similar strengths on your horsemen with the Triumph ability from the Hippodrome, means that Louis doesn't have to shy away from taking fights horseman against horseman.
Now, getting a Hippodrome on this map feels like a very interesting move because you want to make sure that those horses actually have a place to hit. With Japan, usually they are a civilization that is either being greedy or just being very aggressive. And that's exactly what we're seeing now, that aggression coming on through. That Hippodrome is going to mean that he's going to be able to make horses and actually shut down outside resources that Puppy Paw might be planning on leaning back into, especially if he did not get enough food. But I would love to see how many sheep are under that TC to understand exactly what could be coming out of this, because neither of these civilizations are much of those pro-scouting civilizations that we see, especially on this map where pro-scouting is still being done. Japan, though, they do have a lot of sheep under that TC. So outside resources will not be the ones getting targeted here.
All of the berry spots as well are sort of in the back here from Puppy Paw's space. He does have these 3 wood lines at the front line. Those he's going to really have to be careful about. Maybe some protective walls should be coming in sooner rather than later. Age up now, finishing up for LuMT. Puppy Paw just starting his now with the Kura Storehouse. He's already causing a little bit of villager idle time here with those spearmen. So I want to say that these so far have somewhat paid off for themselves. Just dictating the game pace a little bit here. Louis, he is now going into the army composition of archers and horsemen. No move out yet at all when it comes to the berries in the back. So mercenaries, it's going to be a while until those join us on the field. But we do see the first couple of villagers making their way onto the stone mine in the back. So assistance at least we should be seeing at some point soon.
Now, finally making our way onto the berries, and this will mean that slowly but surely the oil will start dripping in. But Louis, at the same time, he hasn't gone back on the gold either. So you're not sitting in a position where Byzantines is enjoying their best lives, just getting upgrades. You feel a little panic because you're like, oh my gosh, my opponent has all the upgrades and I'm still stuck with slow villagers and all. But the spearmen here, they are able to shut down any type of aggression coming out of Louis. But now with those 3 archers, he is going to be able to, again, counter these spears. So let's see if he's going to be moving out with those. But at the same time, Louis has stopped making units. So now you got to ask yourself, okay, where do I hit? When do I hit? And Puppy Paw, does he keep making units behind this? Does he try and counter a very possible Byzantines aggression? Now making another horseman there from Louis. So Louis has decided aggression will be key here for me today.
Yeah, aggression indeed. We don't see... Is there a mercenary house yet in for Louis? It doesn't look like he's got a mercenary school in yet. Instead, we're actually going to see a 1-1-1 army composition here for him, as we do see the barracks now coming up as well. Behind this Puppy Paw, he is adding in his own horsemen. Yumi archers not visible yet. I haven't seen any archer rangers coming out yet from Puppy Paw there. But Yumi archers, I mean, right now, there's no reason for him to go into them yet. He hasn't seen the Limitani or the barracks yet, so it makes sense for him not to go for them quite yet.
Now, I absolutely love the fact that we're finally Limitani are coming on out, but they got their upgrade. And again, every bit of gold is being used, but no extra is being mined. So Louis just making sure all those villages he has, they are working on units that he is going to use right here, right now. And in a situation like that, it doesn't feel like Louis is planning on playing a very long game. It feels like he is He's got his mind set on, I am pushing, I'm just waiting for the right moment when my units are enough. He's got a lot of oil in the bank now, and soon enough it will be turned into mercenaries, I hope. But the cisterns are also slowly making their way across his map. We do see that dreaded L connection of cisterns, where that just means he's already got 3 up and running. Soon to be connected, and soon to be a very boosted economy, just like my ladder rank.
Blacksmith now coming in as well, and Puppypaw actually responding now with some Samurai on his own side. So we're going to be seeing some Feudal Age Samurai over from the side of Puppypaw. No additional Blacksmith upgrades yet, other than +1 melee damage. Is definitely going to want to add some of that yet. The archers are starting to pick off some of the spearmen here, and he does now see the Limitani in the army composition here from Louis MT. Able to pick up one of the archers, so at least returned a little bit of fire there. Some raids, but yeah, the TC taking down one of the horsemen here. Right now, Louis MT is in a great spot because he is causing idle time, most importantly, in a situation where he is scaling better than his opponent, meaning that he should be in a position to just keep outmassing Puppypaw behind this. Looks like the raiding force is getting shrunk a little bit. Scout has been taken down. Puppypaw, yeah, behind this, he's just continuously massing up more of those samurai. Issue though with those samurai is Whammon, they're not the fastest.
And especially when you're dealing against the mass that can kite pretty well, but I feel like with the Limitane he has in there, it also maybe have invested a little bit too much into also just those melee units that are not going to run much faster than them. The samurai, though, they're going to get a few cheap shots off. They are running after those archers and does not find a good connection. As you can see, those swords being heavy, the archers do look like those little bows are not dragging them down too hard. Louis realizes, hey, I need a different composition to handle what Puppypaw is planning, and he does choose his contract. Roughly, which contract was that? Did you see?
I did not actually glance at it. I do believe it should have been the Kashik. Yeah, we are actually getting Kashiks in here. So an armored unit here from Louis MT, because with the Kashiks he is going to be able to very effectively take the fights up against the samurai. And not only that, but it also just synergizes very well together with the Hippodrome that he has. So we'll be able to make extra use of the very fast attack speed from the Kashiks together with Triumph to take down those samurai.
And
no archers yet.
And as we can see, he's recognized the fact that the units that he may have in his arsenal is probably not going to be the ones he needs to handle this. So instantly going back onto gold, floating quite a bit of food, which means he's just not making more horses. He realizes, hey, I would like Castle Age, and I would like to make crossbows to actually handle these samurais and do something back. So with Louis' army he has, he's trying to keep those units of Puppypaw in the base by raiding, responding. He wants to delay that big push from just as few samurais that Puppypaw has in his pocket and try to do something in his own Castle Age. But Puppypaw, he seems to be thinking something similar. He stopped producing units and he is going for Castle Age as well behind this. But is he going to be able to? Because there are horses putting a little bit of pressure everywhere.
Yeah, both players right now looking to go for the age up. The issue with that is, though, Louis behind all of this, he's already on Cistern level 4. He's got a scaling window unlocked for him. And the age up, once he's getting that Golden Horn Tower in, he's going to be unlocking a lot of value through that when it comes to mercenary units that he will start produce there. Puppypaw, the Urshurs are nice. The question is just how much value is it comparatively to the Golden Horn Tower? And I think, Whammon, the Golden Horn Tower, it just feels like a more worthwhile unlock here for Louis compared to Puppypaw's Castle Age.
Especially with the amount of cisterns you have there, so you can make sure that that economy is boosted, the units keep coming out, and it's just going to be hard for Puppypaw to actually respond to that. Now, him getting the gate, floating right into Age 3, but slowly. He's not too rushed about this, as we can see. Horsemen, though, they are still out on the map trying to find some damage, because, of course, this is not the Byzantines we're used to. This is not that farm transition under the Grand Winery Byzantines, so he's not going to have to deal with unlimited Kashiks like most players have felt, especially when you are opening with a Hippodrome.
Yeah.
Now the wheelbarrow
It is on its way. We're seeing, oh, these were Dark Age Samurai here for the longest time, as the Feudal Age upgrade, Hardened upgrade, is only just now coming in for Puppypaw. He's managed to sneak in one villager kill in between there. Yeah, Louis MT, he's still trying to look for some raiding opportunities here. Puppypaw, is he going to react? He's reacting in time, securing the villagers here with the Crow Storehouse. But Benjamin already out on the field, and he's got enough resources to immediately start pumping some Mounted Samurai here. Louis, though, he is also pedal to the metal veterancy coming in on the mercenary units. We're seeing cataphracts, we're seeing crossbows coming in. The issue is, though, he actually doesn't have that much food to continuously produce these types of units. So Puppypaw should be, I want to say, in a position to get enough of his own Mounted Samurai in time to defend here.
Now the age up, heading on in. Now we'll see what that priority upgrade is, but I'm guessing no upgrades needed when you have Mounted Samurai coming on in. 4 of them instantly being clicked up, and with the Horseman support, it definitely feels like a good amount to have when you want to be the one that's all around running, forcing your opponent to react to you ineffectively. Because now what happens with Louis is he doesn't have those mobile units. He has Keshiks, he has Horsemen, but at the same time, you can't just produce them in the same numbers as those beautiful Mounted Samurais that will be heading on out. And it looks like Puppypaw is starting to move forward. I wonder, does he commit to this? Does he try to push forward and send those horses in a different direction? That's exactly what he's doing. So he has to be careful not to lose any of his units, because again, those Keshiks, they are good. They're just going to be enough to take that little melee army heading his way. Now, those horses, they do seem to be knowing that the other army is trying to sneak around to find the economy, but I see a lot of pink. I would be a little bit scared.
Mounted Samurai are taking engagement here at the front side up against the Keshiks. Are going to be doing a very good job at reducing the army count there a little bit before any additional fights. And looks like the cavalry mass is starting to cause some idle time here. Louis does have a response force, though, ready for that. So Puppypaw, he's going to have to run around there a little bit. Isn't able to take the straight engagement. Able to take the straight engagement with the reinforcements that he has on the front side, though. And right now, military count, it's very even, and the military value as well. So right now, all things still on the table here. Little quick wall coming in from Louis. Wants to make sure that the cavalry can't make through. Is able to finish the wall off just in time here. Torches it down, though. That villager should be going down. But isn't going down. He's giving him the wrap around. Running through the gate now as well. The villager is able to survive. All the units here trying to chase after it. That must be so annoying here for Puppypaw, not able to get that villager kill and losing his raiding force now in turn 4.
Now, there's a pretty big raiding force that will be following up here. So Puppypaw does have a few more answers to this. Villagers running for their lives, but those are villagers that were damaged beforehand. So he did sacrifice a lot, lost a lot, trying to right-click on that villager. But unfortunately, he's got a lot more Mounted Samurais to do the damage he needs. We see a lot of blue blobs moving around the map, which just means there are different raiding groups looking for damage. But he has to be careful here, because there's a few spearmen in there. And if he... Oh, actually, just a handful. Wololo coming on in, does not get any conversions here, but does scare off those samurais from trying to extend too far. The problem is Louis' army is pretty scary, and if he starts to push forward now, Puppypaw is going to have some trouble shutting this down, especially knowing that he's the one that wants to raid.
Yeah. Shinto Priest at the moment out here. There are a couple of weak Mounted Samurai now at this point in time, so Puppypaw will want to potentially heal them up a little bit here. We do have a Katana Bannerman, we do have a Yorshiro inside the DC, so Puppypaw is starting to take more and more of a lead when it comes to the overall villager count here now. And Puppypaw starting to reinforce with Onobugeisha, veterancy on its way as well. Is going to have a great answer up against the crossbows and the Limitani. The issue is Onobugeisha aren't that great up against the Ghulams and the one Varangian god that's out on the field at the moment as well.
Now, with Puppypaw's mass trying to back off, we do see Limitane, they are quite scary in those numbers, especially with crossbows backing them up. But this is a massive army here from Louis, getting the wraparound. But at the same time, Puppypaw has units that trade I was going to say decently, but no, it's getting cleaned on up. And now Louis is going to be in charge of raiding, because that's a lot of forces, Crackety. And once they land on a vulnerable little resource pack, this is going to be hard, because that army can take Puppy Paw's army that is running right for his base. He spots it. Cataphract in the mix as well. Villagers being here on the forward build, a little bit exposed. Still Cistern at level 4 here, not completely connected, but the armies are colliding, and it does look like he's trying to deter these samurai from making their way into the base.
Yeah, and behind this as well, like these military units, oh, this is not a fight that Puppy Paw can really take at the moment. That is not good. He has to really take care of making sure that these mounted samurai are making their way out there alive. He cannot turn around to take a fight there at all. At the same time, we do have a couple of infantry units trying to cause harassments here and there as well, trying to cause some damage, but not really able to do that, as Louis did split up his army there. 3 relics at the moment in for Louis, meaning he's also getting a ton of passive olive oil here, courtesy of that Grand Winery. Outpost coming up with the front line, and it's just going to be more and more cataphracts now as well following up. So Louis' cavalry force is going to be looking very solid. I don't think he's actually used Triumph yet, so still has all of those chargers ready there and waiting for him.
Now that Hippodrome is producing, and there's a lot of supply points in that bank. He is taking a really great connection here. We see Puppy Paw trying to get those units to safety, but Louis, he's already in Puppy's base, and he is smelling blood. We do see that's a pretty significant army there. You don't want to overextend, and of course they do not have God Vision, but the connection is happening, and it looks like the Bugattis are going to be trying to fight this off, and they managed to do so.
The issue is, at the moment, Puppy Paw, he doesn't actually have the missing melee damage upgrades here on these Unbagacious, only melee damage level 1. He notices now, is clicking the upgrade, but as he notices, he has to run. Triumph has just been activated, so Louis now wants to take the fight. Puppy Paw does not. He is running inside of his own base, does have the Daimyo upgraded, so at least will have that TC helping him out there with the double, triple arrow fire coming in. Unbagacious tanking up at the front line, not the tanking unit that you want, though, up against the Cataphracts. The Cataphracts are able to mow down the entire military force here from Puppy Paw, and Louis with the Byzantines with enough of an army force here to now push into the economy from Puppy Paw. This is looking dire.
That TC fire, it may be upgraded, but it is not, again, shooting rockets yet. It is just tickling those cataphracts. We can see those Bugattis, they're slicing and dicing at the speed of light, but the crossbows, they are making quick work of any unit who dares stand close. And Louis now with a massive military mass. Puppy Paw did not get the damage he needs to be able to come back from this. That economy is idle. You can see the resources spent. More samurais in queue, but we are going to need a lot more to handle this. Another one getting picked off. We do see Puppy on the counter-attack there on the D at the top, but at the same time, he is completely under siege, and Louis was ready. That is the type of play I expect from Louis. Louis makes it on through to match point now against Puppy.
Yeah, and that was just insanely well played there by Louis MT. Do know, Puppy Paw, behind all of this, he kept on trying to find these little raiding opportunities time and time again. But every single time, there were military units ready for him. And yeah, just these cataphracts, meaning that the mounted samurai not able to, you know, get as many villager kills as they might have wanted there.
And this feels like a tough spot. We see players taking a small break here because this is do or die. And for a lot of players, this is probably one of your hardest matches in the groups. Now, knowing these groups, we can definitely see they're in an uphill battle. This LAN is one of the closest ranked competitions, I would say, especially because it's in person. It's high stakes. There are nerves. But guys, let's look at these statistics. We can see that's a beautiful military value lead. Snowball there for Louis. He held on, he defended, and then he destroyed, committing at exactly the right moment he needed to.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the overall total resource gap, it looks like Puppy Paw actually had a very solid economy there. In the end, it's just the trade-outs. They've been very, very efficient here from Louis all throughout. Looking at it, Whammon, he chose the Keshik mercenaries. Like looking back at that, I feel like that might have been the point in time where Puppy could have actually switched into Onamushas, because typically Onamushas, they don't work too well in this matchup because of the longbows. But without the longbows being there, that might have been the prime opportunity for those Onamusha to shine there. Unfortunately, not coming in there, meaning that Papipo does concede another point, meaning that Louis MT is now on match point. Papipo has got to give it his all now in order to come back in this set.
Now, keep in mind, this was Papipo's map of choice. So if he goes for his last, that definitely gives him a lot of options here. I do see those civilizations leave a lot open, but at the same time, Louis has China. And China is a civilization that has been quite prominent. Most people have banned it out. They are not letting that one slide on through, but, you know, one of the strong civilizations need to make their way through. So getting China in this matchup is pretty strong. You get to use it on most of these maps, and I mean, in a lot of cases, a lot of the players are just saying you cannot take down this civilization though. But Mongols also being on the side of Louis. He has answers to Kawasan, and I don't know if the amount of aggression we will be seeing from Papipo is going to be enough to shut down that very greedy Mongol play we've been seeing with the Fast Imperial. Because the last nerfs did not stop anything of that.
Yeah, obviously there are still some very strong civilizations remaining here for Papipo as well, though. Namely, we've got the Rous, of course, like being one of, if not the strongest civilization in the current patch. HRE, also very solid. Definitely a choice here, potentially, for Papipo when it comes to Kawasan. Ottomans also reign as a very interesting pick here from him, of course. And Ottomans would be, I want to say, like one of the key civilization answers that Papipo has up against the Delhi, should they ever come in here. Or just in general, just using Ottoman doesn't feel like it's the best choice of civilization when you still have the Rous or the HRE available to you.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough decision if I think either player, but now Papipo gets to decide. Does he want to go Kawasan or believe that is a dry Arabia waiting for us in the future? But both of these unchosen yet. See, now I need to take the moment. I'm so glad they panned back to this camera because look at those unknown flags also waving in the background, waiting to be chosen into a civ. I absolutely love it. And guys, look at that trophy. Isn't that the coolest trophy you have seen? That's a shield and a sword, and it is handcrafted here. Just absolutely gorgeous. Getting that through shipping, though, that's going to be a tough one. I think that might be harder than winning this tournament.
Imagine getting, imagine bringing a sword through customs and being like, I won this. This is mine. I want to bring it back home with me. But yeah, big shout out to our set here and the trophy, of course. Like, this production value here is absolutely insane that we've got going on. Mind you, like in the back, like that's a screen. Like the flags, they're actually not just being shown digitally. There is a screen behind the players. Just an insanely awesome stage that we've got here. And yeah, just zooming in on that trophy, Masters of Steel, very, very epic. Like, you want to bring that home.
Yes. Yes, you do. And you want to put it behind you on your stream when you are loud and proud above that. Oh, the overlay even getting removed. But guys, actually, just so you guys can see, down there, our groups, Marine Lord and CSO, currently playing 2-1 at the moment. They are being casted over on Eliona's channel as well as KP's channel. So if you want to go check out Marine Lord CSO also taking place, please go have a look and come on right back, because this is where the action will keep on happening. Beasty and Anatand will be casted over here after this set, and that's a lot more action for us. I think that's also a grudge match waiting to happen, because Anatand destroyed him in the last EGC event.
Absolutely, wow. And that was not something that we expected at all, but it did come in, and it's definitely something to look forward to. Oh, okay. Looks like we do have our next map and civilization picks here for us. It is going to be Kawasan, and we're seeing the Holy Roman Empire coming in for Papipo up against the Mongol civilization from Louis MT.
Now, getting HRE on this map, I don't feel like we've seen enough of HRE on this map, because in most of the tournaments we've seen this map on, you usually have a wheel of 3 civilizations that kept on going. But with these bans, Zushi was no longer on one of those options, and Abbasid was already gone. So now we have HRE, which is honestly, I think, a map or a civilization that does pretty well at doing damage in castle, which is usually what you need to handle against the Mongols. Because Mongols, they go on the water. If they lose the water, it is what it is. They hopefully do not lose the water, but if they do, it's okay. They're just going to go Imperial, have the sheep that they have, and get free units until you die. But on the other hand, Louis has shown us that he knows how to do this right. But guys, those fingers are going real fast. I believe we're ready.
I do believe so as well. Now, it might just be a little bit for a game to catch up to them. Oh, no, never mind. There we are. We're jumping straight into this one. This is it. Game number 4. Louis MT now on match point as we are bringing you the 4th game in this set. Puppy Paw spawning in the color blue here as the Holy Roman Empire. His opponent, Louis MT, with the Mongols. And look at this spot here, Wham. And oh man, he's got to move out miles in order to get to the gold.
That is a pretty tough gold position to be in, but he has committed to it. And we do see that Uwu being placed. Wonderful. It means that your scout will not pass here for the game. Pausing there for a second as we get a pasture coming on out. But Puppy Paw, he had the right choice here. He was just like, okay, there might be an opportunity for me here. I could shut down a dock. I could shut down an Uwu. Uwu will not be on the cards, but the gold definitely is. But with all those villagers heading out on gold, he's going to have the gold he needs before any damage gets done. Puppy Paw stopping at 2 spearmen now, though. So we'll see if that is something he's happy with. And then going on from there.
Oh, he killed the sheep. He killed the sheep over there, so now that Puppy Paw is able to start harassing him over there, the sheep are going to get left behind.
And getting one of those pretty big at the start of this game here. Now, the Spearman does not seem like he's committed to anything.
He's waiting for his friend.
Yeah, just making sure he doesn't take too many shift attacks from those villagers, because 5 spicy villagers, they do make the game quite hard. But that just shows the efficiency of Louis. He recognizes, okay, I don't want these villagers to be idle. It is what it is. The spawn ain't great, Chief. But let me get the food I can. Instantly putting those vills back. The Spearman perfectly targeting down one of those villagers that is going to be very susceptible. But Puppy Paw,
he's trying to go for it.
He's
one more hit. The Khan, he's body blocking. Oh my god, and in an instant, Puppy Paw loses all the spearmen that he just invested into. And Louis, able to bring his villagers back to safety. Gold is still going to be an issue for him, but at the very least, it is not going to be a checkmate immediately in the Dark Age.
Now, Puppy Paw instantly pulling all those villagers off of gold. And all of a sudden, we do not have your standard HRE game. You just have a full-on, I've got the resources. Let me get, I'm going to say chapel. Yes, there we go. I was about to say chapel, but I was a little bit scared we got cursed. But the gold will be inspired. We do see that chapel is quite far out. It's very forward, but you could fit a lot of farms around that, I would say.
You can definitely fit a lot of farms around there. Still, it is going to be an issue. Puppy Paw is going to have to be very, very off that. Age up now coming in for both players here behind this. And Archon Chapel, it's on the main gold. It's still on the main wood line. And you don't have to be too worried about it being forward if your main objective in the end is going to be a follow-up onto the ponds here with docks.
Now, that chapel is being built up, 6 villages, making sure that it goes up quickly. And now the question is just, do we just see standard docking from here on out? And that's probably what you want to do, because if you don't, your opponent is just going to fly away with all the food out there. So now Puppy Paw already getting enough wood to do so. One of the villages now being set out. And I mean, it depends which villager goes where if we are going to be seeing some shenanigans on the water this early on. Now, Puppy Paw, he has spotted where his opponent is. He knows exactly which side is the safer side, so assuming that his opponent would go onto that lake makes a lot of sense. But now the dock is dropped, Khan sees it, he knows exactly what's cooking. But now the Khan starts to hit a little harder and feudal, and that villager is going to take quite a bit of damage, especially when you're up against the Mongols that house those Keshiks. You want to make sure to leave a few of those low HP villagers running around so you can just quickly charge in and kill. That villager, though, of Louis, he has been having trouble making up his mind.
It looks like there is still going to be a dock coming up on the pond that Puppy Paw has just docked now. And always got to remember that the Mongols, they do have a little ace up their sleeve here with the in regards to just being able to... Oh, we do have the Prelate healing up the villager, clutched there. Puppypaw able to keep that villager alive. But they do always have that trick up their sleeve when it comes to just already gathering up a lot of stone very early on in the Dark Age, thanks to that Uvu, and being able to invest that into emplacements, Abbasid emplacements on your dock. And these naval emplacements do mean that typically you are going to have a lead, at least in the very early start there on the waterfront side.
Now, with this chapel being forward, you need to be careful, but not any time yet. And that's the great part of this game. Now, although we see an archery ranging, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are ready for what that means. That means we're going to be seeing some Mangadai, and oh my goodness, if you're playing against HRE, it feels so good to see an HRE on a forward wood line, but you've got Mangadai and a Khan that can just screech into the sky, give you vision, and you can just pick off anything you'd like. But at the same time, Louis is starting to make his own galley there to ensure that he can protect that lake. Now the spearmen, though, they are looking straight at that dock, but they will be changing their minds pretty quickly once the ship turns around himself.
Puppypaw, he was trying to get a dock up, did manage to get the dock up in the end. So now he's also got a presence over on the pond side from Louis here behind this. He's already got a couple of fishing ships out there, so is starting to take a slight lead here. And it's not actually going to be Mangadai here, Wemon, as we do see Louis MT going for double-produced archers early on against the Spearman mass from Puppypaw.
Now, honestly, I'm quite surprised to see that, because getting the archers, yes, they're great. They're going to deal with these spearmen quite well. But trying to find damage onto Puppypaw, it feels like such a critical component of playing against the HRE, because with the HRE's boosted economy, it feels tough. They got their nerf. A lot of players feel like that nerf was not enough to balance out exactly what that chapel gives you. But with these archers, he's still able to put down the damage he needs on the spears. The Khan trying to kite as much as he can, and he does get the spearman. The other one, though, he might be able to run off at least for a little while and keep these archers engaged. But more and more archers on the way. But on the other side, we see Puppypaw has decided to go for a men-at-arm instead. Now, with the archer mass we're seeing here, this can still get very tricky for Puppypaw. I don't know if enough archers are going to be able to just overwhelm what Puppypaw has here.
Yeah, I mean, the men-at-arms is nice here, just to have like a little bit of a front line during fights that is able to force the archers away. It's not going to be the main army composition here, I hope, at least for Puppypaw. He hasn't started adding in his own archery ranges or anything like that. We're going to be taking a look at Puppypaw's base here in just a little bit, see what he's planning. There we go, we do see a stable coming in. So horsemen are going to be chosen here as the counter. Issue at the moment still is going to be the immediate food access here for Puppypaw. He doesn't actually have good enough food income to be able to continuously pump out these horsemen, so the horseman mass, it's going to take some time here in order to mass them.
Definitely. With the amount of archers that you're up against, it is not something that one or two horsemen are going to be able to fix. I do want to point out the fact that Puppypaw knew exactly where the damage could be done. Men-at-arm took an arrow to the knee, or Sprigalt. Ooh, what do they use? What are those emplacements called?
I am not... Ballista shots.
Ballista shots, okay.
Yeah, taking a ballista to the knee. That does not feel that nice. The man-at-arm is now making his way over to the gold vein. At the same time, Demo is coming in. Puppypaw looks to be getting cleaned up on the water side of Louis MT here. Does have an emplacement inside of his own dock here, though. So at least for a moment in time, he is going to be able to do some additional damage there to those ships. Outposts did go up over on the gold mine there from Louis MT. So he's going to be able to deter that man-at-arm now.
I love to see that Louis, I've never seen a fasted emplacement click up from any player, but Louis was ready for that tower. The moment that tower finished, instantly emplacement has been clicked up. But now Puppypaw, this doesn't mean he wants to win the water. The whole point of this is forcing your opponent to invest in as much as possible on this water. So now him taking down this military ship, it's not just about slowly winning, it's about delaying that fishing economy, and that's exactly what he's doing here. That dock healing up his ship, it just means that Louis will have to invest more into taking this down. But that Demo does need to be careful. It's taking a little bit of a shot here from that dock, both docks being emplaced. So they do hit quite hard as the Mongols, they do get that massive stone, so it's something that they can afford to do. But now you can see this is not the food economy that we're used to when we are on this map. There's usually by now you do have one of those little legs secured, but Papipo, he's putting up a constant level of aggression.
Papipo, he does also have a good amount of fishing ships here now behind us. Currently it's 43 to 35 economic units, and now the food income is starting to look a lot better for Papipo. Still though, he is not able to fully gain control over on Louis' side of the pond here. Horsemen have started to mass up, and behind this Papipo does have an outpost inside of his base. There we go, Demo Ship gets a nice connection in, and now with only one Springle ship remaining, I don't think that that should be enough to take down the dock, though. It is burning.
The dock is burning, and Papipo has decided he's not investing anything else. He's like, there's no more time for these ships. I've gotten my value. Look at my fishing eco all the way over here. I say in the most non-Canadian accent ever, as Papipo is just fishing away without any pressure there from Louis. Now Papipo, with that amount of lead, we can see that with the villager lead. Now keeping in mind, guys, those are fishing ships. They have deep sea fish. Those things do not run out, especially when you are on that lake.
His food income, it's non-existent at the moment. He is trying to switch up into Keshiks now. He does have a good amount of stones, so should be able to double produce a couple. Though he didn't have a stable on site, the Uvu is going to be making another one now behind this. Papipo does spot out that first Keshik, but he is well and truly focused now on getting up to Castle Age behind this, as he is accruing more and more resources, and he is looking very, very solid in this game at the moment. 12 economic units ahead now.
Now the Ragnar's Cathedral being rushed up with 17. I was about to say he's doing this quite conservatively, but no. Papipo, he is trying to get this up, and he needs to get it up now. I want to see if this man is ready on these relics already. But you see those villagers, they are gunning at it. But at the same time, this is such a tough spot, because the moment you get to castle, that's usually when your opponent is out there denying you from these relics. But this is not something that Louis has the resources to do. He doesn't have the food to keep making units. He's got a few archers, so possibly could shut down a relic or two. But the moment Papipo hits that age up, he could be transitioning into knights in no time. And there's nothing Louis can make to actually stop that.
Yeah, some walls coming up now. Those are just going to further secure up those relics here from Papipo. Now Louis, he's starting to move out onto the map, but this is now the moment where Papipo is starting to get these knights in. Very strong unit up against what Louis has out there at the moment. Villager from Louis actually able to sneak past those horsemen as he's trying to sneak up a dock there on the side of Papipo's pond. Doubt that one's going to be going up though, as Papipo, yeah, he is walling that one, and he does have an archer ship in that pond as well. And Louis, yeah, this is going to be, the next 2 minutes are going to be very rough for him, as Papipo also created some prelates from his TC. He's going to be getting those relics in rather quickly now.
Now, I'm actually quite surprised to see that Papipo was not out on the map already securing these relics, but I honestly think this speaks to how safe he's being. This is something he didn't know exactly where those military units are. He doesn't realize that Louis doesn't have a lot of Keshiks just roaming around. He was conservative about this, and he timed it well, ensuring that when those prelates do get there, they're going to be able to bring those relics back home. We see 2 already put in, so that feels pretty good for him. But now, there's going to be 7 knights on the field.
Yeah, but that dock right now that's being built by Louis, can we quickly take a look at that at the pond from Papipo? Is that dock actually coming up? We do have a couple of knights here at the moment, the other pond. There, it got denied. Okay, looks like Papipo did notice that one. Very, very important. Prelate also moving out to another relic there on the side of Louis MT. Behind this, more knights just being pumped out at the moment by Papipo. Louis trying to keep up with the Keshik count, but the Keshik just so weak in comparison, having almost 100 HP less when compared to those Castle Age knights here from Papipo. We do have the Deer Stones here further forward. Springle ship also helping out. Not a fight that Papipo can take quite yet, but he is in a very, very solid position here at the moment.
Well, these knights, they are going to hit hard, and those Keshiks are barely scraping them. The ships are trying to fight and making sure that they get a few extra hit off. Papipo is being conservative, but at the same time he wants to be aggressive. You can see now he's trying to pull these guys back. I don't know, is he committing?
Looks like he wants to commit at the moment. Louis behind us, he is trying to also find his own transition to the Castle Age. And right now, with the Springle Chip, I think this was not a fight that Puppypaw could have taken. The Springle Chip just doing a lot of damage here, meaning that Louis was actually able to do a reasonable amount of damage here to the army of Puppypaw, though Puppypaw did clean up a lot of the archers, but the Keshiks, the main bread and butter of the army from Louis here, still remaining. Now the Kurultai, meaning that Louis MT, he's going to have a lot more strength with his army when the next fight comes around.
And this is a very big missed opportunity here for Puppypaw. It felt like, oh my goodness, some of the prelates paying the price, instantly going down there at the front, but more are being made, especially with those relics that he is gathering. He's going to have a lot of gold to go around, but those knights he sacrificed. This is giving Louis that little bit of breathing room that he needed to get back in this. And I think Puppypaw had a very strong winning position there, and he just did not go for it in the right position there. That Springle Chip, like you said, those ballista shots, they are going straight through the armor of the knights. Those things, they don't care about a little bit of horse armor when they shoot so hard. But now those villagers are starting to get idle under that TC, as there is not a lot of sheep left for them to snack on.
That's going to be a ton of idle villagers here. Louis does recognize that though villagers are now being pulled to other tasks. Behind that, Kurultai has come in, so Louis, he's going to want to regroup with his military force, wants to fight underneath the influence of that Kurultai. We see a Waterloo coming in, as a Keshik is able to deny one of the relics here. At the same time, though, Puppypaw now able to get the relic in the middle of the map, potentially secured here. And with that, that means that he is going to be on at least 4 out of the 5 relics. If that Prelate makes it back, which he very much should. At this point in time, he very much should be able to make it back. He has now put enough distance between himself and the pond there from Louis MT. So now's the time where Puppypaw with the HRE is really going to hit the ground running with so many relics. That is going to be a ton of passive gold income. I just got to look at that one sneaky villager here that Louis MT put in the corner of Puppypaw's base there. That was the villager that tried to build a dock onto the pond here from Puppypaw. Wasn't able to finish it up there though. Instead, he got put to work in the corner there, chopping some of that lumber. And no, Louis MT is not looking. Charge is coming in from Puppypaw. Oh, now he's able to take down all the spearmen that Louis MT has built up behind this.
And Louis MT, he's not in a position to remax this army at all. The Kurultai coming on. Oh, those are the Deer Stones. The Deer Stones plopping down forward. And now this army realizes they need to take this fight. The Rage, this is not the fight he wanted to take. And just like that, Springle Chip plowing right through. Apparently, 20 knights will do the same.
And now that's the economy from Louis here being exposed. And there we go, Puppypaw able to take the fight, moving forward, taking down the entire army from Louis MT, being caught out of position. No Kurultai anywhere nearby, and that is GG. We are going all the way to game number 5 in our second set of the day.
And honestly, this is the set that we deserve. Twitch chat, this is the set that you deserved. To get a 2-2 in a best of 5 against players this closely matched, what a treat. Now these guys, they know this is it, because if you don't take this game, you are already at such a disadvantage, because your next opponent is already very good. You get one less try of making it all the way through. We do have some statistics up here on the board for us, and as we can see now, the economy from Puppypaw, those fishing boats, they made the difference here. They ensured that Puppypaw could keep making those units. He was already ahead, took a bad fight, as we can see, but very quickly got back into it.
Yeah, and behind all of this, just causing so much idle time, so much delay over on the pawn side there from Louis MT, forcing him to invest more and more into those military ships there on water, when really what he wanted to do was add production, add economy ships, add those fishing ships, get more food in. And Puppypaw, behind that, going for his own fishing ships on the other pond, mean that in the end, he managed to just out-economy Louis MT very, very harshly there. And in the end, that meant Castle Age very early on, a lot of prelates taking up all the relics on the map, and just a mass of knights overwhelming Louis MT there inside of his own base.
Now guys, I want you to notice, we've got some really nice player pictures there. I'm so excited about all these assets. We have our final map. Yes, Dry Arabia, great. But guys, look at these 2 handsome lads there at the top. That is absolutely wonderful. They got their pictures taken after long, long flights, but they definitely do not look that way. Wonderfully standing there with their Steel Series shirts. And guys, now we are going to be speculating. Dry Arabia,
Right, Arabia. I mean, this has to be China, right? Like, you gotta pull your strongest civilizations now. And if you're up against China, you might as well pick the Rous. So I expect to see China versus Rous. It could be a complete curveball. It could be a complete curveball. Maybe Louis is like, oh, he's expecting me to go China. I'm gonna go Delhi instead. I'm gonna surprise him with Delhi. And Puppy Paul might be like, oh my god, he's gonna probably pick Delhi to surprise me. I'm gonna pick Ottomans instead because Ottomans, they're a great counter up against the Delhi. Great counter. Rous against Delhi, I'm not 100% sure about that matchup. You might find yourself in a position where, sure, you get that very fast castle agent, right? But you might surrender the sacred site control, and there it is. It is not going to be Dry Arabia. It looks like we are going to be moving over to Dry River instead. And it is going to be... No, never mind. It is Dry Arabia. We're getting bamboozled here, but we are still going to be seeing the Rous up against the Delhi here in this one. And that is actually one of those situations, right? Like, the Rous, they don't want to stick around in feudal age. They're like, okay, yeah, feudal age is fine, but castle age, that's really where they start to get into the action. Delhi, on the other hand side, they don't mind playing a little bit of a longer feudal age. They want to get that sacred site control, and having those religious units out there, taking that map control, that might be a situation where Rous can be in, where, sure, they get the stronger military units. In theory, they got the castle age units, but against a big mess of feudal age units, they might not be able to take map control.
And that's the nice thing when you are playing Delhi. You get to shut down pro scouts. Because a lot of people ask, how do I beat Rous? Well, most people would say you don't. But you could also just shut down pro scouts. Because once you shut down the pro scouts, the Rous runs dry. And then we don't have Reddit threads about them. And that's just the answer we see here in front of us. China needs a little bit more time to get that going. But guys, there's a game ready. I hope you're ready, because we're rolling on in to the 5th game here between Puppy Paul and Louis. Rous versus Delhi.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the grand final of this set, at the very least. We are seeing the Delhi from Louis MT. Team Elephants Louis MT here in the color pink, facing off against Puppy Paul in the color blue, playing as the Rous. And this is actually an interesting one, because something that we're seeing here that we don't typically see is the Rous going for... Oh, never mind. There it is. I was wondering, where's that second hunting cabin coming in? It is coming in just on a delay.
Now that could be a little bit of a shocker. I can already see the build orders being changed, because if Puppy Paw says one hunting cabin is the way, I think a lot of people would trust suit. Now, when I look at this positioning, usually, when I look at where I place my hunting cabins, I always get told and speeched about where they need to be to ensure that your high trade house is very safe and not blocked by a greedy hunting cabin earlier. Now, I think when you're in a situation where you know your opponent is probably going to be aggressive, you just want to get the hunting cabins on the maximum amount of gold, because you might actually need to make a unit in feudal age. Now, at most of our ranks, we usually don't handle feudal age army if you're playing the Rous. But I know that these guys feel very comfortable doing so. How does a Rous fare against Delhi when they actually go for a feudal battle?
It's a little bit of an interesting one, right? Because when it comes to the army composition, you gotta think, okay, Rous is a civilization that actually has access to an armored unit in the feudal age, similar to French. And French do very well up against the Delhi with their knights. Main difference there being, though, that French actually have the ability to heal up their knights, while the Rous don't. So when it comes to big engagements, the Rous are favored if they have a large enough knight count and with archers. But on the other hand side, when it comes to a lot of small engagements, that's where the Delhi do tend to pull ahead a little bit, as the Abbasid Raiders also do great damage up against armored units, and having those scholars that are able to heal them up time and time again is not something that the Rous have access to in the feudal age.
Now, the Golden Gate coming on up, but very, very slowly. With 3, it's actually a number I have not seen on the Golden Gate as of yet. Now, this does allow for enough gold to actually trickle in, so you can instantly hit that pro scout button once you get to feudal, because usually you do have that few seconds of delay. But at the same time, Dome of the Faith coming on out. We have been seeing the resurfacing of the Tower of Victory in some scenarios, but Dome of the Faith has been the safe choice for most of it, especially if you want to make those sacred size plays. Like you said, this is something that where your scholars are just cheaper, it feels better making them. And you can easily heal up those units that you sent into battle, especially against knights that do not heal back up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, having the Dome of the Faith, it's just such a good landmark all around when you think about it, right? Like, typically, having those scholars costing 130 resources, you save up a lot of gold just passively there, making them from the Dome of the Faith. So it's a very strong landmark in that regard. It doesn't generate you resources, but it saves you resources. And not just by getting the scholars at a great discount, but also because you're going to be able to get your upgrades in much quicker thanks to the faster research when you have more scholars garrisoned inside of your mosques.
Now, this feels really nice as Delhi to hit your feudal age. Your wheelbarrows coming on in. Those villagers are going to run so much faster. Puppy Paw, though, this man, he's already made, or he's getting his 5th scout now. And usually, I don't see 5 scouts by this point, but he has prepared for it. And honestly, this build is looking kind of clean. You can see... Oh, he's
Deer luring is dead, or is it? It just takes longer. You just need more patience now.
And he has the patience. He also has the amount of scouts to do that with. But guys, so deer luring, as we remember, you could usually push that first deer pack under your TC. But him just getting it close, that feels pretty good. Now Louis, though, he's making scholars and scholars and scholars and getting a blacksmith instead of a stable as the first building. Now this is a little bit unorthodox here, I would say. Because blacksmith, we saw it in a qualifier match or two. We actually saw this in the EGC tournament as well. But the blacksmith is typically not done so quickly because you, of course, want to go shut down anyone from touching these deer. And that's exactly what Puppy Paw is doing. He's pushing them as far as he can. And that's going to be a very safe deer pack to have. But you see Louis already right-clicking, trying to shut this down, killing the deer a little bit further away so the pro scouts does not get extra free.
Yeah, Puppy Paw now also killing those remaining deer. They're already in a pretty good spot. They've been lured so far that they actually disappeared off the minimap there, so there's no longer the second deer icon right there. And Puppy Paw, he's going all the way up to 7 scouts now. So with 7 scouts, meaning that he only needs a single trip to transport an entire deer stack there underneath this TC. And yeah, as you mentioned, the blacksmith is not really the typical building of choice there, at least not for the first building here for the deli, as now Puppy Paw is going to have an ample opportunity of getting those deer safely underneath this TC. He's even had enough time to add in a barrack, so even the couple of Gaziray that Louis will be getting out now won't be really finding any opportunities, I want to say, to take down these scouts. Behind this, another barracks also coming in from Louis MT. So Puppy Paw, he can just make spearmen, and until Louis is adding in archers, he's going to be completely fine when it comes to just getting the deer across. He's actually also trying to take one from Louis there, but he notices, and the Ghazi Raider is going to make sure that that one is not getting carried all the way over.
But that is a little bit of a power move in itself, because when you get to do damage by just pulling those deer away, by ensuring that they can't just go and right-click on the deer pack or even exactly know where you drop the deer. So with Louis also getting pro scouts from here on out, he's going to take a little bit longer, but he's eventually also going to want to make a play to get those deer. And now it's just going to be a lot harder. He's not going to get that value we usually see out of this. But Louis, he's starting to get quite a bit of units here. But let's see if he starts to move out, because he needs to do a little bit of a slowdown. Because Puppy Paw, I feel like he's already got the deer he needs to go to castle.
Looks like he might not be going up to castle, at least not immediately though, as Puppy Paw did add in another stable of his own. Hasn't queued up anything yet, has the resource for Knight in theory if you want to go for it. Louis behind this is now starting to triple capture up those sacred sites. Second Scholar now hitting the sacred site, and that's going to be the third one now capturing up as well. That means that Puppy Paw, he's going to have to spread out his very small army now in order to at least try and delay the capturing of these sacred sites as much as possible. But doesn't look like it's going to be too possible. One of the scouts is getting taken down here by some spearmen. And with just spearmen, you're not going to be able to decap every single one of those. You might be able to decap one or stop the capturing on one of these. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the case forever. One of the scouts also trying to delay the capturing at the very least. Puppy Paw still pumping out those spearmen. No archer in sight yet from Louis. But he is going to have enough time from the looks of it to go for Castle Age behind us. And at the very least, did manage to stop the capturing of one of the sacred sites. So it looks like Louis is already sending another scholar over to that one.
Now, with Louis' amount of units he's got, he's definitely not to be ignored. And I like the fact that Puppy has constantly made spearmen. He hasn't had to change up that composition at all, because, of course, if your opponent's just making spears, you just feel like, oh, I can just make more spears. Now, with him going for that age up, he knows he doesn't need to overcommit. He counts those spearmen. He says, okay, I could probably safely push this out, but I do need to be careful. So you see, no overcommitment, but a commitment onto that Scholar. But the Scholar does survive and heal up the Spearman himself. This is actually a pretty big sacrifice here if Papipo loses all these units. Now, the only saving grace here, I would say, is the fact that Louis only has 2 Ghazi Raiders. And 2 Ghazi Raiders is not enough.
Yeah, and the pathing really hurting Puppypaw there. Pathing around the Sacred Site in general starts becoming very, very funky very quickly for melee units, as they start thinking that the most ideal pathing might be all the way around the Sacred Site, when actually you just want to move one step to the right and you'll be fine. But yeah, this hurts him a little bit there with the engagement. Is going to have to retreat there for the time being. Did lose a lot of his own spearmen, but the castle age is on its way. The issue is, though, behind this, Louis is also about to age up to castle age, and he's already got 10 scholars out on the map, meaning that his upgrades in castle age are going to be coming in relatively fast.
Our high trade house clicks on in as well. It does not look like the juiciest one we've seen, but it will definitely give the gold that Puppypaw needs to not even think about mining gold for most of this game. As we know, Rous is slightly allergic to going for gold. They just don't have the need to do so. But horse archers are chosen as the weapon of choice here. And horse archers, I feel like when you are playing as the Delhi, those are so tough to handle if and only if you don't have the Ghazi Raiders for it. And Louis doesn't have the Ghazi Raiders to shut this down at all. So with the amount of horse archers that can spread over on a map pretty quickly, it feels like a pretty tough game here for Louis from here on out.
Yeah. Looks like one of the scholars is getting picked off there by the remaining spearmen. We are seeing cavalry archers now in queue for Puppypaw. That's going to be his unit of choice, at least for the time being. But now the H-up has already hit for Louis MT. We don't actually see that many upgrades being queued yet, but what we are seeing is 3 relics immediately disappearing off the map.
Crackety always looking right at the relic marking. He knows what's important.
Oh, every relic disappearing in an instant here with the castle age, as Louis MT is grabbing relic number 5 now as well, while still maintaining control over 3 sacred sites.
And something, Louis is going to have a tough time, something with this game against horse archers. But honestly, with 5 relics, I could be completely wrong here, because the amount of spears that there is out on this map too, the sacred sites absolutely just ticking and not being able to get shut down. The horse archers desperately trying to save that 1 relic for himself. But those guys are not going to have a good time, especially now that the Lancers have joined the party.
Looks like one of the scholars is getting taken down, but that does not deny that relic. It merely delays it, as Louis MT has 6 more scholars in queue behind this. Puppypaw is building up a sizable amount of the horse archers, but horse archer is really just a great raiding unit. And if your opponent has now also pro scouted, there's no real reason for him to move out onto the map anytime soon. Not just that, but Delhi, they also have a slew of extra unique technologies that prevent raiding very effectively, being able to garrison villagers inside of houses and give the houses garrison fire as well.
You see, but Puppypaw has not invested in any military upgrades either. So these horse archers, they don't tickle as hard as we're used to seeing them do. They are able to now start to decap the sacred site as well, to just slow that trickle of gold. And 101 gold for Puppypaw per minute is going to mean that he gets to have an upgrade every now and again, all for free. Now the horse archers and the spearmen here at the front is shutting this down, and Louis sitting back now deciding what is my next move. He's investing in more scholars.com and more lancers on the field. So getting the amount of lancers out here is going to be so critical when you are up against these horsemen. Yes, or the horsemen, the horse archers, they can kite you, but they're not that effective. They are going to struggle a little bit, and there's a lot of micro involved. Louis, though, a micro king. He's not going to mind trying to take these fights as effectively as possible. Boar now the next food source of choice, as Papipo does not want to start transitioning to farms anytime soon. This is Rous. They're expensive.
Yeah. You don't want to go into farms anytime soon here, as you mentioned, and behind this, Papipo is getting some units that are also going to be benefiting a lot from having additional food now with the boar. So we're seeing some knights in queue as well, more cavalry archers. And behind this, Boyas Fortitude is definitely also going to be one of the things that Papipo might want to invest into. We're also seeing a spearman upgrade in, but he did just see a large amount of archers. There we go, cancels the spearman upgrade. Knows, okay, my opponent, he's going for knights and archers. I'm going to make knights and cavalry archers, and I'm going to be all fine that way.
And instantly getting a military upgrade. Instead, with all that extra gold, he just freed up a few more knights in the queue and a few more horse archers joining that army. Now, the thing is here, he needs to try and raid, try to do a little bit of damage here, because your opponent's on 5 relics, right? You are Rous, sure, you do have hunting cabins, but it's still not something you want to let happen. So now with that massive army of horse archers, he is going to try and find a little bit of damage now. So that scout does spot out the little wall. He knows he cannot just run in for nothing, but at the same time, that army of Louis could be ending anywhere. And when it lands, he is going to be in danger. So he does need to keep an eye on it. The scout extending a little bit too far, but he does have 3 more in the bank, so he should be able to do something about it.
Behind this, more and more scholars coming in behind. He's got a very great mass of knights at the moment. 30 now, a couple more in queue. Honeblades also going to be helping him out a lot behind this. Giving +3 damage to every single one of these knights means that there are going to be somewhat comparable, at the very least, to the Boyas Fortitude knights that Papipo has access to in theory, though I don't think Boyas Fortitude has come in yet for him. Yeah, he is missing that upgrade, so the cavalry archers not quite as tanky yet as they are eventually going to end up being. Some more raids coming in. Papipo doing a great job here and there with the raids. But still, it feels like there is a ticking time bomb, because eventually, should Louis find a way up to Imperial Age with this many scholars, he is going to unlock so many resource worth of technologies here. Still, cavalry archers trying to find some raiding opportunities here and there. But Papipo is going to have to be careful. His base is left unprotected behind this.
Now, we can see with those horse archers, they've been trying to find damage, but the only guys who've got some kills were some knights. Now, Louis extending a little bit far in here, and the horse archers should be able to chase these down quite effectively. They do turn around, though, trying to get a little bit more damage done, but at the same time, you are sacrificing these very expensive units that you do not have the food to lose with. So 400 food per minute now for Louis. He does not have the luxury of going for a boar. So Papipo getting that free deer every now and again does help with this too. 1,200 food per minute for Papipo. It will definitely drop at some point, but Luis has already dropped, and he does not have the units to actually keep this up and running. As we need to keep in mind, the military value might look good for Louis, but those are scholars. A lot of them are just scholars.
Yeah, the economy definitely not looking that good for Louis at the moment. So Papipo right now, he's at a point in time where if he's able to just keep harassing, keep denying the food out on the map there from Louis, keep up building out his own military force, he should be able to just continue building up this lead that he has here at the moment. And this is so important. This is the match point here between these two players. This is it for them. And I mean, this would just be a huge morale booster for Papipo in this land, being able to take down the champion of the last S-tier tournament in the starting set.
Especially considering Louis is actually one of the favorites to take this tournament. We did interviews with the players before, and a lot of them were just like, Louis, 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 someone to be very scared of. So just taking one set, it doesn't mean Louis is going to be out, but he has a lot harder of a route to fight through. Now, Papipo, he is amassing quite a bit of units. At the same time, the Sacred Side victory is approaching. And now, with those keeps up, he is going to start to get a little bit more map control. The boar should be expiring soon, but there are some berries to fall back on. Papipo, though, he needs to be careful of these very chunky Lancer raids. And 34 archers, they're still pretty hard to handle, especially with all the upgrades in their pocket too.
Double Sacred Side decap now coming in for Papipo, so did manage to at least deny a little bit of the passive gold income here behind us. We are starting to see the first couple of elephants making their way onto the field. Little raid here onto the berries, but double fortified outpost is going to make this very, very difficult. Well, Puppypaw is going to have to be very careful now, as there is a large mass of LUMT's military here, trying to deny retreat. There isn't a scout with the army. Puppypaw, he doesn't see this. He now sees the army, spots the elephant as well, but notices, okay, this is not a fight that he can take. And now with his army out of position, can he run away from this military force chasing him?
It feels like Louis read the timing of his opponent's civ perfectly. And as we see now, Puppypaw is trying to stop this from just not meaning anything by going with his horse archers and picking off a few villagers at the same time. But all these horse archers and knights are in danger here himself. Oh, this is such a heavy army to lose. But at the same time, Louis did lose quite a bit of villagers there.
But can he potentially get out? Boya's Fortitude now also on its way. Looks like the cavalry archers at the very least are going to be able to make it out alive. And behind this, it looks like Puppypaw is potentially finding additional villager kills. Will also find the keep in the middle though. Actually, never mind. No villagers going down over there. It's just more elephants, more military units here from Louis. So he is further extending out his military lead now. Looks like one of the elephants did go down though, and Puppypaw behind this, up on 45 cavalry archers, and Boya's Fortitude just now coming in as well. These units are going to be insanely tanky, and now it's time to add in a little bit more of a meat shield. We're seeing some men-at-arms getting queued up as well. It's kind of difficult, right? Because typically you might want to add in spearmen together with the cavalry archers, just to have like a really effective meat shield that way. But your opponent already has like mass knights, so it doesn't feel that great. Maybe mass horsemen could be the way, or just continuing with the mass knights. Mass horsemen at least have the benefit of not being counted out by the crossbows or the archers.
Louis, though, he looks confident in this. This is an army movement that feels quite committal. He's going out there with the lances. He's going straight onto the wood line, it seems, and he's got the crossbows and the archers to get most units off of his back. And Puppypaw still investing into horse archers. And like you said, these are not units that are meant for face-to-face fighting. Now, picking off a villager himself here, quickly taking down another one. No, not another one. But now the army is looking very glaringly at that stable, and most likely going to start pushing out from here. But at the same time, Puppypaw is raiding here at the back, picking up one villager total, but a few military units as well.
Looks like there we go, more villagers being idled out here now, and that's forcing Louis' entire military force back into his base. Louis still behind all of this. He is struggling when it comes to getting food access in. The elephant has been taken down behind all of this as well. There's still so many cavalry archers. At the same time, though, the lancers keep remaining inside of the base here from Puppypaw, causing idle time onto the villagers. He's going to have to be very careful, doesn't want to lose these villagers, but he's also very busy raiding behind this. This is taking so much multitasking right now from these players. Some knights out there to defend. Is it going to be enough, though? That's a lot of knights inside the base from Puppypaw, though, and he's yet to pull his main cavalry archer mass back towards it.
Now, it does look like Puppypaw's attention was purely focused on that horse archer mass, and now he did lose quite a bit here. The horse archer mass, though, it's not getting the damage it needs. The archers are just picking off at them while these lancers are touring through his base. Crossbows now out, trying to focus fire these, but they are tanky, and the numbers just aren't there to support it. Puppypaw, he's got horse archers, and he's got a lot of problems that are not solved by horse archers.
Behind all of this now, the villager difference, it's kind of started getting reversed here now, as now Puppypaw is 8 villagers behind. Mind you, behind this, that TC, or rather that keep from LUMT, acting as a second TC right now, helping him get even more of an economic lead. Behind this, Puppypaw, we do have some proxy economies here and there, but he is having some real difficulty right now when it comes to getting a sizable front line out here on the field at the moment. And we do see the infantry mass is catching up to those cavalry archers every now and then, and the military mass, it's just getting lower and lower and lower right now from Puppypaw.
I feel like Puppypaw, he had this amazing, amazing timing, and he just was not able to find any stray villagers. He did do a bit of damage, but not enough to slow down this Delhi economy with 5 relics. When you have those 5 relics, your choices just become so much wider. Puppypaw now not having any units in the queue, he probably feels the same way we do in the terms of not knowing how to get out of this. And honestly, with all of those keeps up as well, Louis is just going to keep making villages. He gets to sacrifice a few villages himself if he chose to react a little bit slower and just focus on the army. This just means that Papipo is going to keep struggling. More horse archers now coming on out. He's fully committed to these guys. He says, even though they're not necessarily the best head-to-head, I will make them work because they are affordable right now. And that's it. They're affordable, he can make them. But aside from that, he's going to struggle, shutting down 37 archers, especially if that starts hurling towards his base.
Another raid there, a single knight, causing a lot of idle time there on that one stealthy wood line there from Papipo. This is a very dooming perspective for him right now. He is starting to add in some more knights, but at this point in time, Louis, he's managed to clean up his food problems that he had earlier. He's now back to 1,000 food per minute, mirroring what Papipo has out there at the moment. So income-wise, the players are very similar. Just the standing military army at the moment from Louis, it's just looking a lot stronger. It looks like it has a lot more consistency behind it as well.
Papipo, has he, I was going to say, has he transitioned into getting a second TC? Because usually at this point of the game, when a Roose, especially if a Roose does not do the damage they need, or when they feel like, okay, I'm probably behind, they have the ability to quickly transition into that second TC. But it doesn't feel like Papipo is confident in doing that here, because Delhi at this point, every little bit of resource that you invest in something else just means that your army is going to be that bit smaller. So he is now floating quite a bit of resources though, and I don't know if this is just because he's doing a stable transition, because finally we see more knights coming out here too, but he needs to find the damage, and he needs to find about 30 villages worth of damage.
Yeah, able to find 2 here for the time being, make that 3. Make that potentially not quite 4. But a couple of villagers have been taken down over here. Walls behind this, though, have been complete for Louis MT, at least at the top side. So it's going to be difficult for Papipo to gain access there. We do now see a switch up into horsemen coming in for Papipo. And these horsemen are actually quite strong. Louis barely has any knights remaining here. So there is still a window. Do mind you, 30 of the military units here from Louis are actually scholars. But Louis, he is looking for the Imperial Age up, and having 30 scholars when you age up to Imperial Age as the Delhi means that you are going to be getting those upgrades in insanely quickly. Think about it like this, Whammon. In terms of income, when you compare like the resources to that value that Louis is getting, he's about to be getting 5,000 resources per minute worth of technologies with all of these scholars garrisoned inside of these mosques.
And it feels like Papipo, he's already thinking about going imp himself, but it's just not going to hit the same way for him as it does for Louis. And usually when you see Delhi aging up, you're like, oh, well, it's go time, boys. And the problem is, when you go, there is going to be a lot of keeps to slow you down. There's going to be the upgrades coming on in the moment you get past those keeps. And yes, it just doesn't feel the same way. We now see the Papipo floating more resources and making horsemen as much as he can while keeping that balance. For Papipo, he knows this is go time, but all those upgrades are queued.
Archers are able to pick apart these cavalry archers at the moment. Lots of upgrades coming in at the moment. Louis does not have all of his scholars garrisoned. 20 out of the 33 scholars are garrisoned. Once he gets a university in, he's going to be able to garrison the remaining 13 scholars behind that.
Now,
high armory coming in for Papipo. He's following up with his own Imperial Age play, but this does not feel like it's coming from a position of power.
Getting the high armory usually feels quite nice because you can just get that siege going. But now we see this army getting under the keeps getting, just denying any form of aggression you so badly hope to get. And usually a lot of people say we don't get horse archer upgrades in Imperial Age, but honestly, with the amount of horse archers, I wonder if Papipo agrees with that. Now, he's invested a lot in horsemen, but he just doesn't have the gold either. This is one of those odd instances that I did not have on my bingo card for the LAN, where you don't have the gold this Roose.
Yeah, I mean, you just haven't really been... You didn't need to really gather them so far, right? 25 scholars now garrisoned. These upgrades are starting to zoom on in. We're seeing the first elite upgrades already finished. Elite crossbows did finish up very, very quickly, very early on here. And behind this, more more and more of these elephants are now being pumped in there as well. Ghazi already a lead on the archers, everything finished. We're seeing the university upgrades now coming in behind this, and Puppy Paw just barely able to afford the elite upgrade on the cavalry archers behind this. And it's actually going to take him longer to research that than it took Louis to research these elite upgrades.
And Louis realizes that timing I mentioned that people feel about Delhi, Louis has found a way of handling that. He knows exactly how fast this is coming in, and he knows exactly what Puppy Paw is going to need to get to that point too. And even when he does get his upgrade, what then? Those horse archers are just not the unit you need to actually take down these elephants and archers in your base.
And there we go. This is the fight that needs to be taken now. Puppy Paw needs to keep his economy safe, or at least what is remaining of it right now. Fight is being taken. Elite upgrades not quite in yet for him. They're all in though for Louis MT. We got a defensive mangonel here trying to take the shots as well. The cavalry archers doing a great job up against the elephants, I want to say, but feels like, okay, there we go. With the elite upgrade, finally, the health bar starts moving at least a little bit with every volley.
These elephants finally getting slightly clean. The horses trying to get a wrap around, but ideally they would have wanted to wait for their elite upgrades. They were just not able to do so. And if this does look like these horses are quickly going to get cleaned up before they get those elite upgrades. Horse archers trying to make a miracle happen, but as those university upgrades kick in, Louis takes game number 3, and that's the set. He must feel pretty happy with that.
Yeah, but what a performance, though, from Puppy Paw, right? Like, up against the winner from the last S2 tournament. A very solid performance, and all of these games here have been incredibly close. But he is not out yet. It is a double elimination bracket in the end. So Puppy Paw, he is still in there. And, I mean, honestly, pat on the back after this one. Sure, he didn't win, but he showed off that he is in a very, very good shape. And means that he's definitely going to be set up for the next sets to come for sure.
Losing a match against Louis is nothing to be ashamed of. This showing he had was phenomenal. The fact that Puppy Paw could take 2 games out of 5 from the EGC champion is fantastic. If I'm Marine Lord, because Marine Lord's in this group, I would be pretty intimidated by Puppy Paw's performance here.
Yeah, because we have to, like, obviously at the moment, the player that gets compared the most to Louis MT has to be a Marine Lord, right? And Marine Lord, he's got such a solid track record up against the Canadians that this performance from Puppy Paw should send a clear message to Marine Lord that I want to say.
Now, once we are done here with this set, we do have some interesting ones on the way as well. But guys, a beautiful performance here by our champions. I'll make it work. It's fine. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this part of the show. And next up is going to be Beastyqt and Anatan, the grudge match. To just see if Beastyqt can climb the wall of Anatan for at least this series. This is a pretty important one. And we can see that Marine Lord took down CSO 3-1 over there. So great performance by Marine Lord. Actually pretty impressed with CSO taking a map here, because it's Marine Lord, you know?
You know, people actually have been saying, okay, CSO, he's so wild, so incredibly wild, like with his performance swings, I want to say. Sometimes he's incredible at the very, very top of the chart. And, you know, we had sets where he's actually put Marine Lord in a best of 5 on the ropes 2-0 that Marine Lord then had to climb back. And he's one of those players that on a good day, he can take down anyone, and I mean really anybody. Doesn't matter if it's Marine Lord, doesn't matter if it's Louis MT, he will take them on, and it's truly impressive. Like when he's in that form, nothing can stop him.
And this is absolutely what I love to see between the players we have right now. I think our brightest star here that we've been seeing a lot more in the top 8 is someone like Anatan as well. And CSO is getting better and better as time goes on. So really happy to see some rising stars amongst the boys. So it does feel pretty good. Now, we have a lot of expectations from these players, but again, this is also their first live event. CSO, I believe this is his first tournament. We also have Anatan, who had to fight the battles of visa issues to get here. But guys, it does look like our winner's interview is ready. So you're going to head over to the analyst desk and we'll be right back.
Byzantines once again with a very special guest here, the one and only Louis MT of Team Elephant. Big congratulations to you as well today. Not an easy match against Papipo, going up all the way to game number 5. How do you feel after that one?
他说，首先非常恭喜你，就打了5把之后赢了 Papipo， 你第5把感觉怎么样？
第五把感觉我知道他会拿罗斯，所以我特意拿德里去针对他。德里打罗斯在阿拉伯，我认为是好打的，对，抓到了。
So in the 5th game, I knew Papipo was going to pick Rous, so I picked Delhi to counter him because I know Delhi is good against Rous on Dry Arabia.
That's interesting. Just want to talk about just the first game here, right? You're as French up against House of Lancaster. House of Lancaster on cliffside, French on cliffside, right? It's not a pick that's very common. It's not typically. I don't expect to be the best map for French. Did you predict there would be House of Lancaster from Papipo in that one, or were you expecting a different civ?
我知道他会选兰开斯特。 但是我觉得法国能我知道他会选兰开斯特，我知道法国能打，但是那把没有打好，我觉得我打得再好一点就能赢，他打得比我好那一把，他在猛出金马多线，对。
So in that game, I knew he's gonna pick Lancaster, and I think French is playable on that map, but I didn't play that well. And especially in Castle Age, Lancaster was making knights and multitasking all the time.
Yeah. Okay. I have a question also. In the game versus the Abbasid versus Malian, were you comfortable that you will beat his Abbasid? Because Abbasid is really known for being the civilization that non-stop beats the Malian, right? But I felt like you really cooked something, you really put together something, a crazy play style, and just suddenly showed up and like, hey guys, I actually can show how to beat the Abbasid with my Malian.
我把牛养起来，经济比对手好太多，就随便打了，是民族优势，我认为。
So when I have the cow boom, when I have the 20 cows in the cattle ranches, I have way better eco than my opponent, and in that case, I can just win, do whatever I want and win the game.
Yeah. Game number 3, right? Byzantines up against Japanese. I think a very interesting matchup in a lot of cases. We know how susceptible Byzantines is to an early tower rush, right? Is that something you were worried about, and how you would progress from that for then on? If the tower does go up, you know, is that a really horrible position for Byzantines to be in, or do you think even if it does go up, it is then playable, or would you perhaps go Hippodrome instead? And later as the game progresses, is it really Byzantines' favor, do you think, or is it good for Japanese potentially later on?
我认为拜占庭只需要正常的造5个水池，然后正常的出兵，兵就会比日本多。
So I think once Byzantine has got 5 cisterns going and keep making units, then Byzantine will just outmass Japanese in terms of unit counts.
In the game as well, right? Like as we get to, you know, cataphracts up against mounted samurai. Do you think there's no real way Japanese can deal with that the later it goes? Because obviously the economy for Byzantines, as you mentioned, with 5 cisterns, it's incredible, right? Japanese has no real way to deal with that later on, you think? So you're quite comfortable just sitting back and getting to that point?
我没有看见他出大量的金马和步弓，他转别的兵，我认为。 拜占庭都不怕，拜占庭只怕日本傻出金马小弓。
So I didn't see him making mass mounted samurais and Yumishiro archers, and I think Byzantine is only afraid of these 2 unicums, and whatever else he makes, it's just not a big problem for Byzantines.
All right, I have a really good question for the next game. I was already prepared in game number 4. I was coming in, I was like, okay, that's the game for Louis. That's 100%. We can do the interior, etc. And I got shocked. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure Louis was kind of winning in this situation, but something happened. I'm watching it, and suddenly the tide turned. What happened? What was your mistake? What do you feel that the game number 4 didn't really get you the victory?
我先上本出的不攻手，应该出窃削的，出不攻手太被动了，出不了门，所以就是2本的出兵选择错了，就导致这一把赢不了。
So I think I made archers in the feudal age and that was a mistake. I should have made Keshiks because when I made archers then I just feel too passive, and I can't go out in the map to do stuffs. Yeah.
I'm really interested about this last game because you mentioned at the beginning that you think specifically that Delhi does quite well against Rous on a dry Arabia, right? Which to me is a real surprise personally, because I think Delhi has some good tools against Rous, but I still feel like it's so difficult. Although there's many different ways to play Rous even today, even though Horse Archers is the most popular. I think there's other possible ways to play it as well. Do you have the opinion that it's actually quite difficult for Rous on dry Arabia, and is that for any specific reasons, or is it just sort of generally because there's not as many there, or because the map is so open?
因为罗斯的背路体系和德里的采圣地的时间非常的冲突，他如果要去背路出兵的话，就来不及阻止我采圣地，然后我还可以接着上本拿圣物，对，然后其他的兵种什么的德里都可以打，因为他的3本地标的加成很多。
So the playstyle between Rous and Delhi is they have some conflicts on timing. Like if Rous wants to go pro scouting, wants to make units to protect pro scouting, then Rous just cannot deny Delhi from taking the sacred sites and taking the relics after the age up. And 还有一点是什么？
还有一点是可以上本拿圣物，然后兵种3本地标的科技加成很多，不怕罗斯。
And once Delhi ages up, he can take the relics immediately, and the technologies in House of Learning has a lot of bonuses to the units, so that the horse archers from Rous are not that scary.
Once again, massive congratulations. A hard-fought set, and well done to you for winning. Not an easy fight at all. Any closing words you would like to say, or are you going to bed after this?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was amazing. And that's it here from the analyst desk. We will be back shortly with a very anticipated series, isn't it? Anatan up against Beastyqt. So stay tuned for that. Get your refreshments, get your snacks, and don't be gone too far, because we will be back with way more action to come. Stay tuned.
Ready the game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to get 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. And that's one part of 13,335, the weight of GTA 6. That's right, we did the math.
Hi, I'm Cole wearing an Arctis Nova 3 wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity. What'd you say? I can't hear him at all. And that's the power of a clearcast mic. Be heard.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
share, Discord, share.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. That's a giant leap for earbuds. And a new way to play for glory.
Everybody, welcome, welcome. We have another set. Beasty versus Anatan and Chad here. They are. We have our draft on screen, and we are just so excited to bring it to you guys. So, first up, what are your thoughts? I'm joined here by Myriad, of course. Of course, he hasn't been in the casting booth yet today, but he's now here. You saw him on the analyst booth doing an excellent job.
It's as if I wasn't gone at all, right?
Yes, and here we are. So, what are your thoughts so far? We're taking a look at this draft before us. Anything stand out in your eyes?
So looking at the map straight away, I'm pretty surprised to see Knights Templar coming through here, considering there's a water map available in the pool in the form of 4 lakes, right? I mean, we have seen just how incredibly potent Knights Templar are, right? Although, I would say out of all water maps, on 4 lakes, they're just a little bit more manageable, because notably, right, it's particularly when there's naval fights that they really shine, and that economic bonus with the food from wood comes through, right? Which can happen on 4 lakes, right? We have seen quite a lot of docking and counter-docking, but not as much on 4 lakes compared to like Baltic, Kawasan, these types of maps where there's a lot of interaction, right? Besides that, high priority on China, again, as we see, China's just really pushing to become one of the most oppressive civs nowadays, and no surprise to see them being banned out. Then, of course, HRE, Rous, no surprises there either, right? I mean, they've been certainly made the names known by now, although, of course, Beastyqt did manage to pick up Rous for himself, and Jushi, which I know he does indeed like. On the other side, Anatan, one of the scariest Japanese players out there, I would say, right? And he takes it as his second pick. You know, Ottomans, Mongols, and he takes HRE as well, along with Byzantines. So I think Anatan really got a lot of his comfort picks here through on his side of the draft. Whereas for Beastyqt, I know he really likes House of Lancaster and French, of course. Rous and Jushi as well. Malians, I know he really loves Malians as well. Ayubids, I'm not too sure of, but looks like I think both players are relatively happy with their draft, I would say, Winston.
Yeah, and I think that matches. I got a little behind-the-scenes scoop. Oh, whoa. I got a little behind-the-scenes scoop there from our players before, once they had finished this draft, and apparently they're both happy. So Beastyqt thinks that his set, I think, is a little more technically accurate, but I think Anatan is really looking to bring the heat in the early game, and I think you're spot on. I think he's relatively happy with this draft in terms of the playstyle he wants to bring to this series. Now, recently, there was kind of a big storyline, right, in the last big tournament, the last S tier, right, in the EGC Summers. What happened there when Anatan took him out? Did you get a good tell on what happened?
I think, in terms of what happened, even now it's almost tough to believe. Not to discount Anatan, of course, an incredible player, but taking out Beastyqt 3-0. I don't think anyone really had that on their bingo cards. Maybe a 3-1, maybe a 3-2, either way. But a 3-0 result is pretty unprecedented against someone like Beastyqt, who, for the longest time, for a while, he's been the best player, undisputed. And, more recently, he definitely has been the second best, pretty much undisputed as well. But competition is fiercer now in Age of Empires 4 than ever before. And Anatan really made that known in their last meeting in EGC Masters Summer. So there is a little bit of heavy competition and grudging here, isn't there, Winston?
Yeah, I mean, I just love this scene, seeing both the players just prepping. This is what it's all about. This is the LAN experience at hand. You can see them both with their mentality just getting ready. It's the little pregame rituals that really make a player in these LAN events because it's sticking to a routine, right? It's really important. And, Beastyqt has a good amount of LAN experience. Anatan, a little bit less so.
And LAN experience, I think, is so crucial in this.
At a LAN, of all places.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, Beastyqt has history, right, with not only with Age of Empires 4, but also in StarCraft 2. Plenty of LAN experience there for him. Anatan, of course, being a much fresher player, has plenty of experience himself by now, but compared to a veteran of RTS like Beastyqt, there's definitely a difference there. So online, Anatan really proved himself against Beastyqt last time, but on LAN, very different stories in it.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, I think we're going to have a little bit of that storyline here where, Beastyqt might just be looking to make sure this is a clean win, right? Could you imagine the conversation between these two? Because there's a good amount of banter between these two, right? Oh, man. Could you imagine? We'll have to see.
They both prioritize the mind games quite heavily. So, and especially as you mentioned, they got the inside scoop. They're both happy with the drafts, and that's what makes it even more exciting, right?
Yeah, they can't blame the draft.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
It's all here. It's all the money's on the line. Let's head in, maybe, into game number 1 in this series. The ding of the sheep bell lets us know.
Here we are indeed. Game number 1 between Beastyqt in the color yellow, sporting the north side of the map, which is Coastal Cliffs here in the color yellow, as Roose facing Boulder Esports is Anatan in the color green, as the Japanese here in the south side of Coastal Cliffs. And straight away Anatan, a bit unexpected against Roose here, with a barracks opening, Winston.
Yeah, trying to find something with this. It makes some sense, right? If you can find some value, if you can deny the gold early, it doesn't tend to matter against Roose. But maybe there's some space here. Maybe there's a greedy hunting cabin, which it looks like there might be a hunting cabin that is outside of the TC range. Sorry, we dropped something. There's a little hunting cabin outside of the TC range here, which could be burned down here, and maybe that's a good read from Anatan, just to put on the pressure early. This is definitely going to be part of his strategy, is to be forward and aggressive here, as we'll see. I mean, it's also useful having the spears later, right? Like, against the professional scouts, you're just going to make a lot of space, right?
Absolutely, and this was really common beforehand when day pushing was a big part of the meta in the last patch, right? Even up against Roose, Japanese would do this. Because, I mean, if you can secure 1 or, even 2 day packs under your own TC, that's half of them on the map gone, Winston. And pro scouts, I mean, you're essentially paying a premium price there to just secure your own day packs as Roose, which, ideally you would like to make a profit in terms of day, wouldn't you, right?
Yeah,
so, of course, that's not the case anymore.
Absolutely, right? Like, and there's definitely a chance here that Anatan's play just pays off. I think killing a hunting cabin would really make this worth it, right? I think a Repairville, correct me if I'm wrong, a Repairville would be relatively safe. Maybe against the Chargers, it's a problem, actually. This is, like, a little greedy here from Beastyqt, but this is the second hunting cabin, right? So it's a very... I don't know. Is he in trouble at all? Or is it just going to work out a little bit for Anatan?
it can get a little tricky, right? Because even if the villager can repair the hunting cabin safely, which, I mean, TC Rangers can be a little bit deceiving sometimes. Even though he may be able to repair it safely, the wood drain is significant, right? The delay on the Pro Scouts, that adds up. Because the timings in this early feudal, especially for a civ like Rous, they are so tight and figured out by now, right? Every piece of wood counts. Every coin of gold matters. So, depending on how the start progresses here, if the hunting cabin goes down or starts burning and Beastyqt is forced to repair it, that will hurt his Pro Scout timing. And if it hurts his Pro Scout timing, that gives more time for Anatan to race towards that castle age or even potentially go really aggressive.
Yeah, and what are you thinking as follow-up here for Anatan, right? Like, what is your best intuition at this stage? Because I think Roose is pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few options here, I think, for Anatan. Lately, we have seen a lot of really amped up aggression from the Japanese, right? In the feudal age especially. They were known to be struggling a lot in the feudal age, right, beforehand. However, since the Yumi cost buff in particular, when they have been made cheaper, you can just pump out so many early, and with the aid of the Kura storehouse providing so much additional food safely under the town center, then boosted later by the daimyo mana, means that Japanese can pump in feudal age up there with the best of them. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Anatan might just potentially even just go for an all-out, all-in. I mean, initially the Yumi will do great work up against low numbers of horse archers, right? So that could be on the cards here for Anatan, but then Castle Age is equally tempting. So many bonuses for the Japanese, right?
Yeah, and we saw it in previous sets, right? I think Japan getting into Castle Age just really feels like it unlocks a lot of their potency, right? And I think we'll see if that's like going to be the choice. I'm a little curious about this because, you know, Anatan was really saying his goal is to just go all in, hit him in the face, be aggressive, right? And we'll see if that plays into it. I think Japan playing a little bit slower might not fit that bill, but it's also probably maybe more potent towards their playstyle and their bonuses, right? Their benefits.
That is what we like to see, right? Where there's so many possibilities in the game. Hard to predict where it will go next. Little archery range opener here for Beastyqt. Makes sense just to push away those initial spears. Beastyqt's going to do some harassment of his own on the other side of his map. The forge is now under fire on that gold mine there for Anatan. Pro Scouts now officially in queue for Beastyqt, with 4 scouts already on the field, but we see already the delay. I mean, normally Rous can get a 420 timing on the start of that Pro Scouts, but now an entire minute late here for Beastyqt.
Yeah, but he'll have it with archers on the field, which will kind of clear out the spears, at least enough for the scouts to grab their deer, right? At least the first deer, and that'll get the economy going for Beastyqt. That'll get things rolling. The real question here is still just the follow-up. Like, what is Anatan's plan beyond this? Clearly, it's not initially going to be anything, right? We have the stable right now. So a horseman on the field, I guess just dealing with the archers very directly is a solution. You're saying maybe the Yumi against the range options for Beastyqt, but I guess if we're not dealing with the horse archers, it kind of makes sense here, right?
Yeah, I mean, the horseman, right, with the initial archery range, the horseman will do great work up against them, just to delay those deer coming home even further here for Beastyqt. But Beastyqt knows this already. The barracks is already dropped, halfway finished by now, and on the way, spears will hit the field for Beastyqt as well, quite soon in this match. Now, the dips are retracted here for Beastyqt, right, except for that secondary one, which is on the side, but these still are relatively safe. On Coastal Cliffs, we have seen double forward deer spawns in the past, so Beastyqt is going to be relatively happy with this one, and even Anatan has a forward deer pack, which potentially Beastyqt might look to contest, though that would surprise me. It's pretty hard to push against Japanese on their side of the map when they do commit to feudal like this, you know, the second one for Anatan. Yeah, Beastyqt is not even going to be able to smell that one.
Yeah. This is a spicy moment here because I feel like the tension's kind of building here. The deer are kind of coming in a little slowly, like you said, that the big delay early game can be somewhat problematic, but Palisade walls gonna try and sneak up, try and build up a little defense against these spear raids, which, I mean, they shouldn't really be getting value with the archers on the field, but I feel like Anatan's positioning has been really solid with these spears so far. Like, not many of them have gone down. Like, the numbers have gone up since Beastyqt got archers on the field, and you wouldn't think that would be the case.
Yeah, exactly right. Because, I mean, in small numbers, This is so common in the feudal age, right? Archers need to get up a little bit of a mass before they can really contest and start skirmishing around the map, because range units, especially archers in the feudal age, they're so vulnerable in those numbers, right? Even against spears, just charging them, the burden of micro is very heavy on the player who invests into archers, but it looks like Anatan is going to invest in archers, and that will complete his strike composition, but with the obligation being added, it's going to turn into a quad composition here.
Yeah, quite the mix there, and we see Beastyqt did back up just in time. Those 3 horsemen were just arriving with the scout, so those archers were bound to get caught out, but he backed up just in time. He has secured that first patch, and now he's going to that northern patch, and that is where Anatan has set up shop, and we'll see how this fight goes. This could be a problem for Beastyqt. He doesn't have a ton of units here. He was able to get his stuff, so I think that's going to be enough. Anatan gonna back up.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Beastyqt should be able to secure his secondary deer back here without too many problems. But the question is, Vincent, is that really enough here, right? The delay, as well as only getting his 2 deer packs here for Rous. Sure, it's nice having it under the TC, but as we mentioned, ideally you would love to make a profit on that first cut. You'd love to take some of your opponents there, but the clash does come in here. Anatan looking to press the issue here, but he realizes there's a good mass here from Beastyqt. Anatan's composition is superior, but the numbers, because there's so many units, it is a little bit diluted. The horsemen will come in, but are met by the spears here on the charge. Little exchange of arrows here between the back line for both, and Anatan realizes he's just a little bit outnumbered.
Yeah, probably just wants to preserve HP on those horsemen, right? Like if you overinvest, or sorry, if you overcommit, right, and you lose some of these horsemen, it's a huge investment, right? And it looks like Anatan's going to be slightly faster to that castle timing. We'll see how quickly Beastyqt catches up with all of that hunt under his TC. So it should be relatively quick that his food count catches up. But I mean, Anatan here stopped the horseman production, just a few Yuumi to keep up appearances. But Beastyqt might get a little caught here with the timing.
It can get pretty scary quite quickly, right? I mean, Anatan, I really like the way he's playing this, because you see, he only invested into Twara, and I believe Takizaiku is the secondary berry upgrade there in the house, Furusashi, excuse me, but you know, there's no investment into blacksmith upgrades here for me. There's no double broad axe here for Anatan either. He understands the importance of this timing up against the Rous, and beating the Rous in a castle timing like this with the investment into pro scouts, and on top of it, Anatan has invested into plentiful military as well. That's significant, and the floating gate, along with the daimyo manor halfway done as well, is now on the way.
Yeah, I think getting that first daimyo manor when you have the cursed storehouse is huge, right? It's a huge buff to your income, and that's really going to help him out. That's going to give him an aura around his TC that gives him a bit more food, right? But BC's castle isn't that far behind, right? So there is a bit of a danger here where floating gate tempo could just really get out of hand, maybe with mounted samurai on the field, but I don't think Roose is really going to struggle too much against that with their timing here. I think BC's just a little behind. High trade house position. I don't think that's a terrible spot. He was able to get in between. Oh, but some engagement here. The Yuumi, with their faster boost speed, able to catch, and a lot of good damage coming in for Anatan leading into Castle Age. This could be huge, having all these massed units built up. It's going to be a big game changer here, being down that many units. Beastyqt with a bit of a mismicro.
Yeah,
Beastyqt into the middle when he just absolutely could not afford to do so.
You have to be so careful in these positions as Beastyqt and Anatan for that matter, right? These fights during the age up, it's so sketchy to commit either way, right? Because you know there's going to be upgrades on the way, and you don't want to lose most of your mass before those upgrades come in. Otherwise, what are you really paying all that gold for at the end of the day? And, you know, the issue is here for Beastyqt, right? And we have seen this time and time again for Rous. It is the fact that once an extended feudal age is forced out of Rous, those horse archers lose a lot of value, right? I mean, there's already a big army here for Anatan, 22 Yuumi on the field, and Beastyqt is going into those horse archers. It's so much harder to blob them when there's so many fields, when there's so many units here on the field for Anatan already. And I'm wondering whether really horse archers is the right decision in this case, especially on this kind of a closed map.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. The high trade house getting a little pressure there, not much value to be found just right there. BC has a really concise base still, able to fit everything really under the defense, or just the TC and that fortified outpost, right? So it's not much can be done, right?
Yeah, Oh, we do have the mosque on the way here, right? And those warrior monks, they are speedy, that's for sure. Although the floating gate already produced some Shinto priests here for Anatan. Of course, one already begins with a Yorishiro to be stacked inside wherever Anatan chooses, which was likely that stable as Mounted Samurai. 3 on the field already, a 4th is on the way here for him. Bannerman on the field as well, but it is a Yumi Bannerman in this case for him. Onimusha is going to be a choice as well. Anatan did spot those men-at-arms, and men-at-arms up against Japanese, I find to be a curious decision, Winston.
Yeah, especially with Onimusha as such an available and easy option. It's so good, it's so easy, and just unable to really, really do anything against them here. I mean, we'll see how that pans out, if men-at-arms are really a core part of the composition, or if BC just wants something to block charges, because that could really just be the main goal, is I don't want to take damage on my Horse Archer mass while I'm building up. Like, if Anatan gets aggressive and just charges in and you lose HP on half of your units, it's really bad. But the Yumi mass, like you said at the start here, Myriad, there's so many Yumi on the field that the Horse Archer still can't engage, even though the numbers are building. It's not going to be enough for a while.
No, I mean, there's just so many on the field, and with the Yumi Bannerman, Steeled Arrow in for him as well. These Yumi are going to do such a significant amount of damage, and I mean, it's always good to have a little bit of meat in front of those Horse Archers, right? Just to tank the charges, tank the Yumi, just like you mentioned, Winston. But with such sheer numbers here for Anatan, and I mean, the food income is looking fantastic for Beastyqt, as you would expect from a pro scouting Rous. But it is a timer, isn't it, Winston? That day will run out sooner than Beastyqt would like, considering he only has his own day packs. Meanwhile, Anatan, with boosted Daimyo mana farms under that Kura storehouse, it's a different story for him. He can keep pumping.
Yeah, and it looks like we have maybe a technical pause here.
Yeah,
Not quite sure what's going on here, but maybe a pause from one of the players, maybe a hotkey issue, something like that. You know, these are their first time on stage, so it could just be any number of issues here. We'll give them a moment. But thinking about how the players are really going to be thinking about this game going forward, I'm just sort of thinking, like, who do you think adds Siege first? We saw from Wham earlier with Japanese, just Siege Knight kind of made Japan look really, really potent here.
Yeah, the cavalry in combination with a Springled Mangonel backline is something that, in these situations, just like Wham mentioned after that first series, right, is something that can be incredibly powerful in certain situations. And we are back and zoomed into the game here. We see, do have a resume here, and yeah, it does seem
underway once again.
Yeah. Anatan lost some of his Yumi mass here. We do have a clash coming in here on the center. Looks like Anatan is not paying attention at this point in time.
Oh, this might be part of the problem.
Oh, yeah.
This might be the issue. Okay, we are now caught up to the pause.
There we go.
It looks like maybe there was some pretty major technical issue here. I think I hear the team trying to work on this right now, so we'll give them some moments to solve that one. And we're back to us. So let's think about this for a second. You have Beastyqt potentially on the back foot here. There's a bit of a drama here, right? Like, we got Anatan looking kind of solid here in game one, bringing the pressure, bringing the heat. He's got Japan kind of in their strongest moment, right? With Castle Age, Yorishiro on the field.
It's true.
A lot of production can be pumped in. His economy setup is pretty solid. What do you think we see next in this game?
It really comes around that pivotal time when the day does run out, right? When that day does run out, Beastyqt, I think, is in a lot of trouble if he is not going to be able to access any further food, because Anatan just doesn't care. The Kura storehouse, 12 free farms, boosted by the Daimyo. It's so much food income, Winston, isn't it? And
well, I think he placed it. So you got one less farm.
Well, yeah, you know.
Even. But still very good building.
It's true.
You got the wood earlier.
Yeah, exactly. At least you get the wood.
There's always a consolation prize.
So then you can build your own farms earlier, I guess, right? There's always a give and a take. But do bear with us here as we sort out just some technical issues. Meanwhile, we can sort of fill the silence until then with our lovely voices.
Indeed. Yeah, no, I'm curious about how this is going to go. I think, like, we saw Whammin. She was calling this a grudge match. Do you think this has the same potential?
It's look, I mean, both of these players, they are hyper competitive, right? They're proven time and time again, especially someone like Beastyqt, right? There's a lot of status there. There's a lot of there's strong history of competitiveness, right? Beastyqt has had an immense amount of success, right? So there is something to prove. There is a reputation sort of to uphold there to a certain extent, and neither of these players are going to go down without a fight. They both really want to one up the other, all within the competitive spirit, of course. There's no horrible emotions here. Let's not get it twisted, of course. But because of that, right, because of that competitive tension between the two players, there's bound to be some really interesting games because of that, and well, we can only imagine how it will go.
Can we take a look at the draft for a moment here while we just take this pause here? There's going to be some technical issues behind the scenes. The team is working hard to resolve this, but I'm curious, just taking a breather, take a look at the series as a whole. I wonder if we could get a look at that. Thank you so much,
just in
wonderful
time.
People. Production on point. Let's see. So you were talking earlier about the Knights Templar, and I saw this in a couple practice drafts here already, and by a couple players in particular, leaving KT open and just saying, if you're on a water map, I have an answer. We saw earlier, Kaosan, KT lost. And I think that was, just to clarify, 2 matches were going on at the same time. So I think that was CSO against Marine Lord. And I think CSO lost with KT on Kaosan, which, again, that's another player, Beastyqt and Marine Lord, both just kind of letting Knights Templar go. Whereas I think we've seen a lot of other players highly prioritize the KT nerf, or sorry, the KT ban. Wrong words. The KT ban on these water maps and just prioritizing it first. You said earlier that the Chinese nerfs here make sense, though, as a comparison, because you're leaving KT open there.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think that's part of what's so beautiful about AoE4 nowadays is because there are so many good options, so many great civs. This is when bans and picks, that's when subjectivity starts to slowly creep into a lot of these drafts, right? Some players think this civ is strong, some players think KT is, you can't allow it through. Some people think, well, you can allow it through and you can kind of deal with it doing this. And then, you have another camp which thinks, well, KT is really strong on water, but that's just one map, right? Focus on the rest of your draft. You may lose against KT on water, that's fine, but if you can secure the rest of the games, then it doesn't matter, right? If you can make it a 3-1 in that case, right? So there's a lot of schools of thought when it comes to this, which I find really, really exciting. And, clearly Beastyqt doesn't put as big of a priority on Knights Templar as other players would, and neither did Anatan in terms of a ban, at least in this case. As it seems like, of course, Anatan taking it first pick and Beastyqt just sort of allowing it through, right? Now, KT I think they can be dealt with in some cases, as Marine Lord did prove earlier on, right? That they can be answered depending on the map, depending on the civ in question. And especially when there's not a lot of naval fights in particular, that is when KT can sort of lose some of their strength, as we have seen before. And for example, on Kawasan, Jushi in particular has had good success against KT in the past, and I wonder if that is Beastyqt's plan here, but on 4 lakes instead, potentially that could be a possibility, right?
Different map, but similar vibe at times, right? Similar vibe, not the same exactly, but you're missing that berry in the middle. So Ubids wouldn't bring all that much, in necessarily as much as they could, right, on Kaosan. But yeah, different map, different situation. We'll see. Now I was talking to the players about their prep, and Beastyqt kind of just hinted, and he said, I don't know if it's worth prepping against Anatan. And he didn't say this, so you're probably gonna think, oh, that's cockiness. Oh, he's just so bold. But he actually explained it a little more, and he said, Anatan is so wild that if you prep too much, you play yourself, right? And you just have to go into the game with an open mind to be ready. Do you think that's the right approach?
I think there's a lot of merit there, for sure. I mean, Anatan himself, as he said in his interview, his favorite player is B. 3DB, the one and only. And 3DB is known for pulling out just the wackiest strategies with ruthless efficacy, right, in those cases. And Anatan, we know he has been practicing for so long with 3DB, right? 3DB, he mentioned that 3DB is the reason that he's even in the position that he's in currently. He's been a big inspiration for him. He's helped him a long time of the way. Really, it's almost like a mentorship going on almost. So it's quite an interesting position to be in that regard. So clearly be someone Anatan looks up to highly and draws a lot of inspiration from in that regard when it comes to these games. So seeing wacky strategies is certainly on the cards, and Anatan has already done it before, right? He's proven how effective it can be. And subverting expectations in these games can be so effective because, I mean, we're talking about the top level here. Scouting is on point the vast majority of the time. But if it slips for even a few moments, and
if you miss just one sneakyville, one little situation, one little detail, it could all come crumbling down. Now, we did get word, I believe, that the decision is to restart this game. So I think we'll be heading into the next game rather soon. I think it says awaiting admin decision, so maybe that's an option. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see in a moment.
Yeah, we did indeed get confirmation that the game will be remade here. You know, a couple of technical difficulties can creep in these instances, right? Nothing always goes to plan. You can't plan for all possibilities here. But for the sake of fair competition, of course, a remake shall be arranged here. And we start from the very beginning. A little bit frustrating, of course, for the players. One may feel you're slightly ahead than the other, right? But from a subjective standpoint, the game was very, very even, right? So
yeah, that was very even indeed. I wonder if Anatan is going to be disappointed, though, by that situation, right? Because I think he kind of got a bit of a head start, right? You had mentioned at the start of the game, even the barracks opening might be a bit unexpected against Rous.
Yeah.
And so unexpected that Beastyqt placed his hunting cabin a little forward, right? And are we going to see another aggressively placed second hunting cabin this game, you think? Or is this knowledge going into another game? Ooh, spicy, but this is where the mind games begin. Are you going to play yourself?
The words
and
out of my
suddenly you're
mouth.
playing really conservative, you make a bunch of units, and Anatan is FC this time, right? Who knows? We'll see. The players have the choice in their hands how they're going to handle this one. We'll see when they hop in. Doesn't look like just yet. Water breaks aplenty.
Yeah, we get to see.
Look at how serious BC looks right now. He is ready.
It's interesting seeing the comparison between these two players because BC just has this stoic look on his face quite often.
Did you see that? He just looked.
Yeah,
He looked over at Anatan.
Had a little glance like, hey, how you doing? Yeah. As I mentioned, Beasty has this very serious look, whereas if you look at Anatan, I feel like with Anatan, there's almost always this cheeky, perpetual, mild smirk on his face. Do you know what I mean? As if he's always up to no good, right?
It's like resting smirk face?
Yeah, resting smirk. That's a perfect way to put it.
Okay, interesting. I don't know how much I agree with that, but I think I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
All right. So it'll still just be another minute or so, maybe a little more than that. I think we're getting things underway here. I think we've kind of exhausted the draft. Anything else stand out to you? I really can't think of anything else. I think we've kind of covered it nicely.
I think what I'm seeing that's quite interesting here is that Anatan does have the KT available for 4 Lakes, which we spoke about quite extensively, right? But there's also the Mongols there. And Mongols, I think, is quite interesting because they haven't... Mongols on land maps, or just regular land maps, hasn't found too much success as of late, right? But they are a prime pick on 4 Lakes. So I think Anatan has 2 of what is potentially some of the best civilizations on 4 Lakes. I wonder how much of that is mind games, and he doesn't plan on picking, for example, Mongols there at all. But it's difficult because KT has kind of equally struggled on land compared to water, similarly to Mongols, right? Although historically, you know, we have mountain clearing in the pool. Mongols has shown their nose on mountain clearing a few times.
And having options to tower rush on that map, it kind of puts Mongols in the spotlight again a little bit. You can just go forward, do some crazy stuff, figure something out, and that could be a plan later for sure. I'm not 100% sure. We also see HRE on there a bit. Mongols makes sense, I think. Mongols makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's very much a possibility. I mean, even HRE is just such a potent pick here for Anatan, which he is saving for later. He opted to go for that Japanese, which, I mean, it's so much of a comfort pick for him by now, and he's so effective at piloting them. Doesn't really surprise me to see them brought out here in game number 1. Because what else would he pick, really? I mean, Ottomans, they suffer, right? The stone is so far away. Byzantines, for the exact same reasons. HRE is strong here, but the problem with... This is something we spoke about quite often before in other tournaments and other series. HRE, there's not one single thing that's an immense strength for them in particular, right? But their versatility is virtually unmatched.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they can play a lot of different settings, a lot of different maps, and they can have a lot of really potent strategies that are really like timing, oriented, really solid, and gives a lot of like just comfort, I think, to a lot of these players. We saw, Vortex pick it up. He didn't get the win on mountain clearing, but it was an option there, and you could definitely see there was a plan. Just maybe a little surprised by Wham's response in that game, and so we'll see if we get some back and forth here between the players. I think I hear some clicking, maybe, so we could be close to that game, but we'll see.
Indeed,
Looks a bit like playing to me.
Look at those hands, the speed on Anatan's hand as we speak. We can't quite see Beasties, but I'm sure the speed is comparable without a doubt, as we do get confirmation that the game is ready, and we are back here for game number 1. It is going to be Beasty, as Rous, of course, in the color yellow, spawning in the south side of the map, facing Border Esports is Anatan in the color green, spawning the north side of Coastal Cliffs this time round as the Japanese. And again, Anatan opts to go for that spear opening, so clearly believing in its strength. And I think it has paid off last game, right? So it should be still an effective strategy here. Because the thing is, right, we mentioned about potentially Beastyqt keeping the hunting cabins safe. But that's not easy to do, Winston, is it, right? I mean, the issue is that to get optimal gold generation from those hunting cabins as the Roose, they have to be spaced out. They have to go outside of the TC range. You can't get them both to give you optimal income and be safe at the same time, right? And Anatan is looking to take full advantage of that.
And we'll see, is this, let's see, is this hunting cabin safe? Did Beasty learn a lesson? Or maybe he just thinks he understands this matchup well enough that, so a big difference here is the Vils can repair, right? This is a huge advantage, this difference, right? Like, that's a really solid position for him now. Like, wow, that restart really gonna impact things, I think, because now you can send a Vil to repair, and look, he's got all of his Vils really ready to garrison. Like, it just won't be the same situation. We'll see if we get 3 spearmen like we saw last time. It looks like only 2, as Anatan maybe has scouted that the damage here isn't guaranteed. You see Beasty needs a little bit of wood before he sends a Vil out, so the timing is a little tight here. He might actually lose this if he's not careful, but I think he will be.
Yeah, it's the effect is going to be similar, right? There's a delay being forced here from Anatan onto that Pro Scouts that will really pay dividends in the long run, because as I mentioned briefly last game, the strength of Roose nowadays, at least when playing this strategy in particular, is that sharp timing on the castle edge, boosted by the safe day under the town center, that allows you to achieve an overwhelming mass of horse archers, which once you do reach that critical mass of 15 to 20 and growing, very few compositions can deal with that, even on a map like Coastal Cliffs. Now, the horse archers do lose a little bit of value on this kind of a map. There's not as much room to maneuver. Cavalry in general can struggle on a map like Coastal Cliffs a bit more than your Dry Arabias or your other more open maps. But if Anatan is able to keep Beasty pinned in that feudal age for a while longer, the horse archers lose so much value. Not only do you have less there to work with, so you can't get up those numbers as much, but when there's already a respectable standing army from Anatan in that feudal age, then the horse archers will need way higher numbers to be potent, by which point it might be too late.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see similar stuff around the rest of it, right? We have Kura Storehouse and Golden Gate for the players. Things here look relatively similar. The big difference, though, is I think BC's going to be able to click prop scouts much earlier, right? Because he has Golden Gate. I think last game it was delayed like a full tick. I mean, at this point we're ending the similarities, so it's all just a new game now and new mindset, but I don't know, that just has to be in your head as a player, right? But we'll see what the follow-up is, I think. I think you're really onto something here. Last game, if this plays out any bit similar, it really did seem like Beasty was a little bit on the back foot. We see this Wooden Fortress already. That's going to cover things nicely. Another delay.
It is indeed a delay, because quite notably here, Winston, right, we see the Wooden Fortress is prioritized ahead of that Pro Scout here. That might have been the case last game as well. I may have just missed it, but the delay is clear already, right? And we even see double Broadaxe actually being chosen here. Right? Oh no, actually he cancelled this straight away. Might have been either a mistake or he changed his mind at that point in time. But normally Roose can get a 415, 420 timing for when that Pro Scouts technology begins, if everything is optimal in the start. But that is not the case here. Now Beasty has the resources to go for it. There it goes in Q once again. And again, exactly the same timing as last game. So the opening's pretty much identical.
Yeah, the difference is he's up a hunting cabin and a house. He's up like a lot of wood and gold gold income. Like I think this is like a pretty substantial difference, and I'm very curious if Anatan is planning anything different. It doesn't really seem too different. I think we're seeing a second range here, whereas we didn't before. So I think that's like some slight alteration here, but beyond that, I think we're just in a new situation, and we'll see how this pans out.
Yeah, quite notably, right, we saw Anatan prioritize that stable opening in the last game to follow up from those spears after seeing the archery range commitment from Beastyqt, but instead it's going to be double archery range this time here for Anatan. And I gotta say, I actually prefer this choice way more here instead of the stable. The problem here for Beastyqt, right, is you want to invest into those archers to push the spears away, but you can't just keep making too many archers. And we're talking about that delay in going up to that castle age. It's something Beastyqt definitely wants to avoid unless he decides to fully commit to the feudal age. Whereas for Anatan here, 2 Yuumi on the field already before Beastyqt has even his first archer out on the field. And I feel like Anatan is going to keep committing to these Yuumi for a while longer.
Yeah, and it's a good choice, I think. You get to the mass earlier here, which is I think is going to be nice, but I don't know if the scouts are going to care as much about just 4 Yuumi as they would maybe if that was 4 spears instead, but we do see the archer out for Beastyqt to scout. Going to be forced to drop it. A little bit of micro here. This denial is somewhat important. If too many scouts go down, it's really bad. Right now, Beastyqt does not have the food right at this moment to really afford making more scouts. He really wants to be able to invest that into units. So losing one is a bit painful, but not the end of the world. We do see some of those upgrades from the Forge coming in for Anatan. So another alteration here. We see early Forge upgrades instead of pure eco. So maybe less of an incentive here to go Castle Ages quickly, perchance, or maybe we're going to see just a couple Yuumi into FC. I'm not sure still because that food count is growing and a lot on gold still. So I'm curious what Anatan's plan is really going to be at this point.
With this double archery range commitment here, I think the Steel Arrow makes a lot of sense in this situation, right? In the last game, there was that stable priority there from Anatan, and then the Yuumi as a follow-up afterwards. But now, with double archery range on the field, the additional Steeled Arrow earlier on, before Castle Age in this case, is going to yield way better results than it would have in the last game. And we see his own Iron Undermesh coming in now as well. So already Anatan's archers significantly more potent than Beastyqt's here, despite their weaker stats initially. As Anatan is going to keep swelling those numbers for now. As we mentioned, Iron Undermesh is coming in, and he's not going to go for the Fudasashi here in this second game, at least just in this first game remake just yet.
Triple range for Beastyqt, so he's really looking to catch up on those numbers, and even adding the stable, so we're going to see a pretty nice commitment here in Feudal Age. I don't know, how do you feel about that, like seeing Knight Archer from Rous right now? Do you think he's got enough like advantage economically to really make this pan out against Japan's castle timing later?
I feel like this can be a good choice here from Beastyqt, under the caveat that there's actual profit made here, right? If you invest into triple archery range, maybe even knights here as Beastyqt, I think you really want to do so, specifically if you can secure some of your opponent's deer, right? If Beastyqt can get some of Anatan's side deer on his side of the map towards back home under his TC, then the investment pays off, right? Whatever units you commit to, they are then paid back by the end. That is going to be the case, as Beastyqt actually, uncontested, is going to be able to grab some of Anatan's deer. Anatan with 18 Yuumi is instead towards the southern side of Beastyqt's, and if Anatan doesn't spot this, that could be huge.
Well, I think a really big deal is about to happen. So Yuumi are faster than archers. Yeah. Like Beastyqt just put all of his units at a ton of risk here. He built the 3 ranges. He canceled production. He didn't make any knights, and he's just going to try and do a little damage, force the Yuumi far, far away because his archers, I think, have gone completely unspotted, and they're about to hit the gold and the berries. Okay, not the gold, the berries. Sorry, my bad. And that's just what is happening here. So the scouts are going to have to drop, and now these Yuumi are going to be able to catch these archers, and behind this, Beastyqt is now going to be able to age up. Wow, so maybe a little bit of passiveness from Anatan has given Beastyqt a lot of legroom here. And now, you know, earlier I was like, I don't know how much I love Feudal Knights, but Castle Age Knights against these Feudal Yuumi, I love. And it might be a bit before they're all upgraded and in position. I mean, Anatan is looking down the barrel of Castle Age with his economy right now, but It's going to be a minute before there. I don't think you're going to want to put your Yorishiro in your archery range here. I mean, maybe if you see a big commitment to Knights, you're going to make Onimusha. So maybe that's the plan here from Anatan, but it feels like then you're lacking the front line from Mounted Samurai. It could be a rough trade-off, and even the gold denial here from Beasty. Such a big moment is at play right now. I mean, the high trade house, it's not an optimal position, but it's still a castle age.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird position here for Anatan to be in. But for Beasty as well, for that matter. Like thieves in the night, those Yuumi and archers passed each other, right? Now, the Yuumi did manage to catch those scouts, taking the Grand Day heist home. The problem for Beasty is that a lot of those archers did go down. We see it reflected in the destroyed value. His archers did get caught with their pants down, for that matter, on the retreat. They're going back to the base, and these as well, after 9th the gold, they will get caught here. And I mean, sure, you're throwing a couple units away. They did get their value, but the mass speaks for itself here. Anatan, 26 Yuumi and 3 spares with Floating Gate on the way. And Beasty again pivots into the horse archers.
I think it's worth it though. Like those 3 archers, right? Would you pay, almost 200 res to have, or a little over 200 res to put your opponent's army on the north corner of the map? Like, I think that's a very valuable thing to do at this stage. So I think that Beasty is going to be okay with that. He even got value denying some gold for a little bit. So it wasn't completely for naught. We didn't see any Vil kills, still no destroyed Vils. And obviously Beasty losing all those archers is much worse on the trade so far, like resource-wise, right? But we'll see how quickly he can catch up in army value. It's only 500 behind, and we'll see how fast that catches up. He is lacking the mass, but are these Yuumi really that potent? I mean, they're going to be vet Yuumi, but is it really the start? Are Knights in Castle Age really that scared of vet Yuumi?
The Knights themselves are not too scared of the Yuumi, I would say, but the Horse Archers, it's a bit of a different story. Now, the Horse Archers, once they do have those Blacksmith upgrades in, and especially Boyar's Fortitude in, it's not as big of a role as the Scouts do get spotted by the Yuumi. A couple will be peeled off to snipe the Scout, but
they
the rest get away.
passively did that. I don't think that was just an attack move, and they just caught the vision. That's crazy. I mean, still 2 passing by is huge here. Beasty's economy going to continue to be powered by this. Just buying him even more time to ignore the farm transition and keep contending with kind of the amount of military, the sheer amount that Anatan has on the field. It is kind of a scary number, especially if we start to see a big mounted samurai mass to protect the Yuumi from the enemy knights.
Particularly interested to see where that Yorishiro went, because I think the Mounted Samurai are being produced a little bit slower than I anticipated. Maybe the Yorishiro was placed somewhere else for that matter. We can have a little look here. It seems like it's somewhere else, I think. Oh, it is in the stable. Okay, he might have just cut production for a brief moment there. As Beasty gets the slightly dire news that there might be slightly more Yuumi on the field than he anticipated here, with the upgrade and veterancy on them now in as well. And Beasty slightly pressed for food in this game. So many Daycox scattered on the map, and he moves forward to try to go to Anatan's side of the map, but the Yuumi are in position. 3 of the Horse Archers go down for free.
Yeah, this mass from Anatan just seems so solid. It doesn't seem like BC's going to get good trades here, and losing these units is really, really tough. And oh my, from the player cams, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, when the water starts being sipped, I think it's sign that something has gone very awry for a play in this game, as Beasty just straight up calls it. Anatan with the same opening, just making it work and keeping Beasty pinned in his base. The Yuumi were just too much.
Yeah, Anatan's got to be quite happy with that, He came in with a plan, and even though Beasty knew what it was, it worked. I think that's a really impressive thing, right? Getting that restart and still having the strategy executed and work in your favor has got to feel good, because now it's like you can't say Beasty was just caught, right? He knew what was coming, right? And it still worked, which proves that his prep, his boot camp, paying off, paying dividends already, at least for game 1.
Indeed, for those who are not aware, Anatan being part of World Esports, just last week he was part of a boot camp in Norway with his team, and clearly is paying fruit here today. But even before that, he has done very, very well for himself. And he takes game number 1 up against what BC would probably consider his strongest pick in the draft there, taking out Rous in game number 1 as the Japanese. I think not an easy feat, as I would say that matchup really favors Rous in most situations. But on that map,
yeah, at least the way Anatan played it, right? Like at least the style he brought, and I think that just shows prep is king, right? And I think having a plan and executing it well is so valuable in these LAN events, especially when there's a lot of hidden information. It's really hard to know what your opponent did when they were studying in a boot camp, right? It's just impossible.
It's true. It's true. there's just so much to be gained from. This is something we often speak about when it comes to how to play AoE4 effectively. A big foundational aspect of that is, and it's something I mention all the time, right, is having a plan and sticking to it, right, until either you're forced to change or you achieve it, for that matter. And in this case, it has achieved, right? And the result of that achievement was winning the game, so there was no need to change at all. In this case, Anatan just flawless execution in this game, number one. Absolutely stellarly played. The plan was there. Despite the remake, the plan, he stuck to it, right? He went for those spears. He got the delay that he needed. He kept Beasty longer in the feudal age than he would like. And you can see how that pays dividends in this matchup. And the result of which is that Beasty is taken out way earlier than he would expect in this game. But in these kind of situations when Rous does not have the food to work with that it would normally like, it's really painful.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder if both players are happy with the draft and you go into game one and lose. Now you're thinking, now you gotta be second questioning the rest of your draft. I mean, maybe not in this case, there's some really solid civs for Beasty, but after that, you thought you had the number. You thought you knew how this matchup was going to go. And then to be wrong in game one can totally shift your mindset. And mindset is king in these games, right? You have to be on... You just have to be on point the whole time. And if the moment that stops, things can really start to unravel quickly. And I think we saw a bit of that, in the last tournament where Anatan essentially upset Beasty. Yeah. And could we be seeing that here?
It's looking likely, right? After this game especially, I mean, it's so important what you mentioned about the mindset, right? Like half of the game at least is mental. It's having that confidence, having that clear mind to not only believe in yourself that you can do it, but also to allow you to think of the game very clearly and optimally as a result, not allowing anything to cloud your judgment, your thoughts. And if you are able to master that, if you are able to keep a consistent mindset and thought process regarding the game, not only strategically, but also how you believe yourself, what you believe yourself to be capable of as well when it comes to those games, the results will come.
Mm-hmm. And we'll have to see how that pans out for Anatan as we start getting ready to look at game number 2. I'm trying to think... How do you think? I mean, you called it, right? 4 Lakes with KT against the Ubids. Do you think BC's going to be able to do it here? Because I'm a little bit skeptical. I think, Marine Lord taking on CSO, when CSO had KT on a water map is one thing. But here, with the way that this pacing has been, with the way this game has gone, I'd be worried if I'm Beasty, right? You kind of gave, arguably, kind of undeniably, one of the best civs on a certain map style. You just gave that to your opponent here with your bans, and maybe he has an idea, maybe he knows how to play this, but we just saw if he was confident in game 1, what makes you think he could be confident in game 2? Those are the kind of questions that, creep into the mind, right? And you gotta be vigilant against that. And we'll see. I'm so excited for this series. This is so good.
I know, like this has the potential to be a 3-0, equally as the potential to be a 5-2, to be a 3-2, right? Well,
3-2. You know what I mean? 5-2. We're here all night actually with the 5-2, but you know what I mean. And here we see it. So Ubid's gonna have that really early dock with the cheaper docks, and that'll be Beasty building that on the right side in the yellow, and on the south side we do have Anatan with the fearsome KT on water maps. Now, it is a bit tricky on this map, right? There's several reasons why KT could be considered manageable, right? 2 sacred sites, right? A lot more manageable than 3 on some maps, right? You can handle where they're going to go a lot more. You just need to kind of control the center, and you can deny gold income quite a lot from those early Pilgrim upgrades in Feudal Age. Additionally, a lot of the times your docks aren't in direct competition as opposed to Kawasan or, more of the standard water maps, which means that really fast timing that Knights get, it's not necessarily going to pan out into direct military ownership of the pond that you're trying to fish in. And so I think we're seeing that here where Beasty, if he's able to just sort of deal with whatever fast timing comes out, we could see Anatan struggle, I think, in this mid-game to secure Pilgrims across the map, to have enough military, because, if you're not really able to abuse the timing, things can start to feel really tricky. But we'll see what Anatan has up his sleeve, right? He picked this for a reason, right?
Indeed, he did pick it for a reason, and that also makes me wonder, Beasty must have picked Iubids here for a reason as well. Iubids, it's worth mentioning, we talk about how incredibly potent KT is on these maps, but Iubids is no slouch either, right? They can have so many so many incredible builds on these maps. I mean, you can skip dock altogether and just go for a fast age up and take your opponent utterly by surprise on their pond, deny them off completely and build fishing tempo from then on out and make them waste all of the resources they spent on the dock and the fishing ships. On the other hand, you can do what Beasty is doing right now, invest into that water, and then you can ask yourself, well, do I go for the fast age up, or do I potentially even go for an industry wing, which might delay my age up, but the resources you get, along with the build speed as well recently from the industry wing, allows you to just do a double ship pump, which can just knock Templars off of water completely if they are unprepared, or if they greed for that matter, which, I mean, greeding with Knights Templar on water is something that feels almost a given, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And, you know, Corvinus and I, earlier in the WAM Vortex series, we were just also talking about this, that industry might just be a bit too risky here. I mean, like, what are you really going to achieve with it if you don't already have a dock in the enemy's pond? The timing doesn't really pan out here. And we can see that with the second dock from Anatan, he's really looking to secure his own pond, not really risking sending a villa just right now to make great use of the timing. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, there's still time to build another dock forward, right?
Exactly. And Beasty looks like is slowly thinking about that age up. The gold is trickling in. Only 40 more needed for the age up here. I'm particularly curious what wing he would decide to go for, right? Typically it is that advancement wing or the industry wing like we spoke of, but I completely agree with you, Winston. The timings, I mean, Templars themselves, they do this fast age up so well. They sacrifice half a villager and a half to go for that age up, but it is so quick for them as a result, right? And they don't need to worry about building a landmark either, so their economy, similarly with the Iobis and Abbasid, will be in a very good state whilst they age up and post as well. It is going to be the economic wing industry for him, so a nice bit of wood that's going to be coming in for Beasty here in order to help his fishing boat as well as potentially military ship pump on these ponds. Now the only question is there going to be a contest on water?
I don't think we're going to see one right now. There's no forward vills. I mean, Beasty's obviously scouting out and checking now his own pond, making sure, just double checking. No sneaky Knight stock, but looks like it's not going to be anything crazy. So Knights Hospitaller, you know, now they get a little bit of move speed, right? It's a little bit different than it used to be, but mainly the Hospitaller Knight, you get a bit of HP on a bunch of your units. What are you really seeing here that's going to make this work compared to other options for KT here?
Yeah, I mean, the Hospitaller doesn't really surprise me here in this case. The additional health on the fishing ships is very notable. Not only the fishing ships, of course, but the villages as well, right? And as you mentioned, the move speed. Does the move speed actually apply to the fishing ships? It's not something I tested as of yet. That would be pretty... Oh, that's massive then, isn't it?
And also, it also applies to the pilgrims, so they're slightly safer traveling across the map. It gives them just that little bit of like life, you know? It gives them a little bit of comfort as the game progresses, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not sure when we'll see the pilgrim text come in, especially if you're trying to maybe go castle or something.
No, there we go.
I guess it doesn't. TIL.
Oh yeah, it does not. Oh, surprising even.
Surprisingly, it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a really strong bonus, but the health does come in, right? So any kind of contention on those spawns is going to be way harder for Beasty in this case, right? So, yeah, it's something that's to consider for sure if Beasty is going to look for that counter dock, but that is not going to be the case as we established. We see the docks on his side of the map and now going towards the northern pond. So Beasty is just going to play very classic here, I want to say. Just going to play it safe, going to go for his safe fishing, is going to rely purely on his macro to carry him through this game in this case. And Vanatan, right, I do wonder, that's something either will ask if he does win this series, or I'll even ask myself in my free time from him. I wonder whether the Hospitaller choice is particularly because he believes is the best, or because he knows that going for the Kingdom of France here loses a lot of value against the Iobis, because of course with the possibility of Desert Raiders, I mean, that's something the Chevalier Confrere are really going to struggle against.
Yeah, and surprisingly, this looks practice from Beasty. He used Industry to build 2 stables. I wasn't quite sure what he would do with the wood, but 2 stables is a really interesting choice. It gives you really fast production of those Desert Raiders, and we're going to see a few of them on the field now. That's crazy. Like,
It's very potent, isn't it? And actually, we have the first Hospitaller Knight making his way here. Not a unit we see very often, but certainly a welcome addition in the Masters of Steel here, as he is going to have a little swing of his mighty sword towards those villages. Just being a little bit annoying at this point in time, right? All this idle time at this level, Winston, as we know, every little tiny advantage adds up. Games are won not usually through single decisive maneuvers, but through, you know, through outplaying your opponent by a slight edge repeatedly throughout the game, as the Vil actually goes down.
That's crazy. Like, that is a crazy moment. To even be getting a Vil here when there's defenders there and Beastyqt is actively microing is kind of nuts. Clearly a big mistake in the micro. It slipped up here, and even using the cheeky healing here from the Hospitaller, but it's not quite going to be enough here. There's enough Desert Raiders to clear this. Surely. Wait, I say surely, but that Hospitaller is tanking like a beast, and the archers just keep taking shots off. That's a Desert Raider going down. The pressure is really starting to mount up. Only 3 Desert Raiders. A Horseman now joins the fray. Going to start chasing down some of those archers, but right into a Spearman. And a misclick, not hitting the spear with the first volley from the Desert Raiders. The Horseman is going to go down. What are we seeing here? The gold getting pressured would essentially spell the end of the game. The villagers are chopping wood feet away from the battle, and now they're starting to get hit by this Hospitaller.
This is the power of KT in these situations, right? Fueled by the fishing, by the additional wood, food income as well. Anatan is actually able to contest, you know, essentially freely on Beasty's side of the map with infantry up against cavalry. Almost unprecedented, Winston, here in this case. As we see Anatan pushing forward, another villager goes down.
Another Desert Raider. And now the gold is pressured and the Vils have to retreat. What are we seeing here? This is 17-2 military count. Look at the destroyed value. It's 3-1.
This is ridiculous. Like,
got all the sheep in that battle.
yeah. The sheep have kind of been.
They're just hanging out, man.
They're apparently not too scared of this
both
brutal war going on here.
Somehow Castle Age behind this. Anatan looking so solid, so much pressure, making such a cheap unit, getting so much value. When Beasty sees this Castle Age, do you think he just taps out? Like, what is he going to do? There's army in front of his base that's bigger. There's army behind his base that's bigger. And we're going to have, what, Templar Brothers on the field in a moment?
Templar Brothers, as well as most likely the heavy Spearmen as well, which, I mean, Beasty, there's absolutely no answer for Beasty here up against those armored Spearmen, right? It's such a difficult unit to deal with when you're an age down like this, unless you have a significant army mass, which Beasty most certainly does not. But Anatan proving here exactly why Knights Templar is such a feared pick on these maps, not only because of his strength, but because of his execution as well, really putting Beasty up against the ropes here. The Castle Age does come through, but Beasty, of course, ever the fighter, will not give up. And rightfully so, right? Every single win matters so much here. You do not want to give away a game for free. You would try your best no matter what. I would do the exact same here in this case.
Oh, the Vils.
But from the back, the archers find a secondary wood line here from Beasty. Another 2 additional goes down. Even the villagers now pull their shanks to try to mount a desperate defense here. But so many will go down, Winston.
Yeah, struggling to click on the low HP ones there, but still 5 villagers down. Your opponent's up to Castle Age. I mean, what do you even do? You have a little more army now, but this unit comp surely can't play against Castle Age units, right? Like, there's no way it beats heavy spears. Kite it.
Yeah, it's so tough because of the armor, right? And
with a big flank though on the archers, they're just gonna go down for free here. A lot of damage. But the heavy spears get their shots back, and things are just looking really awkward now. Beasty maybe going to try and raid with these remaining horsemen and try and plan for whatever's next. 10 gold in the bank now, just finally starting to get a bit of gold in. What the heck does he do?
A great value was gained from those horsemen and those Desert Raiders. We see the destruction value is favoring Beasty here slightly at this point in time. The horsemen have been peeled off just to distract Anatan on his side. Now, what's good here for Beasty is that out of all units in the game, at least these Desert Raiders are able to kite those spearmen here from Anatan, right? So he will be able to just shoot and run, and theoretically, those spearmen will never catch up. However, the map is only so large, Winston, isn't it? And once those spearmen do reach the depths of Beasty's base, especially aided by what is now veteran archers on the field here for Anatan as well, the prime counter up against these horse archers, it's only going to get, up against these Desert Raiders, of course, it's only going to get harder and harder for Beasty in this game. He desperately wants to look for that age up. He does have the advancement wing available for him if he does choose to go for it, but it's still some ways off in terms of resources.
Wow, Beasty is up so many vills from the fish, but it's just not paying off. His vills on land are just constantly getting harassed. Maybe a few too many fishing boats, and oh my, we're up 2-0 for Anatan in this series. Could we be looking at a repeat? Could we be looking at another 3-0 for Anatan against Beasty?
Again, that is not something I think, even considering the last result, the last time that was the case, I don't think anyone really expects that to happen again, right? So close to the first time as well. And Anatan, I mean, he's looking in prime position to do so. So far, this looks like it might be one of the fastest series of Masters of Steel so far, right? Including potentially qualifiers for that batter, as both players look and see Anatan looking pretty relaxed, right? Pretty comfortable with his lead so far.
That's the stance of a winner right there, right? That is someone who's going to be calm, collected, focused, not letting it get to him. We didn't see a huge celebration, nothing like that. It's not getting into his head. He knows that there's still potentially 3 games to take Beasty out here, but I don't know. It's tricky, and we can see the resources gathered. Knights Templar just looking so dominant. We see why people have been banning this. It is for this reason. Maybe Beasty can comfort himself knowing that, but he was happy with the draft. Right? He let that happen to a degree, right?
It's true, right? And the thing is, you can be happy with the draft to an extent when you know there's almost like a map loss in there because you can expect a very potent save. So that can be the case where Beasty's like, oh, I'm happy with the draft. They'll probably go like 3-1 or just lose to KT on water, and that's fine, right? But I think, normally Beasty probably wouldn't mind, or really any player for that matter, wouldn't really mind just losing a game to Knights Templar on water maps. It's kind of to be expected, right? They're just so difficult to contest in most cases. But it's not the only game, right? Especially leading up from that first loss. Now being 2 games down, it's a very, very scary position to be in. And I mean, throwaway games are somewhat common in these best of 5s. It's a genuine drafting strategy which can be very potent, and that might be the case here with the Abbasid pick. But the issue is that because you have lost that first game, right, it puts you in this position where you're now 2 games down, and any slip up just seals the series. And it's worth noting, right, that the loser does pick the map. So Beasty decided to go for 4 lakes as his second map of choice. He wanted to face, he wanted to go for Abbasid on 4 lakes, either in anticipation of Mongols or KT, but the third matchup is on the way.
Yeah, and Beasty's face, he just does not look, he doesn't look like he's calm here. It looks a little frustrated, and maybe rightfully so, right? Some miscalculations going into these first 2 games. And, I would almost argue that first restart was to his benefit, gave him time to react to something where he was, I wouldn't say behind, but clearly not in the position he wanted to be with that opening. And for it to just replay exactly the same is really tough. And now we go into the next game. Xushi has been a high priority pick in this tournament. We've seen it banned a lot so far. I think we will continue to see that. But here, Beasty does have that as, it's kind of interesting, though. Against Biz on regions of all maps. How do you feel about this?
Honestly, this is pretty cinematic because the last time these 2 faced, Winston, Beasty was Jushi against Anatan's Byzantines as well. The map was Carmel. And there were some pretty interesting factors at play, namely some unexpected Musafadis from the Byzantine side, which was certainly a thorn in Beasty's side, as he mentioned himself. Understandably so. I mean, as you mentioned, if it's something you don't expect and you're not prepared for it, it can be so painful, can't it? But this is regions, right? There is no trade post at all on this map. So any kind of mercenaries, that come out here from Anatan, it's all something BC has definitely seen before.
You think we're looking at javelins?
Few possibilities. I mean, javelins will do so well up against the Zuganu, right?
That's what I would think
longbows
would be solid.
Yeah, it's also something that's worth thinking about. I mean, the thing with javelins, right, is it's so good not only because of the javelins, but the camel riders later on as well, right? Yeah, I mean, Jushi just loves those. They love those lancers, right? They're so strong with the Dali horses. Yeah. But against camel riders, not so much.
Yeah, exactly. And the debuff just does so much for the Civ as a whole as they go into that next stage of the game. And I think we're getting close to our game number 3 here. As the players, just one last look at them before we head into this match. Oh boy, this is something spicy.
And what a match it is. It is game number 3 here at the Masters of Steel top 8. Beastyqt spawning in the north side of regions in the color yellow, his signature yellow, as the Jushi's legacy facing Volder Esports is Anatan, the beast from the east at this point in time, looking to close out the series here in a stunning fashion in the color green as the Byzantines. But he has a fight to do so as Beastyqt, especially when backed up against the wall, becomes absolutely fierce to take down, and he is not going to let up any sort of pressure in saving himself in this set and pushing through towards victory. But it seems like scouting is on the way, as expected. Here, the sheep are being gathered, and the early game, likely we're not going to see anything too crazy here. It's Jushi, as usual, is going to race towards that pro scouts, and Byzantines most likely going to work towards those cisterns. 62 stone already in the bank after placing that first cistern here for Anatan. What I'm really wondering about here, Winston, is the level of stone and cistern commitment that we will see from Anatan in the face of a very tempo, very timing-oriented civ like the Jushi's legacy.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, we saw, you know, Louis in his interview just moments ago talking about how once Byzantines have that 5 cistern set up in a bunch of olive groves around the winery, that things just really start to kick off for them and they really start to take place. And that's a decent winery. It is notably a bit forward, right? The berries are going to be tricky if Beastyqt ever does get in that position to deny the berries in some of the farming land. But yeah, we're going to see that first cistern. Things are looking standard and solid here. Beastyqt does have to contend with the fact that his gold is a little forward. And let's see, is this a decent meditation garden? Yeah, that's pretty good, I'd say. That's a solid. Not getting 2 minerals is a little tricky sometimes, but you can't always get the best, and that has plenty of trees in it to kind of compensate, right?
Yeah, this is a nice one, right? This is sort of like kind of the best close sort of standard meditation gardens that you can hope for. Pretty much the most important resources all under it, right? You have the berries, you have the gold, you have the wood. It's not one you can realistically complain about, right? A good bit of income there for Beastyqt, and it's safe as well. He doesn't have to walk out too far for it, so he's definitely going to be happy with that one here. Meanwhile, Anatan, winery, no surprises there. With the 3 on age up, and Anatan does this quite often, I find. He goes for that 3 on the winery, and I think it's a good thing to do, right? Because the thing with Byzantines, right, although once the 5 cisterns are up, the economy becomes staggeringly impressive, the issue is getting there, because there's so many things you have to invest in early on. You have the cisterns, you have the aqueducts, but you also need upgrades. You also need the olive oil, and you also need units to defend all of this to allow it to happen. So sorting out the priorities early on for Byzantines, I think, is something that's very tricky, trickier than most people would give credit for. And it really is the separation between greed and calculation, right?
Yeah, and we'll have to see how it pans out, man. BC's back against the wall. You mentioned it earlier. Anatan has been bringing the pressure all game. Do you think we see a stopping point before 5? Or do you think this is something where he thinks maybe maybe has a strategy here where he really just chills for a bit and tries to match the timing of Jushi a bit?
Yeah, I think in this matchup in particular, right, the tables are flipped slightly from what we've seen in the previous games to where Byzantines is, I think, perfectly content just sitting back, getting those 5 cisterns, playing defensive, and consolidating their economy safely so, but stemming the tide until those days run out here for Beastyqt, whereas Jushi, they need to put on some relentless aggression, I would say, in order to really, you know, push Byzantines to their limits and keep them on edge, because there's so many points to strike here for Beastyqt once he reaches that castle age. Realistically, there's not too much damage he can find in feudal age. I think the Byzantine army is just so effective up against the Jushi army. But when he reaches that castle age, things really open up.
Yeah, we're seeing horsemen as the opening here from Anatan. I'm not too surprised by this. It's a decent way to deal with these scouts here, right? So I don't know if it's going to really deny much of the prof scouts. It's already well underway here for Beastyqt, so there's going to be some return here, but there could be a chance here that if Beastyqt doesn't catch or scout the stable here from Anatan, because you normally don't expect it right away. Usually you're expecting maybe, you know, longbow, Limitani or something.
Yeah, and we see actually the classic here from Beastyqt. not from Beastyqt, excuse me, but I mean in this situation, right, where you expect Limitano coming from Byzantines, right, and it's something to the point where you almost don't scout for it, right, and that is the case here because BC did expect those Limitani, but it's horsemen coming in from Anatan instead, so those Zuganu are essentially dead weight at this point in time, but straight away the barracks follow-up is there for him. And something that BC must be a little bit frustrated with in this point in time, as the scouts are forced to run away for a little bit away from the spears, from the horsemen, excuse me, until those spears hit the field effectively. And this is why scouting is so important. You slip up for just one moment. We spoke about this in the pre-game, right? You have to be so on point with this, otherwise you end up a little bit behind from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, though, I think, you know, Beasty was able to leverage, you know, supervise on the barracks and get a bunch of spears out really quick. I almost wonder if he had already scouted this and we just missed it, or maybe, I mean, it's a pack stable. Maybe he just kind of knew that this was inevitable. He didn't just want to make pure Jugnu. That's too risky. I mean, there was a chance, I think, if Anatan waited, that it would maybe have a lot more value. Now, the longbows make a decent amount of sense. We were maybe mulling over the idea of javelins, right? But not quite seeing that. Yeah, so longbow and horseman, not the most common. You usually see that with Limitane. Going to be a little bit less potent with Kyro Siphons later if we do want to see that. We did see Vortex going for that, so it's a little bit harder to build them with just the longbows because you're so limited in numbers of those. So we'll see though, but Horseman just trying to do a little damage, not really finding a ton right here with the Spearman already supervised out, ready to defend.
The tough part here for Beasty, and something that Jushi often struggles with is the longbows. Although obviously they're not as potent of an anti-range specifically as the javelins, of course that is not their role. They're a great all-arounder unit, whereas the javelins are specifically catered to be the stopping stone to any kind of ranged play. The issue is that the longbows are still so potent up against Zuganu on the additional range. Notably, both units have the exact same movement speed, so when it comes to that range, the longbows edge out over the Zuganu so significantly, so as long as Anatan is effective with his kiting, theoretically the Zuganu are going to be lucky to get even a few bolts off.
Yeah, and this is why we've been seeing people ban the Chinese civs, Yushi, in China right now. In the current Prof Scouts meta, they're just so potent. And we're seeing here Beasty able to field more military and get a faster castle time. And Anatan was a little bit slow to getting the Merc camp up. He was a little bit slow to picking, you know, the contract, the Western contract, a little bit slow. So he had two longbow packs in queue at the same time. So whereas he could have had longbows forward maybe a couple minutes ago if he had been a little bit tighter, he chose to delay that and wasn't really able to stop that age up by denying the gold at all, even though that gold is forward. And it could have been a really big issue for him. We do see the longbow coming out now, but he's already up on his way to Castle Age. Like, things are already really going to start cooking in the Jushi kitchen.
It's true indeed, the cook is about to start, and I think smoke is most likely on the cards as well. As you mentioned, Anatan, you know, once you do have that secondary batch of mercenaries, whatever it may be, usually with the javelins and longbows, the pressure can really begin to mount up for the Byzantines and they can start to take fights very, very effectively. However, Jushi, as we mentioned, and as you highlighted, the speed of that age up, the discount on the Tang Dynasty, you know, I mean, a Beasty is Castle Age before Anatan is even as his secondary mercenaries out.
Yeah, but this is huge. Like, these scouts have been trying to sneak their way around, and this is a long walk home, right? And one scout going down, another one maybe going to go down here. 2 deer carcasses have been dropped in. On regions, right, on the right corner, we have the berries and a boar. On the left corner, we have all those deer, and BC was trying to get cheeky with it and sneak a few in, and looking at his mill, it's got some food left, but maybe not as much as he was hoping, as we do have the forward play. There's an outpost there, but a raid on the back. The official not quite, just able to barely make it in. There's another official braving the storm, and on the front end, a couple of Vills going to be pressured, but able to hop in. And wow, BC's just going to stay under there with the Lancer, take some damage.
Significant idle time on both sides here, right? Anatan causing it with the horseman, whereas Beasty, you know, he's not holding back whatsoever. He is out for blood in this game number 3 as he pushes directly towards Anatan's gold. And the Golden Horn Tower actually is idled out, I think. Do you see that?
Did he accidentally garrison everybody and forget?
Almost. So it's meant to be built with 8, but I think not all of them were there on it at once. It looks like the speed has picked up. He's yet to get.
Garrison maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
And then, to shoot, and then they weren't all working, but yeah. So going to be grabbing a few of the relics is Beastyqt with that faster castle timing. It's something that Jushi is so solid with, and I don't know, like he's got the pressure on the gold, and the Golden Horn Tower takes some time to really kick in. Looks like he got a little lucky with the longbow pack, so that's going to help kind of fill out that mass, right? He's going to have 20 longbows on the field, which is quite a lot to contend with, but 8 Lancers, 2 more in queue for Beastyqt. Jushi is just really starting to cook here. This could get spicy.
Yeah, the pump is
already
real.
Quite spicy.
Indeed.
Maybe too hot.
Yeah, I mean, I can feel it. This could even be a wing eating contest at this point, but this is the issue with opening Horsemen here for Byzantines, right? You get that map control early on. You are able to have mobility here on a civ that normally struggles with it, but when that castle timing hits for Jushi, you suddenly find that you quite desperately need a lot of spears very quickly, which you didn't have beforehand, and that's certainly the position Anatan finds himself in here. Relics, meanwhile, being collected. I mean, there's more lancers on the field than longbows at this point in time, Winston, as the second, the third and fourth batches are in production, just like you highlighted. Undermesh on the way now for Beastyqt as well, certainly going to offset a decent chunk of that longbow damage that's going to be coming in here, but Beastyqt, up to 3 villager kills now as well. And do we have a level 5 sister network in at this point in time? Not yet.
Stopping at 3. We did talk about this at the start, and almost Louis' point as well is they're really good once you get there. They can struggle at this stage of the game, and 3 Limitati on the field. What is happening? 11 Lancers just diving the base here. The villagers, the units, everything's going to go idle in just a moment here. There's just really no answer. What does he do? His vills are just idle. The Zhugnu behind are going to help support and kill off these vills. I mean, I guess the Lancers are taking somewhat of a rough trade here. The longbows really did deal a lot of damage, but it's just not going to be enough. They're going to get forced even further under the TC. Idleville time's really starting to add up. The Zhugnu going for the dive. 7 worker kills now for Beastyqt on the field. Potentially more to come here, maybe on the front. If some follow-up raids are coming, this could just be a moment where Anatan just falls apart. 24 idle villagers. The economy's completely stalled out here.
It is. The worker kills on top of the idle time is very, very significant here for Anatan. However, notably, a lot of Beastyqt's troops did go down. That's the great thing about the longbowmen on the defensive here. They shine so much when it comes to defending a base. The additional range, that extra damage really coming in handy for him there. Daddy Horses was not in this entire time here for BC. Certainly something he must not be too happy with. He did prioritize that secondary undermesh upgrade there for him, level 2 in, which was helpful there on the offensive, but not having Daddy Horses definitely hurts. Now, there are more Lancers on the cards for him here. But something that I think many people often forget about this map, Winston, is that there are a lot of deer, but notably there's less deer actually than on a normal map, isn't there?
Yeah, there are less, but they're more contested, right? So if you're able to get them, you can kind of get more than if you just got 2 of your own packs, right? But in this case, I think Beastyqt's probably okay with it. I mean, it's Jushi, he had to play it this way. So, I mean, once the Civ was picked, this is kind of the style he was to go for. But I'm really looking at, the next play. I mean, a big part of Regions is controlling the gold, too. And we're kind of slowly getting to that point. Obviously, Jushi, a little bit more efficient with the gold, right? Able to get a little more gold from their officials throughout the entire game. And these central golds in the middle really define the mid-game here. Getting keeps up in the center, getting control up, being able to send, 10, 20 vills to gather that gold. It's a huge risk. So if you don't have the army for it, the game can often just end rather quickly, rather abruptly, just as it's normally starting to build. If you forget to really play the map as it's meant to be played, things can fall apart quickly.
Speaking of falling apart here, as the Golden Horn Tower spawns a new batch of longbows, but probably at the worst time here for Anatan, as the charge comes in from what is now Dali Horses Lancers here on the field from Beast. He dives directly in, almost picks up another villager, but not quite. However, idle time is lost, not only on the wood line, but the gold mine as well, as Beasty is going to get out unscathed here with most of it. One does go down on the retreat there, but for that idle time, probably worth it. On the back as well.
I mean, just the unit numbers themselves, and this is what we're talking about. Being able to go out into the middle is such a huge boon right now, and that is because of map control. But now you're at risk, right? If Anatan takes one good trade in his base, he will just march forward and deal damage. Now, right now, he is more, you know, he's more dealing with these raids, which every time BC's run through there with those knights, more than half the economy is idled almost the entire time. And that's been pretty brutal. I'm sure we'd see that on the graphs. And look at that army value. Beastyqt getting the 4th relic. Things are starting to look really good for the Serbian.
Indeed, even the 5th relic now starting to come back for Beastyqt in this game number 3. Definitely needed for sure, but the numbers as well just keep swelling here for Beastyqt. Another perk of that Mount Lu Academy for him. A lot of the taxes also dropped off as food for him by the Imperial officials. Certainly got to extend the lifespan of those days under the TC. And now looking to fully secure that center. And on this map, Winston, right, once that middle is secured and gold access through, it's so difficult.
So difficult to come back, and we're seeing a couple outposts. This could be followed up by keeps. We don't see the mass move to stone just yet. I don't think we need to. From BC's perspective, I don't think he needs that, right? I think just keep making army. It's been working. Why stop? We could see that transition to more fortifications later, but I think BC might just be going for the throne here. He might just be going to win it.
And the timing is absolutely impeccable here for Beastyqt, right? Exactly when Anatan moves with essentially half his economy onto the northern berries. Such an important part of the map for Anatan at this point in time. Crucial to get as the Byzantines in this position. And we talked about how Zugelu struggle against longbows, but not when they are double in count here, as Beastyqt looks to completely remove Anatan from game, and he does so successfully. Beastyqt takes game number 3.
Yeah, GG gets called, and that's an important one for Beastyqt. He avoided total disaster, and like that could have been a 3-0, but Beastyqt looked so in control with Jushi there. We see exactly why players are prioritizing this in most drafts. This is probably a strong reason why Beastyqt was happy with his draft, and he was able to prove it here. Will the rest of his draft pan out? We'll have to see. Could it be a reverse sweep by Beastyqt? He has Malians still. Correct? Like, that is a huge part of his playstyle. That's a huge history for him. We're going to have to see how this goes, though. But Anatan, he's been preparing for this for weeks. Surely he has something ready to close out this series. He's still on match point. He still has 2 wins already. Just one more, and he'd secure a huge win for himself in this tournament. But let's see. Looking at these graphs, what stands out?
Quite notably there. The military value lead is just absolutely astronomical, right? The boost of those deer. And not only deer, Winston, with the faster gathering rate, but supervised deer drop-off as well underneath that mill is absolutely massive. And we can see there in the total resources gathered as well. I mean, notably here, of course, Byzantines having access to that olive oil is significant. However, without that system level 5, right, with all that idle time, we see that Beastyqt over 6,000 resources ahead. I mean, that's 2 Imperial Ages, Winston.
Mm-hmm. What map do you think Anatan chooses next?
Well, he might just go for his home map, right? That is the case, right? It is mountain clearing. Anatan, he enjoys these maps, right? He enjoys these quirky maps where he can really push forward his more unique gameplay style, his more dangerous and unpredictable style of play, as BC himself has highlighted, right? And it is going to be the Ottomans as the choice here to face BC's Lancaster. Lancaster not
on mountain clearing.
This might be Lancaster's debut, right?
Well, what's interesting about this is that Lancaster can still go to the boar. A lot of people forget, but I mean, you still have the English fills, right? You can still just go to the middle of the map and grab the boar. This is something that English do, HRE do, a couple civs do on this map. And here we're going to see Lancaster attempting to do it as well, I would assume. But I mean, what does Ottoman do? We haven't seen Ottoman barracks opening, I feel like, in a while.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like barracks opening up against
doesn't even work. So you can't really deny it.
It just doesn't work, right? I mean, you can maybe do something like a barracks opening plus a villager pull to tower, but the investment is so severe. Like, it's just but you see, that might be worth it potentially if you fully push away from the ball and then gather from it yourself. Ottomans can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. So things are getting spicy up here. I'm really looking forward to this. Oh, game number 4, Myriad. Masters of Steel. Really been putting on a show. You know, we haven't had any 3-0s yet. We just avoided one again. This is quite the tournament, quite the showing.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, especially on a LAN like this, 3-0s can sometimes happen. The tempo from winning or losing a first game can really carry over mentally as well and in the drafts, but that hasn't been the case so far. Players are fighting tooth and nail and not getting dissuaded from any early losses, right? And I mean, Anatan had access to that HRE, right? He could have picked it here to try to end and seal the deal completely. But Anatan is I think he's playing this a bit more methodically. I think Anatan doesn't really mind potentially giving away a win here, giving away a game a little bit somewhat as part of a drafting strategy here to remove the threat of that Lancaster, which I think can do very well up against HRE potentially.
Yeah, leaving a couple of interesting matchups later. Now, I want to ask you a question. So earlier we were talking with Corvinus, and he said, and we were talking about it, and he's saying that the whole tournament, the whole scene right now in AoE4 is really looking as competitive as it ever has. Yeah. Do you agree with that statement?
Absolutely.
You think that this is the closest the top 8's ever been in terms of skill level across the board?
I think so as well. Like results especially, like players are going back and forth way more often than before. And even outside of the top 8, right, we're looking at the top 10, top 16, and even top 20 or so. The competition is so fierce, right? There's new names coming up. There's a couple of names that have been here before that have that slowly, some are being phased out, right? There's several notable players that don't play so much anymore. So there's a kind of shift happening, which I think is very intriguing to watch and witness and be a part of as well, right? Which I think is looking very promising for AoE4 in the future. Yeah. And honestly, it could only go uphill from here.
Of course, yeah, no, and I'm super stoked. And I think this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if we have just a new S tier winner at the end of this week.
Very possible.
I think on Sunday we're going to crown someone we haven't crowned. I'm going to make a bold prediction.
Wow.
I think it's not going to be Louis or Marine Lord potentially. There's a chance. You know, I just want to see that mostly for the case of. I mean, look at that. I guess it's not really crowned. You're getting donned the weepon. Yeah. Do you get knighted? Are we gonna have a knighting ceremony?
You took the words out my mouth.
What's gonna be happening here? Do you have to like hold both of them when you win? Do you put on the helmet? You think?
I think so. Why wouldn't you, right? It's a helmet at the end of the day.
Sweet. You just get fully kitted out in armor when you win.
And there's gold on it as well, right? There we see the Steel Series logo. So you would be an elite level man-at-arms once all that there.
Oh yeah,
indeed.
Oh yeah, man, that is such a unique trophy. Oh, they just caught us staring. We're just ogling that. That looks nice. Oh man.
Not quite. Not for me in this case. It'll be for the Master of Steel winner. Indeed, that will be their title as well as we wait to load into this game number 1. But as we mentioned before, right, I do believe Lancaster has the potential to do quite well up against HRE. And I'm sure that's something Anatan, obviously these players practice tremendously, right? A lot of games are being played behind the scenes to prepare for these events, and this is definitely something that Anatan and potentially even Beastyqt is aware of, and it's something Anatan most likely wanted to avoid in this case. So he's gonna play Ottomans here, one of his favorite civilizations, but not the strongest pick on this kind of a map. Ottoman's kind of reliant on a lot of space, right, of which there isn't much on a map like Mountain Clearing, and against a civ like House of Lancaster, right, as you highlighted yourself very well, so Winston, there is that boar which Ottomans cannot take, and they also can't really effectively contest or stop Lancaster from taking.
You know, I agree with you on that, but I just want to say, I think Anatan looked a lot calmer after game 2. I think he really did.
Yeah.
Do you think that game got to him a bit? Mental?
I think it must have a little bit because, you know, after sealing the deal 3-0 the last time they had met, sealing the deal once again, as we mentioned before, was very cinematic, having the exact same matchup in game number 3 as it was last time. He was probably looking to seal the deal there, because I mean, Byzantines is such a powerful pick, even up against something like Jushi, which is very strong. You know, it's not like Byzantines just gets rolled over, not at all whatsoever. So Anatan, you know, maybe a little bit frustrated, maybe a little bit unhappy with some of his choices in that game, straight away with a lot of these games. As soon as they finish, you think back of a million different things you could have done better. That is so often the case in these competitive games. But I believe we had confirmation that we are almost ready to go here. Oh, there
I see hands moving.
The speed is uncanny.
Everybody back in your seats. We got another game on our hands. Let's go. Masters of Steel. Anatan versus Beastyqt, game number 4.
Anatan spawning in the southern side of Mountain Clearing, a map we haven't seen in too long a time up until this tournament. Certainly an interesting map in the current meta. He is going to be the green Ottoman's fitting color indeed, facing Beasty in his signature yellow as the House of Lancaster in the north side of the map. And I note that this map in particular is something a lot more players have wanted to see more now, specifically because of the siege changes that have happened a while ago, right? You know, previously Siege has been really dominant on this kind of a map, but the entire dynamic has shifted quite significantly, right? And it can now lead to way more dynamic games, I think, than in the past, which should be a joy to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw Wham making really potent use of Night Siege comp. It was Springled, Mango, Siege, and a few other supporting units, namely a bunch of Springled outposts. But we'll see. I mean, a big factor on this map, of course, is the Central Sacred Site. Like, basically, if you get map control, you start a timer to win. It's that simple, and it's not even like shortly. It's like you start it really quickly. Like, people prioritize getting it because if you can get relics, you can also get the Sacred Site, and you should probably start it. If you can get the relics right now, you could probably hold the Sacred Site and then just really put your opponent in a bad situation. So Beasty looks like he's just trying to. So instead of trying to push them, he's just trying to centralize his deer into a single spot. We're not seeing that push out into the central boar, like we talked about, could be an option. And Anatan, I mean, no real surprises. You just build the middle school, you just chill, you vibe, you build up some spearmen, but they're not really going to get much value here. Maybe he can try and do some spear pushing, but that's not really the same as it used to be. It's way longer to get deer under your TC. Now, those deer right next to the middle school, probably still going to work, but, you know, for the rest of it, looks like Beasty already got to some of them. So maybe 3 deer under the TC. It's not a bad investment, not a bad payoff.
No, it's not bad at all, right? As you mentioned, they're pushing way more difficult and time-consuming than before. Not really something that you can effectively do any longer, rightfully so, I would say. And those spears, yeah, so he's going to use them to push. You know, I was half wondering whether he might actually use the spearman to deny the ball completely away from Beasty potentially up in this game. But I'm quite surprised to see Beasty not actually going for the ball at all, like we mentioned, right? I see no reason not to, realistically, right?
I think the only reason you wouldn't is that it takes a pretty long time to go through the boar, but you need to send 8 vills.
Yep.
And as Lancaster, you probably don't want 8 vills on a boar once you hit feudal. You want to reshift your economy to wood and gold, to wood and stone, right? So I think part of it might just be that he just doesn't want to commit the vills there, just have to pull like 5 back. So because what Lancaster uses, what, like 3 vills on food?
Yeah.
And then from there, just on sheep, you have the sheep bonus. You're already like using your advantages, but we'll see. I'm really curious about how this mid game is going to play out if we get to that. Obviously, crazier things could happen, but I mean, getting map control seems like it might be a bit hard for House of Lancaster. If they're going to spend too much time investing, right, do you really just give Ottomans a moment to kind of get to their production phase? And then there's just suddenly 10 Spahi, and you just can never take map control with Yeoman?
That's something you have to be very careful of, right? Just the Sipahi. Few units are as effective at diving and raiding as Sipahi in Age of Empires 4. And out of so many players in the game, Anatan is someone who has really made a name for himself with his Ottomans up until now. Just so effective at utilizing the bonuses and showing how strong they really are up there with the likes of, well, his inspiration, 3DB, and of course Louis MT is also a very scary Ottoman player as well himself. And the tournament address is going to finish up here for Anatan. On the other side, the Lancaster Castle now done for Beasty as well behind this. We're going to see at least 3 manas, most likely, here from Beasty.
Which gold, so I'm expecting the tech as a follow-up. So I think we're going to 6 here, unless it's just enough for like hardened spear. Well, you.
I think you would need at least.
He's got 3 on gold. No, he's keeping 3 on gold. So I think this is for the tech. I think he might be going to 6. He's staying on stone. Like, this is definitely. I would definitely assume 6 manners, maybe. That's a pretty greedy opening. It's going to give Anatan a lot of time, but alternatively, you could say, well, what is he going to do with a few yeomen right now?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he can't afford Castle Rush, right? So it kind of makes sense here. Meanwhile, from Anatan, we're seeing the stable, so it's going to be spying from him to get a little map control. Now, the wall off here is pretty tight from Beasty, and even pulling the vills to spook out that scout. He said, no spying on me. shot his shot, didn't quite take it down, but what do you think the follow-up is for Beasty here? We mentioned that he probably goes to more manors after this, but maybe not. Like, maybe this is just for blacksmith upgrades. Maybe he thinks he can just FC.
It's tough to call, right? Because we have seen so many builds coming out of so many variations on manas and the cast stage timings from Lancaster, recently especially. I'd be, you know, I think 3 manas fast castle is just as possible as 6 manas into units or fast castle as well. And I think what's really interesting about House of Lancaster is, as you mentioned, 6 mana seems like a very greedy opening, which realistically it is, but at the same time, once you do get those manas up, if you are being pushed, you have way more income than with 3. So, you know, in some ways it can almost be easier to hold an all-in with 6 manas than 3, quite interestingly so, especially once those lords are, of course...
Oh, we're going forward.
Oh.
Where the Ville's going? What the heck? Oh, just to the deer. Just to the deer.
Yeah,
I panicked for a moment. I was like, no way he's going to like the boar right now. But yeah, just securing more food. Interesting, if Anatan does spot this, he's going to have units on the field which can deal with this. I think he's nearing the point where he has enough Spahi to just push the button and just take out a single spear. Right, like you could just instantly wipe it. And maybe that's just a problem for Beasty, but not quite sure. A second stable, which should be spotted by Beasty, and the wall's going to be open, although you got the manor up there. Like, you're not really going to get too much value unless you can really deny the wood line for a long time, but I'm not going to be surprised if that doesn't happen, right?
I wonder if we can have a quick little look here at the vizier here for Anatan. I believe it was the sheep that was called in, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was the sheep, right? Quite commonly, we also see the imams being pulled here, which is a very, very good point for any early skirmishes as well. And Beasty is absolutely hoovering up those there right now. There are 3 spares with 2 additional ones in production here. And what's really good here for Beasty is because there are no imams, the Sipahi have to be so careful about engaging up against this, right? It's not like they can take a direct fight up against these spares as long as they use their mobility to escape. That is not going to be a possibility here for Anatan in this game just yet. But
White Tower where?
It is going to be White Tower.
Where?
Yeah.
On the board, maybe? Like, do you think he can just...
Does he dare?
I mean, do you think he can just go forward, though, a bit more? Like, securing the sacred site, like, it would be a win condition, right? Whereas if it's in your base, is it as much of one? I guess he can't get there, is what you're saying. I just, very much so unlikely.
I think he would love to put it there if he could, but the reality is that yeah, I mean, with the level of investment here from Anatan in this feudal age, you just can't, right? Like, you simply cannot force a White Tower right there inside the... I mean, there's so many Sipahi. Yeah, it will have to be somewhat safe, but, you know, it might actually have to be safe. Yeah, it's safer than even than Beasty would like at the end of the day, because, yeah, it's not even like he secures his secondary, his starting stone there, right?
Yeah, but he secures an FC here with basically no damage taken. I mean, the army value is looking quite good for Anatan. Things are solid. He looks like he's going to be stopping production. Nope, accuse him 3 more Spahi. So, a bit of a... No way, this is a misread, is it? He just feel he needs more units to stem the tide of, you know, there's going to be 3 Earl's Guard on the field.
Yeah, I do believe that's most likely part of it, right? Because the 3 free Earl's Guard, and this is something that's common for men-at-arms, Sipahi, because of the additional range, they're pretty much able to actually kite men-at-arms as if they were range units because of that additional...
throw a dagger, man.
They do throw a dagger.
A lot of damage.
So they're quite unique in that regard, and it does do a lot of damage. I mean, notably, right, the 3 free Earl's Guard that come from that White Tower, they can one-shot a villager with the daggers.
Wheelbarrow coming in as also BC. Not forgetting too much about the eco. We don't see any manor text just yet, so no real indication that he's going to look to boom behind this. Looks like just some knights use the free units. And the spy, you're going to try and look around the top now. There's only a couple defensive arrows here, and they don't deal that much damage, so if there's a bit of a misplay, it's a problem. But with the White Tower there, there's just no shot that these spy can get anything done.
Yeah, even with the additional armor from the Mechter, it's not going to really be possible to dive a building as powerful as the White Tower, not at this point in time at least. And it is going to be Lancer Knight follow-up here from Beasty, which, you know, not something you too often see against Ottomans. I mean, in the early cast stage, it's perfectly fine, right? As, you know, Janissaries, it takes a while to to go into those in decent mass. And, you know, against civilizations like Lancaster that have such potent...
Oh, this could be huge. Losing these to the Spahi would be devastating, because Spahi could get us around with these numbers.
Yeah.
Back off his Anatan. Beasty needs to build up his numbers before he moves out, and even adding a monk, so maybe a little overconfident in actually securing these relics. Now, of course, there's one right in his base, right in his face, so he'll get that one easily, but the rest of the relics might be a bit tricky to deal with this Ottoman all-in and feudal, right? I mean, Anatan is building up a macro that could probably go to castle at some point, but right now he is just spending his resources.
He's just
all in, and this is like the third time he's attacked this wall piece, and he's burned it down once. He's just being really annoying about that. Just be a little cheeky bugger, getting in there, doing some pressure, but maybe giving a little bit too much time in the middle. We're going to see some relics come in soon, probably.
Yes, I mean, with the Imams on the field now for Anatan, the point, the Vizier point, has been chosen, and the Imams will do a great job in their healing there. Means that Anatan, as long as he doesn't take any, you know, excessively extended fight, he's going to be able to trade really effectively using that healing. And Beasty almost gets pinched there as the Sabai move. Oh, that was really, really close there.
Still might happen. The move speed is there, not quite able to do it. Oh, that was almost massive, though. I mean, Beasty does not have a lot of units on the field. Garrison the White Tower, maybe, to get some extra arrows. Not quite going to happen. Losing a spy in the end, so Beasty able to maybe get a good trade there, but trading at that HP on the Knights is so hard when you only have 6 on the field. That's just so much mass from Anatan. And we're getting to that point where Beasty's not really getting that much value from this, and there's just a chance at some point in the future that Anatan goes castle, has way more units, gets the upgrades, and his army's unkillable.
It's an interesting position for both to be in, right? Beasty obviously way behind in mass here, but Anatan, even now, again, reinvesting a little bit further into this feudal age. So it's almost this dance of how much does Beasty actually need to push across versus how much does Anatan keep investing so that if Beasty does push across, he's actually safe before that castle age, as he is, of course, an age down. It's always, I think, a very interesting position in games as Beasty getting a little bit bold with the raid here, but the Sabahi...
Oh, he idles his units. He's going to get trapped. No. Oh, and a beautiful surround on 2 of the Knights. 3 will squeak away, so Beasty may be somewhat pleased with that, actually. But still, losing so much, like, that's so much of his units. He's still, his Knight count has not been going up. We're still at 5. And it's been a while now. The Earl's Guard count is going up, which is an interesting choice. But you mentioned before, the Spahi actually don't trade all that bad. And we're getting the melee attack upgrade. We're getting full blacksmith. This monk is going to get caught out. BC did manage to secure 2 relics, but this third one not going to be the case. We did build 2 more manors, I believe, just now. Maybe even all 3 of the new ones. We got the tech on the side of Beasty here, but on the side of Anatan, what are we looking for? What is our plan? Not quite sure. Looks like Castle Age coming up at some point here, but will it be enough? I think it will, honestly. I kind of like Anatan's position. The castle raids, what have they done so far? Nothing. The Knights haven't even been able to get across the map. Anatan has been so aware on this smaller map, and as soon as he's Castle Age, he could just grab the Sacred Site. He's got the Imams on it already.
It's true, he does. And the rest of the remaining relics, for that matter, as well. So the additional golden cup is going to be very significant here for Anatan, and he's about ready to pull the trigger. The Mehmed Imperial Armory is now on the way for him with 8 villages. No real need to rush it, right? The mass from Anatan is so severe. And Beasty, I mean, yeah, really, what is the right choice for Beasty in this situation? I mean, there's such an overwhelming amount of Sabahi and Spearmen and a good chunk of archers on the field as well. You can keep making Osgard and...
Oh my gosh, Anatan is just always in the perfect spot. His positioning has been simply sublime this game. I absolutely love how he's been playing this. It's so clean. It is so clean. I cannot stress enough how easy it is to let a couple nights slip by when you're playing in these mid games against a player who's up in age, and just suddenly you lose 2 vills on the wood line, and like then the game falls apart. You have to retreat your army, so instead of having pressure, you lose pressure. And here, Anatan has just been so good about it, and the archers getting a little caught out in the middle, but the spearmen are there. And look at the sheer number of Sapahi that will soon be vet.
It's kind of getting to a critical mass here for Anatan, and the upgrades will be coming in shortly for him as well. And the Sapahi, I mean, in these counts, this is something we've highlighted before, right? They're able with that range, they can attack from behind the spearmen. The damage goes up so significantly in these fights as opposed to any other regular horseman. You can see just how anemic Beastie's army is looking in comparison. Sure, it is way higher quality, but the upgrades are coming in quick. The Archer veterancy on the way, veteran Sipahi on the way as well, alongside a wheelbarrow finishing for him. And I'm sure now Anatan could very easily start adding some crossbows, janissaries, or even lancers of his own up in this composition. Walolo. Anatan doing a bit of a beastie in this final game, as Beastie often uses the Walolo to distract his opponent. Anatan taking a page from that book, turning it onto the originator himself.
Yeah, and some idle time here. We did see it stack up a lot in the last game. Anatan's responses to some of those raids were a bit dramatic at times, right, in the previous match. And here we're seeing another big pull from the Vils. He did have a spearman chasing that knight. So if he was perfectly aware, he should have known that that single knight was coming. And we saw the Wololo, so maybe that was somewhat trying to zone it. We saw the Vil pull before, but I'm not quite sure. We did see some sneaky knights in that south corner of the map. Did try to go through the trees, and they did make it right on top of the Vils. And we were just talking about how Anatan was playing so well in keeping these knights at bay. And here he was unable to do it. 6 Vils have gone down in a blink of an eye. Beastie strikes back. Will it be enough to deny match point from Anatan this game? Not quite sure yet. The Knights need to survive in order for this to really be worth it, maybe. Or maybe he's just ahead enough economically. 6 mariners on the field. We saw some of the levies get called. At least the Shire levy was called, right? There's so many yeomen, so this next fight is going to be decisive. The Sacred Site being decapped and going to get recapped by Beastie himself. Anatan, what has he got against Synchronized Shot? Another raid. More Vils going down. Myriad, what is happening for Anatan?
It's too much, and they pinched on the gold mine as well. No escape for the villagers. The value from the knights is immense here, and I thought, you know, Beastie, I don't think he was actually able to skirt around the edge of the wood line there to escape from the Sipahi. So what does he do?
That's it, got in.
Yeah, he's just going to dive once again. He's just going to dive again and get even more value. 13 villagers killed here for Beastie from Anatan. That's so painful.
Even a farm transition at this stage is Lancaster, and this is when the true power will be revealed. The yeoman mass finally getting shot, and he doesn't know, but Synchronized Shot is in. If the archers don't move in time, they could just get pounded here.
Yeah,
see, oh, and it comes in!
Massive shot on top of the front line. The front line, however, is somewhat unsusceptible to that synchronized shot, right? Now, there's not too many spearmen here for Beastie, however. Only 4 left on the field. The Janissaries, I believe, have been called in as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Though, the Earl's Guards have been holding the line against Spite, and another raid. 14 Vils have gone down. Beastie with the Central Sacred Site. He will not go down. He is refusing to die in this series. And even more night raids, more fights on the front. The gold in the front of his base, not going to be usable. And now the production buildings are going to get camped by Beastie's yeoman mass. 53 on the field. We have veteran spearmen behind us on the way. However, the front line has gone down. The yeoman must retreat to defenses. But here come the Sipahi. They're moving forward. Will it be enough?
Yeah.
This is kind of a desperate moment for Anatan, it feels like.
The cavalry is bloodthirsty at this point in time for revenge for what was dealt in that game as he dives desperately on top of the Master Beastie, but this is everything Anatan has left. The Mangonel, upon spawn, it got destroyed from the Mehmed Imperial Armory, and yeah, it's not enough. It's simply not enough. And GG is called. Beastie equalizes the set, and we have game number 5 on
Game number 5 in this dramatic series here. Anatan came out with a plan. He came out striking. He wanted to repeat. You could see it. In game number 2, he was doing so much to stay calm here, and we saw a little bit of a head shake there. He is not happy with how that game went. And now, game number 5, Beastie just feels like he's in position. Look at the posture. The posture, right? He's maybe not. But we got to see that confidence, right? You got to see the players in their zone, in their element. It's a LAN event.
Yep.
The opponent is right there. You can see them out of the corner of your eye. Those little things, they matter at a LAN. Okay. You know, it's like when you see your opponent looking confident, it inspires confidence. Or if you see them being nervous.
Ooh. That's a different story altogether.
Yeah. Let's take a look at these graphs, though. Myriad, tell us what you see.
The military value lead, we saw, right? That's what sticks out once again the most here. Just Anatan doing such a great job in controlling the tempo in that castle age that Beasty went for, right? He wasn't dissuaded by being an age down. He knew that he has the tools necessary to keep Beasty pinned in his base, punish him for his greed in going for such an early castle age. But the issue is that the tech advantage eventually gets too much, and that one raid from the Knights just hurts so much. Not only the kills, but the idle time as well. At such a crucial time, right when Anatan was going into those archers as well. And when you miss out on the woodline there, it's just so painful. And the result of which you can see manifested there. And then when the mangonel came out, destroyed
Felt like a nail in the coffin, right? Because it was at that point, without the spy having the support of actually ranged damage on those yeomen, it just didn't feel like there was a way. But we were talking about it early on in that game, was that Anatan had map control, and it felt like early on he just seemed so aware, and it was clearly his game plan. I'm going to stay in the middle of the map, and I'm going to keep the Knights in. And every time Beasty would push out, get denied, maybe even lose units almost for free, then pull back and immediately go around. As soon as Anatan wasn't pressuring the front, Beasty would split up and go around both sides. And we saw it happen again and again. And just once it worked, right? And immediately the whole game plan fell apart. You could tell it was critical that those Knights do not get to my exposed vills, because my army is somewhat immobile because I'm playing central and forward, trying to take the middle of the map. The spy, he needed to be on top of the rest of the units, so it wasn't really a case where you could really peel off your raiders to defend. It's not the best choice. Oh man, that was a spicy game.
But that's what it takes, doesn't it? A single slip up.
Single slip up.
One look away.
And then it just immediately cascaded.
It could have even been one of those situations, you know, where you check the mini-map, you look away, and the moment you look away,
because it was a while too.
Anything
Knight,
more painful?
it's almost like he wasn't even expecting Knights to be there, which
exactly.
is like credit to Beasty for finding. He did. I think he wiggled around the southern woodline there,
I think so
and
as
just found a little corner. And those vills had just gotten their fresh lumber camp. No thought to check it. Oh man. And it looks like we might even be in our next game here.
Oh, yeah.
Eatery versus French, kind of a classic.
What
no
a
new Civs
classic.
in a while from these two, right? It's like kind of an OG matchup here.
It's true. And what a way to decide. I mean, I mentioned in that game number 3, right? It wasn't just for the show. I'm telling you, when Beasty is backed into a corner like this, he is so dangerous. I mean, how often, have we seen, either he's playing a game or something, especially on his stream, where he says, "Oh, I'm dead," and he's far from dead, realistically, right? It's almost a meme by this point in AoE 4, right? But what a great matchup here to end the day, isn't it? I mean, one of Beasty's favorite civs here in game number 5, going against the powerhouse itself, Holy Roman Empire. Here we go.
And we have it.
Indeed. Game number 5, Masters of Steel. Day number 1 here of the top 8. Beasty spawning the north side of the one and only Dry Arabia as the yellow French facing Volda Esports' Anatan. In the color green as the Holy Roman Empire in the southern side of the map. And here we go. A classic matchup on a classic map. What better way to end the series here in a matchup I think is actually closer than a lot of people would think.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? I mean, it could be really interesting. I think at times Eatery's been favored historically, but French, I feel like, in the past year or so, has had a bit of a comeback, a little bit of a renaissance, one might say, as they've found some strategies in the current meta. Obviously, the professional scouts doing so much for the Civ, the discount, as the cost has increased on it. I feel like French has gotten more and more relevant because their discount on ecotechs has made them relevant again, I feel like, because now there's a huge investment to be made early game, and they have a reason to do it. And we already see the second scout from Beasty, so really trying to make sure he secures enough sheep, and that also transitions nicely into the prop scouts play later. So you don't always see that second scout variation, but from French it can make sense. You can make up for it with TC time later, right? Stuff like that. It just sort of pans out. On the side of HRE, we're going to see no surprises. Chapel on the woodline. Pretty standard. Might be a little disappointed that there's no secondary resource within this, but he'll have sheep, he'll have wood. And as long as he got enough sheep, it's okay. But we do kind of want to see those sheep counts, actually, because this is very relevant right now. BC did invest in the second scout. If he's able to deny enough sheep, things could get really spicy.
I think it's going to be massively significant here for sure. And honestly, I love this idea from Beasty in this game number 5, especially in this matchup and especially on this map as well, right? I mean, if you're able to get a significant edge here in sheep, you know, especially as the French, who's going to be very aggressive, if you can pin HRE, they might have a really strong economic edge over the French, but if they don't have the food, how are they going to match the numbers, Winston? And, you know, we see Aachen Chapel, right, from Anatan and School of Cavalry coming in from Beastyqt, or somewhat classic. However, Minework Palace has gained a particular amount of popularity recently, and especially in this matchup, because the old Pikes technology, right? I mean, Spearman and Horseman composition from HRE and other citizens in particular against French can be so potent.
It's a really good idea.
Yeah,
and All Pikes really works into it. And this Aachen isn't like, I mean, Aachen is so bread and butter to the Civ, you don't really second guess even like a mild placement, but it's not even getting the gold, right? So it's like, you're not going to have some sort of crazy timing in FC. Like, you're going to need a prelate there in Castle Age if you're really trying to do a lot with knights or crossbows or siege or whatever your plan is in Castle Age, right? Like, it's going to be a little uncomfortable later on for Anatan, so he's clearly got to be planning something around surviving this feudal age. Maybe he's going to put on some pressure. Maybe he's just going to defend with spears against the knights, because knights are certainly coming. It'll take a little bit of time. Sometimes we see variation where players will make a few knights before getting Prof Scouts, but I doubt we're going to see that here. I think it's going to be direct into Prof Scouts, which means you have a bit of time before that first knight.
Yeah, it's true. It's possible, right? It's one of those things that comes down to preference. But looking at Beastie's food, yeah, I think you're completely right. It's going to be an ASAP Pro Scouts timing here. Pretty damn good one here for Beastie as well, considering he's already got two Scouts on the field as well. Anatan, no surprises, is going to be there first as the HRE, the Prelate boosted economy, always a massive bonus for HRE in any game they play whatsoever. It is actually going to be night opening here for Beastie, and you know, that's perfectly fine. It's one of those preference things here when it comes to the French. So
it's before Prof Scouts, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I
Yeah,
mean,
so
that's an interesting variation. I mean, I guess you're just assuming, you know, Anatan is ahead, right, in the timing, so you just go for it, right?
Yeah,
it's a lot of sense.
It's a good thing to do, I think, right? It gives you that early pressure to keep HRE sort of pinned in their base, because they will sort of get that earlier timing when it comes to Pro Scouts because of that
Even
strong
Wheelbarrow
initial economy.
Prof Scouts.
Oh, Wheelbarrow
I'm just
actually.
ignoring Prof Scouts. Are we just gonna? Is this some sort of plan here?
I think
ignore it and
it's actually
deny.
Intentional. This might be really intentional here from Beastie, specifically because of the sheep advantage he finds himself under. He might look to severely punish Anatan here
for investing.
For his lack of sheep, for his investment into Pro Scouts. I think Beastie is going to be absolutely relentless with the aggression this game.
Yeah, only a few sheep left. I mean, still a decent amount to work with, but you'd be surprised under the Aachen, it's just gone so fast. I mean, it's the mill now, just to help, you know, make it easy for the Prof Scouts to be where you want. And yeah, this is an interesting variation. I'm really curious if Anatan is aware of this, because French have just been so bread and butter into Prof Scouts. I'd say this is one of the first really big deviations from meta we've seen. And I'm curious how this is going to go. I mean, maybe this is something in this matchup. I don't play this matchup too much. There's a lot of matchups, so I don't have a ton of experience in this exact one, in this exact meta, right? So maybe Beastie has something in practice that he knows, right? This could be just part of his game plan with French in general, though, right? You have the Knight here. It's going to be in position to deny. Spearman, though, with the extra move speed from HRE, going to be in position to defend. So seems kind of like a little bit of a wash here until the archers show up.
Yeah, you have to be quite careful here as the French. Sure, you do have those powerful knights, but as you mentioned, the additional move speed from the HRE Spearmen is not to be underestimated. I mean, the Spearmen are actually faster when they charge than the knights, which is so notable. The first day is going to get picked up here by Anatan and brought a little charge from the knights is going to keep Anatan on his feet and on his edge here, making sure he keeps paying attention. And this is what you really want to avoid as Anatan in these cases, allowing your spears to get split up. Yeah, just a free Spearman.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he was going to get away with Beastie with a little bit of a little charge trick, able to do that. Now, has massed up 3 archers in the middle. Not quite a mass, I suppose, but they are there, and it is kind of enough. But, you know, HRE with the speed can run from this, but it looks like Anatan, a bit slow to retreat here, does take quite a lot of damage, and this is the kind of snowball that really matters when you need every possible unit you can. You have invested hundreds of resources into Prof Scouts right now. If your current military does not survive, your opponent will keep snowballing. We see more knights coming in, more spearmen are going to be needed. Horsemen are on the field. This is a great moment for all pikes to make a play. We do see archers from Anatan as well, even though there's no spear from Beastie. So these are just to fight against the archers, I guess, and just provide a little bit of poke damage. But At this point, you're almost 8 minutes in. Your first deer pack isn't even complete. At this point, has Anatan looked at a second deer pack? Probably, right? It's just behind the first.
Yeah.
So that positioning is brutal. If BC's able to get here and deny all the deer, this is brutal. Oh, but a big pickup from Anatan. Has the horseman ready in position. It's going to be annoying, though, because now he knows this is the thing.
Yep.
I think the biggest thing is realizing, oh, like, in case he didn't know now, he now fully is aware. BC didn't go prop scouts. If I defend this and I get across the map, I get his deer. Right? This is a big meaningful moment in this matchup because those deer are still going to be on the field if BC's denied from them. So BC has to play on point if he wants to take this. But we'll see. The archers are now in position. The Aachen Chapel itself under threat. A lot of the deer have been moved to that mill on the left, which is well covered by the TC and the archers in the defense here.
Yeah, that was a very nice addition by Anatan, I have to say, just to ensure that the Day are in the exact safest position possible, whilst also still being underneath that Aachen Chapel. And Anatan is going for the tricom position, at least initially he was. There are 3 archers on the field, but production has yet to resume on them. And Beastyqt is going to have a significant upgrade advantage here as well. We see Wheelbarrow is already in, Double Broadaxe in as well. Steel Arrow, more than halfway finished for him, and the mass, I mean, the mass favors Anatan, but I think the composition really favors Beastyqt here, right? You think, oh, tri-composition is better for Anatan, sure, only when the mass is there. The control is so much easier with 2 units here, especially as with knights and archers than it is for Anatan when it comes to tri-composition, and he recognizes that. He's just going to look to blob as many horsemen and spearmen as he possibly can to try to push Beastyqt away from his side of the map. But that's easier said than done, Winston.
Yeah, did we see a second stable? Because I just saw 2 knights in queue. Is that 2 stables for Beastyqt or still just 1? Okay, so we're not seeing the biggest possible commitment just yet. We're going to see, oh, in a huge raid, Beastyqt didn't notice for a while. 2 bills go down. That is exactly what he couldn't have happened because H3 still has deer under the dang Aachen. And now Beastyqt going to be in trouble, but he's going to go for the counter dive. The Aachen Chapel may be a little undefended itself, but there are enough units, a bunch of idle time in return. Okay, so the French Ville bonus has essentially been denied.
Yeah.
And some of the prop scouts are getting caught again. But where are those horsemen for Anatan? Are they still raiding?
It's normally when you get raided like this that it's a signal for you to go in this position as Beastyqt. That's the thing, he knows, he sees, right, there's 5 horsemen on my side of the map, which means that they're not at home, and that is prime time for Beastyqt to go in, as he does so. Again, more deer being denied here from Beastyqt. The food situation is getting desperate here for Anatan slowly. The income is still looking pretty healthy for him, but for how long? When those villagers are gathering 35% faster underneath that Aachen Chapel. Finally, Iron Undermesh is coming in here.
Really getting that? I'm surprised by that choice before, like, a second stable. Right. Like, a little bit. Like, his numbers are not great. Like, 10 is okay, but, like, that number needs to keep going up. You need to keep that number, like, high as French in this matchup because it's scary. Once the spear mass is there, they're so fast. It can be hard to make sure your archers are always in the right position. Like, H3 really feels like there's going to be moments where they can make and take the fights they want. And this might be one of the fights that Anatan wants, but is it? That's a lot of knights still. The horseman gonna get on top of the archers here. The counter charge was in for French, but the horseman just gonna be wiping the archers off the face of the earth. There's still so many spearmen, 10 spearmen still on the field. Too many for the knights to engage Beastyqt. Trying to backstep and take fights as he goes. Gonna sacrifice the archers to keep the massive knights alive. 7 archers still on the field, but where are they? They're back at home, not at the front here. Anatan has to be comfortable with this. The army numbers still in his favor, even after all of this. The army value in BC's favor, but the numbers still, like, it's still just a lot of counters.
It's a really tricky position, I think, still for Anatan, right? Because, okay, you reset the archer mass. That's always a very, very good thing to do. But it's the knights that you really care about. This knight number that will keep on swelling. Oh, a little pinch.
Oh, a trap, a trap.
Quite big. The trap almost comes through here. Beastyqt has to be so careful not to get a couple of knights trapped here, because if he starts dwindling in mass, then it begins getting really, really scary for him. Anatan secures a little bit of breathing room for himself in this position, but there we go, right? Second stable is finished. Second archery range on the way for him as well. And yeah, Chivalry is going to be coming into as well. Horticulture as well on the way. Beasty, I think, is feeling still pretty cozy as long as he just is able to get back up that archer mass, get up to that sort of 20 or so number to safely take these fights.
Gold, undefended, no knights to protect. Another Vil goes down. These little raids are getting so much value from Anatan, but counter raid on the Aachen, the farm transition even coming in. That could be an interesting signal to Beastyqt that maybe Anatan is feeling the pressure a bit here for food. He's out of deer.
Pressure indeed, for sure. I think if we can have a quick look at
the raid again, though.
berries as well, see if he has any left at all. Yeah, those are about to run out as well, Winston. And I don't think he has many deer left here to pick up either. Yeah, there's pretty much no deer left. Just a few still there in that southern bank. But there's so many knights on the field, Winston. I mean, and all these knights are going to heal.
Oh, Anatan, I'm starting to feel a little bad for him. It felt like for a moment he had it all coming for him, but I don't know, it's not necessarily panning out here at this point. Some walls up on the sides to defend these raids could put Beastyqt in a really good position economically, tech-wise. He's so good. Anatan just now getting wheelbarrow. The army value. Now, over 2,000 resources in advantage for Beastyqt. That Night Mass up to 15. We're soon hitting that point where he can maybe just take a straight-up fight against the numbers of those spearmen. It wouldn't be a great trade, but if he took it and won, that could just end the game in the right moment.
And one very important detail to keep in mind is this is such a classic compositional matchup that we see here, right? The mass melee, horseman plus spearman up against the knight archer. This is timeless by this point. We see it so often. And time again, it is proven that the larger the mass gets, the better it is for the archers and knights, right?
But the raid, once again, another Vil gonna go down, right? Yeah, that Walling Vil taken out really quickly, and the horsemen are getting in once again. BC surely not happy with the timing there. Maybe could have just sent another Vil to wall, and oh my gosh, was he looking? I don't know, but he had to focus on the front. The spearmen trying to take a good engagement, but the archers once again have braved across the map, Myriad, trying to take control of this game. Towards the Aachen Chapel he marches. There is no army to defend. Idle time galore. Here comes Beasty. He wants more.
It's too much. It's just too much here for Anatan to handle. The mass is just way too overwhelming here for Beasty with a fantastic read in game number 5 here. The double scout taking the food here from Anatan. There's more knights on the field than spearmen at this point in time, and Beasty's picking up villager kills for himself as well on this side. Once again, poking in towards the economy here from Anatan. The economy, which is pretty much all centered around that Aachen, which at this point in time is pretty much inaccessible.
Can we check the left side of Anatan's base? He just floated 1,100 gold. Did he just have a market? Does he have a market? He bought food.
Oh, no.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. He has sold his soul for this. Just selling a lot of his close gold for food. And now the army from Beastyqt, 54 military on the field as if out of nowhere. The eco upgrades, the economy, the timing of the Aachen Chapel just getting denied too much. The Prof Scouts wasn't enough. And now Beastyqt in a prime position, up 4 Vils. He is now neutralized and equalized on those Vil kills. And the French privilege strikes again. Just having more Vils is their right. And here comes the Knights defending the archers. The horsemen have to retreat. And now Beastyqt, walled up on the north, has united his forces for maybe the final push of the series. Game 5 on the line. Myriad, what is happening?
And look at the size of this army. More knights than spears is never in a position you want to be as a spear user, as the Aachen Chapel now under siege from heretics in this game number 5, as BC looks to push in relentlessly with those knights.
We're closing in on a dive.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a chance BC backs up and goes castle. I don't think he needs to.
No.
I don't think he needs to. Anatan gonna go for the flank with the horsemen, maybe. If you go too deep here, you could get stuck in a bad fight, but I don't see a world in which the fight goes in favor of Anatan. The numbers needed to be equal or greater for Anatan. Not this far behind. The horsemen gonna potentially get a good flank here, but is it gonna be enough? The Knights get the surround this time as a payback to before. The Knights get the surround. The archers going to be microing down the spears. Only 20 on the field, but there's 22 Knights here. Will it be enough? Beasty just going to full commit to this fight. Myriad, what is happening?
The Knights
is it enough?
Holding fast up against. You can see the mass from Anatan. It's anemic in comparison. Less than half of Beasty's military count. And it looks like we're getting in the last moments. There's nothing left for Anatan.
The reverse sweep. He just reverse swept. Anatan wanted to repeat that 3-0 so bad, and the handshake GG, fierce competitors, but friendly ones at the end. Incredible stuff from Beasty. I feel so bad for Anatan in this moment. He had just clawed 2 wins against Beasty with superb timing and gameplay, and I feel like that Ottoman game, just that one raid, did that just get in his head and just, I mean, the confidence, I feel like it just dissipated. I don't know. Beasty, though, looking so solid in those follow-up games. Myriad, what do you think is going on with this series? What happened? That was insane.
I'm almost speechless, frankly. I mean, Anatan in stunning fashion and so quickly as well, just dispatching Beasty in those first 2 games. And you know, it's just, I mean, what can you really do? Like, it's just. The reverse sweep is unprecedented in this kind of a situation. I wonder what it was exactly that went so wrong for Anatan in that case. I mean, Beasty's just such an unbelievably powerful player that, of course, you know, it's Beasty's own ability as well that carried him all the way through. But that game, was it that game number 3 maybe where things went wrong for Anatan? Or was it potentially the Ottoman game like you highlighted? Yeah. There's so many possibilities. But even this last one, it's such a close matchup, I think, nowadays. Was it maybe the frustration of being behind in sheep like that and being just so behind in food?
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it at the start of that last game, like being up on so much military because you chose to skip Prof Scouts. It put his villagers at huge risk to be on the map. And we saw Anatan did initially scout it, then he did follow up and punish that play, but it just wasn't enough. Anatan, on his own side of things, was unable to secure enough deer, enough sheep in the early game to really keep that economy going. And we saw initially he was able to keep up with the numbers, but the moment the deer ran out, you're on berries, you're doing a farm transition, and at that point, the game just feels so futile. Against French, who have more sheep, they're cleanly on the map at that point, so able to get both their deer packs without a huge investment. Well, a bit of walling, couple vills died, but I guess BC's going to throw that as water under the bridge, right, for victory. Those vills were sacrificial lambs, one might say. But yeah, what an incredible series, guys. That was one of the best ones I've seen in a while. Man, really makes you wonder what kind of heat we're going to be seeing throughout the rest of this tournament. And we did get word, Myriad, that our next set will actually be tomorrow. We'll be starting with Marine Lord versus Wham, which is the winner of that group stage, that winner's match. So we'll see how that all gets decided. That will be at 11 CET.
That's it.
CEST?
CEST.
Yeah, CEST.
That's it.
Okay, gotta know my time zones.
And that's indeed
jet lag.
Yeah, some of us are suffering from that, right? Yeah. It's tough coming such a long way.
Yes,
but
no. That's not the point. That's not the point. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll have our next match at 11. Be sure to be here, be there. We have a crazy set. Wham did so well against Vortex. He had a plan. Do you think that stacks up against Marine Lord, a predicted favorite for tournaments like this? But is Marine Lord the favorite anymore? Who knows? But Louis taking him out in the last...
What a tournament we're playing, right? I mean, virtually anything can go down here. I can't wait to see what else we have in store, but that'll be a fantastic set as well. I believe quite soon our analysts will be ready to have a little look, interview. And we'll be passing you over to that for the winners interview.
You did it! Welcome everyone, welcome. Such amazing games that we watched between Beasty and Anatan. And my first question is to you. Like in the first game when you played against Anatan Japanese, well, we got, of course, a restart, which, all right, that's okay. But still, that was some crazy plays by Anatan. How did you feel about game 1?
Yeah, I mean, I think Japanese is super strong civ, and I mean, you saw that game. It's really hard to play against. In a remake, I think I found 3 sheep, so I ran out of food super fast, and he managed to deny my second deer pack, so I basically ran out of food super early. So from then on, I tried to do some raids with archers, but like he reacted immediately to every one of those, so I kind of felt like, all right, well, this ain't looking good for me.
Really important for me about the Zushi versus Byzantine on game number 3. The reason why is it so important for me, because that's we've seen Zushi versus Byzantine before, but of course there was a neutral post on that game. Here not. So how did you feel? Did you feel like you're gonna win because there is no neutral post?
Honestly, after the first 2 games, I was like, damn, I don't like, I don't think I'm playing bad. I think I'm just getting kind of destroyed. So going into third game, I was like, okay, let's just stick to the plan. You know, just go with it. And I managed to pro scout. I don't think I lost any scouts, and it kind of went pretty smooth. And then when I started raiding, I was just like, oh, okay. Like, I did it. After the first 2 games, it went pretty bad. You know, I won the third one, and it was just like scouting, make sure I know what he's doing. And once I hit castle, once you get lancers, I think it becomes kind of a lot easier for you to dictate the tempo. So I think the main difference in this whole series is in the games that I dictated the tempo, I feel like I won. But in the ones where I was more passive, he got the edge. So maybe that's the trick.
My last question was about the House of Lancaster versus Ottoman game. It felt like very, very passive, right? Anatan was so long into the feudal age, making like a crazy amount of sipais, and you also felt like a little bit that you can move out, you can't really punish to do any kind of aggression. You stayed around your white tower, but at the same time, Anatan couldn't push in. Like, how did you felt making that amount of yeomen will actually solve the case?
So I've played against that kind of style before on pure land maps against Ottoman. So basically, Sipahi have very high base damage. So even though you might see like, oh, it's feudal versus castle, that's an easy one. If you actually move out, you will get destroyed because you had like 20 Sipahi. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to raid. But again, he kept defending raids really, really well. And the 1-2 raids that I got in did a lot of damage. So I figured he might commit into like Janissary or crossbow because of my knight. So I just went mass yeoman. And then I just did a full switch to spearman. And at one point I did a couple of raids at the same time, and I pushed through the middle, and he just kind of, you can kind of see it in the opponent when they start kind of fumbling units. They're, you know, not micring well. So I feel like, okay, I'm overwhelming him. Let's just keep pushing and just go for it.
All right. I actually have a question, a very important one. What we have here in front of us is a bunch of quotes, and the one from you specifically is, everyone has a plan until they get rated on gold. Your favorite quote. Is that what you felt the spirit of that final game was?
Yeah, I mean, you know, everyone's playing really well. I feel like everyone's got a plan, and then the raid hits, the knight kills a villager, and you're like, oh, I lost a villager. And then you go back on the gold, you lose another one. Woodline villager falls, and then I think the game falls apart pretty quickly after that. I mean, you saw it in game 2 on 4 Lakes. The moment I lost the gold, I got rated on the gold. I mean, that's it. I had a plan.
I know, because you mentioned that 4 Lakes is also a pretty comfortable map for you as well. So especially going up against Anatan. Anatan did go boot camp before this, so his team was out there supporting him too, and they were very proud of his performance. What would you say about Anatan's growth, like in the last few, I would guess last year?
I mean, it's always a bit scary whenever you play against someone that you haven't played against in a while, because you don't know what kind of strategies or shape they're going to show up in. And obviously he played really, really well. Like, he's improved crazy amounts over the past year, and he just keeps on improving. So I look forward to see what he can do.
All right. Now, guys, that kind of concludes the interview that we have here today. But we are coming to a close for today. We had Marine Lord's game scheduled for today, but we will be starting it off with that game tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning, we will be back a little bit earlier. We will be back at 11 this time. And I hope you guys are going to be joining us. That's going to be 11 CEST or 5 a.m. EST. So I hope you guys are going to come and join us and have a fantastic time, because we're going to be live with more matches, more destructions, and a lot more. I hope 3 2s and not 3 0s, because that's what we want to give you, a long show. So also a lot of giveaways. Tomorrow we will be doing some giveaways. So hopefully you know a little bit about your favorite players and your favorite Steel Series gear as well, because we will be having some questions where if you could answer it correctly, you're going to win. So make sure that you read up on those things, watch your favorite streamers, and ensure you know their favorite civilizations to play as well. There's also a Gleam giveaway that will be linked in the chat, which is a pretty substantial giveaway. So we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow as well, as we are concluding today. Ladies and gentlemen, and Twitch chat. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to all my hosts. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. That's a giant leap for earbuds. And a new way to play.
We've all tried this. Ready to game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. And that's one part of 13,335, the weight of GTA 6. That's right, we did the math.
Hi, I'm Cole wearing an Arctis Nova 3 wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity. What'd you say? I can't hear him at all. And it's the power of a Clearcast mic. Be heard.
Gotta find my clip and edit. Click share, Discord, share.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.